Alrighty, welcome everybody, hope you're doing well today. I think I managed a YouTube stream to start. That was weird. Initially it seemed like YouTube telling me that it's going fine, but the live stream didn't appear anywhere. So I generated a new stream key, and then that now seems to work. Do you need to generate a new stream key every time for YouTube? Is this just how it is? Because I have absolutely no idea how this is normally supposed to go. I just figured it would be the same stream key over and over. And I mean, YouTube did tell me that it was fine, but it just didn't show up at all. Even though I apparently was streaming according to my OBS, so that's weird. Anyways, welcome everybody, hope you're having a lovely day today. Welcome to Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta. And welcome back, non-offensive username, for 15 streams in a row apparently. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Also, welcome to Murthus and somebody else. I'm sorry, I ended up refreshing chat, so I actually don't see the old messages anymore, but somebody mentioned that so far, streamer hasn't managed to save Galuf. Sorry about that. I'm trying my best, but usually the story plays out the same over and over again. It's kind of crazy. Anyways, welcome to you as well. Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome as well, 90. Hope you're doing well. And welcome to anybody else who might watch this now or later. Streaming or... I guess I'm just streaming this now. I'm not actually making a local recording because it is a live stream on YouTube. Hello everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back to Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta with the Steam iOS version, you know, the old one, the one that is mildly questionable. This is not where I saved, is it? No, this is where I saved. No, it's fine. Anyways, everybody has Zeus, and we just move on. Our team currently consists of a White Mage, Beastmaster, Ninja, and the Dancer. Ninja kind of overpowers everything anyways, but Beastmaster has a lot of really nice potential to just solve various enemies and bosses without any trouble whatsoever. Dancer, I don't know what to do with a Dancer right now. I think Dancer is gonna be good for damage in the late game with the sword stances and probably the chicken knife. Although it's going to be only half reliable. Actually, I guess it depends on how they implemented the battle mechanics again. We can see whether the chicken knife circumvention through Ninja actually still works in this version. It is very true to the original, but the battle system itself seems to be mostly remade or different entirely. So I'm not entirely sure whether there's going to be the same shenanigans we can do as we can do in other versions. Celebrating your 30-month mod anniversary. That's been a while. Welcome to you, Badlacar. Hope you're doing well. Probably one of the most beloved version of the Prelude song. Something about it feels right, feels the right way. That's very fair. Yeah, I mean, this is a decently strong team. Like, White Mage and Ninja can just clear most of the game without any trouble. Beastmaster solves specific issues that we may encounter. And Dancer... I have no idea how much room I'm gonna find with a Dancer. I guess we're gonna have dual wield for our Dancer. So in order to proceed here, we have to use a tent or a cottage in order to sleep. On this island specifically, there's enemies called Pao, and they are relatively weak, and the only item they ever drop is a tent. So that's one hint that you need to use a tent in order to advance the story here. The other way is, I think if you just leave your game running for a little while on the overworld, you actually get a little cutscene where the characters mention that we should probably get some rest too. Why is the timer stopped? Because I forgot to start it. Thank you for letting me know. Also, welcome back, Warlockar. So this battle here, you can just win or lose, it doesn't really matter too much. The abductor is floating, so I think theoretically using a whip on him might be very efficient. Can also paralyze him apparently. Or at least the whip tries to paralyze. Maybe that's just the whip animation. I guess that's just the whip animation. It didn't actually paralyze him at all. That's alright. The cutscene proceeds whether they defeat this guy or not. But winning is better than losing, right? I mean, you get an ether, which I have to admit, I've never used an ether for its intended effect of recovering MP for characters. They are just too expensive for only restoring 40 MP. So most of the time I just use 10-cent cottages in order to cover for that. And the only use for an ether I tend to use is actually to feed it to an enemy so they have enough MP to cast some spells after confusing them and such. I like how they are just standing in the line, ready for our attention. Just because of their weird, like, stance. Gilgamesh. To be fair, Butts would actually get one-shot by a Thundaga currently, so this is perfectly in line. Bum, 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 bum. Alrighty, and Galuf is gonna grab all of our items and get us out of there. No problem, probably. I mean, we can briefly turn him into a ninja or whatever we want. Just think of it as we briefly turn Farius into the dancer, I guess. Because Galuf is just gonna have a quick solo mission. Ninja Love. He also... oh, he was a White Mage. White Mage is a little bit awkward to do this little solo mission with, although it is very doable. I'm just gonna turn him into a ninja. Back row is perfectly fine. And... oh, his HP is still low. He didn't get a heal from after Archeo Avis. That's interesting. I guess this version really doesn't like giving out free heals. Wonder what would happen if your character was knocked out entirely. Would I just have a dead party member and that's it? That would be peculiar. I hope they at least check for that. Anyways, welcome to Gilgamesh. He has 1500 HP. Well, not technically true. He goes away after you deal 1500 damage. He actually has a lot more HP than that, if he feels like it. But with us, we can just throw 2 flame scrolls and he goes away. If you actually use a Beastmaster or Time Mage's ability to cut his HP in half or quarter his HP, he actually takes like 10,000 damage, because his actual HP is like, what, 30,000 or something like that? It's actually really high. But it just runs away prematurely, if you will. Anyways, welcome to the team, Galuf. I think we're just gonna keep Galuf as a white mage. Actually, no, because he does not have throw, does he? Yeah, he does not have throw. You know what? Actually, we just leave him as a ninja. Wait, no, I wanted to learn dual wield on a character. But nobody except... well, everybody except Galuf has the throw ability. So I guess we're gonna have actually Galuf as the ninja for a while in this case. So Ferris, white mage. With throw, as you would expect. I didn't even check whether he still had the healing stuff earlier. Alrighty, and with this we are ready to rumble. Wait, white mage. I guess dancer is what I need. Oops. Alright, dancer it is. Still throwing stuff. Dancer has okay magic attack power, magic power. It's not great. It's just fine. Sure, you get the elemental, why not? Because you have such low maximum HP. Giving you the second Moonring Blade, we picked up in the Rotten Ruins. Magos with 25% chance to block physical attacks. And we also can see whether Dance actually deals full damage from the back row. I would be surprised if it did. Again, this version has been faithful to the original to a fault. So I'm curious. Also, speaking of curious, better not let them see me. Wait, they have custom animations for the characters sneaking through here? I guess it's not exactly custom. It's more like the crouching animation. Which, you know, that's kind of the same crouching animation I think they use in battle. So they actually accounted for this potential, where they gave a different animation to the characters just sneaking by. The Pixel Master just forces it to be butts, and that's the character you're gonna sneak by with. In the Super Nintendo version and the Game Boy Advance version, you can switch characters, and it just looks really goofy because they have their like knocked down sprite on the overworld. And some of these characters make little sense the way they move across there. But here, they actually accounted for that, that's nice. Anyways, welcome to these encounters here. These are... well, these look like goblins, but they're actually machine enemies. Little chariots. I think they have like 450 HP. And they are also notably weak to lightning. However, we one-shot them even if we don't use their weakness to lightning, so that's still. Also the mustard bomb hits like a truck. If you ever need high potions or healing items desperately, these guys have a rare drop chance for high potions. Anyways, Galuf, White Magic Cure, everybody. Also, normally you can entirely avoid all encounters on the bridge, but I don't know if I can reliably do this in this version, because we're not walking on tile-based grids. Also, next up, welcome to Gilgamesh. This guy has 6,500 HP, and he's decently fast. Faster than me, to say the least. He's also pretty strong, like this guy is no joke. But also, so are our throws from the ninjas, so... we're just gonna keep throwing stuff. Oh, you don't have the throw command. Why not? Oh well. Paralysis does not affect him, so we move on. Anyways, after he drops below 2,500 HP remaining, he is going to tell us that he had enough of this. He's gonna haste himself, protect himself, and shell himself. Basically, he is double the speed and taking half the damage while also jumping, effectively dealing full damage into the back row with his physical attacks at this point. But, well, if we just keep throwing our abilities, we should be largely fine, probably. I'm actually going to have Lena cast Cure on everybody, Just to keep everybody alive, I guess. And you know what? We can just release here. This is fine. We're not gonna have a second release or a third release by the time we hit Atmos. Release deals 25% of the enemy's maximum HP damage, ignoring Shell and Protect. So it basically just knocks him out from that threshold of HP. Anyways, you don't have the ability to throw? Oh, it just didn't give you an ability. That's okay. Alright, Gallup, Cure. Thanks for the heal. Fairy's Dancer's hot. It's different from the usual dress. Or the full dress. I suppose. Creative liberty, I guess. So theoretically, this is approximately the path where you don't encounter any enemies, which... Apparently, I either got lucky because some of the tiles you walk across are just a chance to get an encounter with enemies. But then again, we would have been perfectly fine just throwing flame scrolls to knock out the enemies. I don't know, the dress or the dancing equipment or outfit Ferris is sporting now just kind of feels like that's how it usually looked, but maybe I never paid close attention. Alrighty, welcome to World 2. The enemies here, for the most part, are in most cases not particularly worth fighting. Like, they don't give that much experience for how much effort they tend to be with most teams. But we have a ninja in our team. We can just throw 2 scrolls and win. Enemies have around 1000 HP at this point in the game, give or take a bit, usually a little bit less right now. So we're just gonna say flame scroll, throw a flame scroll, throw a flame scroll, throw a flame scroll, and that will just take care of pretty much all encounters around here, I think. We could throw lightning scrolls, but I think some enemies in here actually absorb lightning as healing, so I'm just gonna use the flame scrolls for now. And also we're just gonna use auto combat, so our characters automatically select their ability rather than me having to manually select them and get whacked by all the enemies that are significantly slower than our ninjas, by the way. Normally, anyway. Also, why is Ferris going before Gallup? What's the dancer's speed? 39 agility. So, Ferris gets +3 because she's Ferris. So 36... Oh, the ribbon is +5, that's why. So that is... +8, +1 for ninjas, +1 for the elemental. Yeah, actually that makes sense that our dancer is actually the fastest character. Gallup is also literally the slowest character with having +0 speed. Good luck, Forlorn... Oh, welcome to you, Forlorn Kaiser. I hope you're doing well. And also, let me just make sure I check YouTube chat as well. Welcome to you, Q-Duke. Welcome to you, Humber... Tomontes. By the way, feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name if you'd like to. Hope you're doing well. And good morning as well, thanks Shane. Hope you're doing well. Is this a live stream or his Twitch stream? It's the same one. It's in the video description. The video was from January. June. Is it 28th already? It is the 28th of June. Yes. Welcome everybody, hope you have a lovely day. So this is a live stream, yes. So you should be able to hear me ramble and talk in live format even over on YouTube. Alrighty, we can buy stuff here, and I think I'm just gonna buy... Do I even want to buy ninja suits? Sure. So, ninja suits get +1 speed, which is nice. So we can go slightly faster compared to enemies. However, I'm actually mostly worried that the ninja suits are not gonna be all that useful. Or the other weapons are not gonna be all that useful otherwise, we'll see. Anyways, we're also gonna buy... a chain whip for our Beastmaster. Chain whip is just a significant upgrade over the regular whip. It has literally double the attack power, apparently. The same chance to paralyze enemies, which I think is like a 50% chance to use the Beastmaster's tame ability, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, just because I feel like it. Some piano flicks. You're still half asleep. Good morning. And welcome as well, Richter Shade. And yes, I'm staying pretty cool over here, I think. Piano flex. Or more like jumping jacks, with your legs firmly planted on the ground. Anyways, this is the first time we actually get to buy high potions and holy waters. So holy waters remove the zombie status. And this is the only way to remove zombie status in this game, to my knowledge. We also could buy a bunch of extra cottages if I feel like it, but you know what, let's just invest the rest of the money into high potions, because these heal for 500 HP, and right now, I guess we have the ninja with white magic and the white mage with white magic to heal, so we're not really short on healing anyways. Further, if we have a Beastmaster, we could theoretically go and take a dip into this dungeon over here if we feel like it. Because there's a very nice grinding spot if we needed it. We don't really need it, so I'm just gonna leave. Also, I don't actually have the abilities to control and defeat these shield dragons in there yet. But if you have control on the Beastmaster, the shield dragons can be a great source of experience, and maybe even some money too, I guess. And save often and save frequently. Did I forget the live notification on Discord? I did. Thank you for letting me know. Whoops. Let me do that real quick. No, not changing. Does anybody have a link to the YouTube stream? How does that work? Do you need to generate a new link every time? Probably, right? I have no idea how YouTube stream works. Share. Video link. There we go. And YouTube. Alrighty, thank you for letting me know. I forgot the live message. Oh, thank you, Ryok. You already had that. Hello, welcome is that there. Hope you're doing well. I didn't do the combining chat thing yet, which I definitely should. I just forgot about it. Whee! And welcome to the underwater place. Most of the enemies here are weak to lightning, but you know what? They're also kind of weak to damage as well, so we can just throw 2 flame scrolls and it's fine. 1 lightning scroll would be enough, but I'm too lazy to switch over now. Maybe I shouldn't be that lazy. It's not a big deal to switch over. Anyways, throw lightning scroll, throw lightning scroll, throw lightning scroll. For some characters the lightning scroll is already selected, for the others it's not. Anyways, this is why I didn't want to switch, because of course all the enemies are gonna get 1 attack off on me, despite my characters being much faster than them. It's just... this is the exact same catch that we have in the Pixel Remaster. They were just implementing more modern ATB, like I think Final Fantasy... well, the later Final Fantasies basically did the same system, where you don't get that little pause when you get your turn. But I like that little pause. I like being able to, you know, defeat the enemies before they can hit me. But I physically cannot input the menus quick enough to do that in this version, unless I use the auto mode, where it just selects the previously selected commands again. Hello, welcome to Chanigan, hope you're doing well. Now I believe in the other versions, if you were to select the throw command on 2 characters at the same time, and the first character knocks out all of the enemies, so if they, let's say, lightning scroll, the second character would still use up the lightning scroll as well. Because it uses up the item and then ends the combat before giving you your item back, I think. At least it works that way when you use some other stuff. These things are weak to fire, but also apparently one lightning scroll is enough damage anyways, so it doesn't matter. Be careful, Mr. Murgle. Football. And here we have an enemy that notoriously has 5000 HP and loves to use an attack that deals damage equivalent to its missing HP. But also, notably, it is not immune to instant death through using a Phoenix Stone on it. Apparently this is where that tradition in Final Fantasy games started, where at least one boss somewhere along the way is susceptible to instant death by Phoenix Stone. In Final Fantasy 6 it was a Phantom Train, in 7... I actually have no idea. In 8, I think it's the zombie guy in the train. In 9, I actually don't know either. 10, it's the underwater big dragon thing. I actually haven't played any Final Fantasies beyond that. Have you played Final Fantasy 6, 7, 8, 9 yet? Actually, yes, all of these I have played through entirely. There's a decent chance that some of the videos and highlights are actually not available anymore because of the Twitch Madness purge. But I should technically still have all the local recordings. The one we could technically upload one day if we... Well, if I ever find the energy to do that, let me be frank. Anyways, welcome to this place. If you go into the desert here, the enemies here are actually very dangerous. However, they're also very useful. Because we have a Beastmaster. We could try to get some of these. I'm trying to think, what is my solution against crystals? Probably just single target ninja throws. Actually, multi-target flame attacks are probably just fine, eh? Maybe. We will have shell by then, so we actually should survive everything easily anyways. So it's not a problem, we have a white mage. Beastmaster, a dangerous, lethal enemy? I can use some, yes. Final Fantasy VI, I kind of considered my favorite Final Fantasy for a long time, and I still really like one key aspect of it the most out of any Final Fantasy game, and it's kind of how the story is told, through the varying perspectives of the characters. Like, I know some people are actually really unhappy about how you just keep switching characters and losing characters and story stuff happens. But I just love that there's kind of this variety of characters that has so much on their own stories to go for. They each have their own motivations as to why they join in and such. 1 gold! And the Dancing Dagger. Dancing Dagger is a really strong dagger weapon that we have at this point. The strongest one that we have. When you attack with it, it's a 50% chance to unleash a dancing move if you use it. And a 50% chance to dance. You know, we have a dancer, so we can make it 100%. Sometimes the Dancing Dagger is kind of your best weapon on various characters, so it's a fine weapon, although notoriously unreliable. It can deal humongous damage, if it feels like it. 6's story is almost unmatched about how it's being told. Besides, it had an unexpected twist you haven't seen in other games. Yes, you could say that. So who is your favorite character in Final Fantasy 6, 7, 8 and 9, Jäger? Of the playable characters or just in general? I think in 6 it is a tie between Edgar and Sabin for me. Because I just really like that brother dynamic where both of them are just, you know, trying to make the other brother have a good life and be happy. I just appreciate that about them. 7. I don't remember much about 7. To be completely honest. I guess Red 13 was pretty neat. Eight. As weird as it might seem, I kind of see my younger self in Squall, if that makes sense. A similar kind of recluse. I don't really agree with a lot of the things my younger self did, and or Squall, but, you know, I have some sympathy for those. And then 9. I mean, the coolest character in 9 is without a doubt Freya. But I also really like Vivi. There's a lot of really good characters in 9. I mean, let's just continue. What's in 10? Well, I mean, Kimari, I guess. I do have a bit of a weak spot for the stoic backline protecting character, and Kimari kind of pretty much fills that role exactly. Welcome to Gallows Castle. So, I will want to try out the dancer's dance at some point. I guess I can do this against the plant. I'm mostly curious whether the dancer's dance moves can trigger the abilities on the weapons or not. I guess we could also just wait until we get the chicken knife to check. Because normally the dancing ability just attacks with your weapon and ignores any secondary abilities your weapons have. Normally. Let me check something real quick. Gallof, you're supposed to sit on a throne, not stand on it. Considering that the characters can in fact move, well, in not full tile motions, kind of would have made sense to not have him stand on top of the seat cushion on the throne. But then again, they always stand this awkwardly around here anyways. So, in here we find Teleport as a spell. This is a time magic spell, we can't use it, but sometimes I like to test things and try to get out of the final dungeon. And you can't do that. If you don't have the teleport spell. Well, it's not easy anyways, it just takes a while. Together we'll be alright. Excellent. Alright, let's equip our dancer with the dancing dagger. This is a dramatically stronger weapon. It also increases your magic power by 1. Also, I thought the dancer had decent magic power, but 28? With Fairies getting +2, that is just average. That is not even... Well, I guess it's more than the melee classes, I suppose. Maybe that's why I remember it to be decent. Well, the thing is, for the most part, just throwing flame scrolls is gonna solve pretty much every encounter. But I will still want to try and catch some things along the way for the Beastmaster's shenanigans. Just for fun. Don't they normally stand in like a triangle formation, these guys? It's kind of peculiar that they don't here. Take care, Your Majesty. And now we get into an abductor battle that we actually have to win. Although, it's just a single one. For some reason there's 3 on the screen, but well, it's just 1. Anyways, let's have a few dance. You throw lightning scrolls. Mystery Waltz absorbs MP as in the same way that Osmosis or Psych does. Osmosis and Psych is the same thing, just different names. Anyway, so we're just gonna have our dancer dance, and I wanna see whether the sword stance deals more or less damage compared to what I expect it to be. And we also have these enemies. Let's dance on you. I actually want to attack you instead of anything else. These things have about that much HP. And I call it excellent. That's exactly what I was trying to do here, by the way. I was trying to catch that guy. So, Aquathones, when you catch and release them, they will cast Doom as a spell. They unleash Doom upon your enemy, if you will. And there's actually at least 2 different bosses where you can use that against. One is coming up soon. This might be like the main song where I feel like the remix was especially nice. Because I like this music on a bass line, but it's very high pitched and very loud. So I think of all the remade music pieces, this one might be my favorite one compared to the original. This version doesn't have extra jobs, does it? Like Nier, etc. It does actually have those. They are present in this version. Look at the Kelger art here. I have to admit I've never seen that one before in like full form, if you will. I assume that stuff is out there somewhere on the internet. But yeah, also I did not remember this sprite looking like that in the portrait. That's pretty neat. So Kelger and Galuf have really good portraits that really fit for the characters that are actually on screen. The others, of course, their hair color is just notably different. But the funny thing is, I believe um, there was somebody actually making a mod that adjusts the hair color for the characters, and that made them look, you know, as in the portraits, that made them look significantly more closely, well, resembling their in-game counterparts. No, this version does have the extra jobs as well. It's not GBA only. It's like one of the weird things this version does. This has the extra dungeon in it, and we are actually gonna get a advanced job, if you will. So it could be interesting. Yes, really. Later doesn't. Weird. It's not that weird, considering how, you know, the pixel remasters are significantly higher quality than this version. But it still kind of feels like they just put in all the basic things. Without going much further than what was necessary. Extra content isn't necessary to enjoy it. Indeed. It's a bit of a shame because, in a sense, that advanced dungeon is consequently more of a piece that is gonna be lost to history once less and less people have access to the Game Boy Advance version, because, you know, cartridges are expensive. Sure, you can always emulate it, I guess. But effectively, there are almost certainly a bunch of people that just don't even know those advanced dungeons even exist. I also only have played through the advanced dungeon once, so I don't even know what exactly that stuff is about. Alrighty, next up, we're gonna go and, I guess, buy a bunch of things. Here's where we can buy scrolls, which is very handy. You can also buy Kodachi, lightweight katana favored by ninjas. Okay. You can also buy shurikens too if we want to. Do I want shurikens? I think I kinda wanna have a few to throw at Atmos. They're pretty expensive though. So let's load up on flame scrolls. Load up on water scrolls. By the way, I think the spiders outside of this place notably are weak to water. If I'm not mistaken. We could also buy armor upgrades. Armor that gives +3 strength and headgear that gives +3 strength. Or was it +2? Excuse me. Might have been +2 for the headgears. But we need a bit more money. But we're gonna get a ton of money in this mountain here, so it's fine. Although the most money worthy item we actually wanna keep instead of selling. Yes, we wanna use it for controlling. Bite. Ow. A lot of damage, dude. Let's throw... Actually, you just keep dancing. There it is. Throw flame scroll. Throw flame scroll. And throw flame scroll. Jitterbug Duet absorbs HP as healing. It's the same, exact same attack power as the Drain spell, which notably is not particularly strong at this point in the game anymore for like dealing massive damage. But also this is where you actually get the Drain spells of White Mage or Black Mage to begin with. Sword Stance, let's see. How much damage is it? 990. I'm pretty sure that is high. Okay, this answers my question. The question as to whether our dancer is gonna deal full damage from the back row with sword stances. She does not. Back attack. Come on, man. And this is the reason I'm using flame scrolls instead of anything else. These guys are weak to fire. They have about 3000 HP. Oh, apparently it's more than that. They have a lot of HP. You can also throw... Well, actually, can you in this version? Because they changed it in the Pix Remaster. In the Pix Remaster, you can no longer use Phoenix Downs in order to one-shot them. Whereas you could in the Super Nintendo and Game Advance version. This version? I don't know. I guess I could test it. But yeah, these are pretty substantially good experience, and notably, the zombie dragons always drop a dragon fang. So that is 2,500 gold each time we get one. So I'm just going to throw a Phoenix down and see what happens. Does it work? Miss. They do have a chance to resist it, so it's not like it doesn't necessarily work. Miss again. If this next tube misses... Oh! Okay, so it still works. It's just a chance to miss, of course, as usual. Interesting. That is true to the original. The zombie dragon in the golem encounter, on the other hand, that one is... That one is flagged as heavy, so you cannot use a Phoenix Down on it. Although I could totally see this version just use the exact same enemy both times. Although they do have a different AI behavior, so who knows. Also, another thing I really like in the Pix Remaster, there's a crack on the ground. In this version, there's nothing, you just don't see anything. So good luck and... managing to find your way through here. If you don't already know, or just happen to stumble into the hole to begin with. Admittedly, there's a bit of a, like, a suck going on, or I don't know what you want to call it. Basically, it just drags you into that tile where you would fall down. So, at least this game, this version here has a little bit of extra ability for you to be able to notice it, if you will. It's kind of like the save points. The save points also just drag you into them. And here we have a Hypno Crown. The Hypno Crown increases your chance to control enemies with the Beastmaster's control ability. We actually don't have that control ability yet, because, well, we haven't gotten enough ability points on the Beastmaster yet. But this dramatically increases your chance to control enemies. It's a pretty heavy headgear, so you actually do lose a fair bit of actual speed in the game, for what it's worth. But it also gives Haggis +1 magic power, and it has okay defenses. It has enough defense that a lot of the time it's gonna be automatically equipped because it's the highest defense item you have for your various characters, which is a bit annoying. Since again, it's very heavy and doesn't offer that much more defense for how much it can potentially slow you down. Various leveled up. Great success. Alright, then with this, I guess we're just gonna heal up, and... Are we out of MP, or did we heal everybody? We healed everybody. Alrighty, welcome to the Dragon Pod boss. This thing has 12,000 HP, and all it really does is just summons the little flowers over and over again. Each of the little flowers has a physical attack that cannot miss. Well, probably cannot miss. Maybe some versions out there can miss. Anyways, they also always guarantee to inflict the status effect. So, we're gonna throw lightning scrolls at them to just nuke them Because they only have 100 HP and they just do not survive much more. Actually, yes, we could actually stick to flame scrolls, that's fine. Gonna just keep using flame scrolls, and the main flower doesn't actually attack by itself. But also, what I can do is I can release the little guy who's gonna try and cast Doom. It doesn't always hit, but it hits in this case. This thing is susceptible to instant death from Doom. And the only way to cast Doom, well, there's two ways to cast Doom at this point in the game. One of the Dash Scythe that you can farm in World 1 for your Berserker. And the other one is by, well, releasing the minion here. I guess Killer Bow also has an instant death effect, although that is kind of distinct, yet the same, I guess. So notably, when you release an enemy from a Beastmaster's hold, the attack actually takes the stats from the creature that you captured into account instead of anything else. So this means the Aquathorn is not the highest level or the strongest creature around, so the enemies do have a decent chance of just resisting the attack to begin with. Also, we picked up the Bone Mail here. The Bone Mail is a very powerful piece of equipment with significant advantages and significant drawbacks. If you equip it, it is literally the highest physical defense in the entire game. It straight up nullifies a lot of the damage you receive at this stage in the game from physical attacks. However, it makes you weak to fire and holy elements. However, it also halves lightning damage, cold damage by half as well. Further, it gives you an immunity to instant death, plus Doom actually straight up heals you because you're also considered undead. But also downside of this is of course that you take damage from regular healing. White Wind being the one exception that you can still heal your character with reliably, outside of using like elemental absorption stuff. What else? Oh yeah, it gives you immunity to blind, instant death, confusion, berserk, old status? Actually no, I think the old, maybe old status, I don't remember. Who knows? Anyways, the coronet that we have is normally the item that we could sell for a ton of money. But because we have a Beastmaster, we actually kinda don't wanna do that. Also, I forgot something that we can also get by catching a certain enemy around here. We should be able to get an additional item for our Beastmaster. So right now, the enemies have to be below 1/8 of their maximum HP in order to be able to capture them. We can get an item that improves that dramatically. But we need to get a sacrifice for it. Welcome to you, Specialist. What is this flag? Haboob. Haboob is basically leaning towards wind and earth drop crystals. Apparently. And yet we still got a fire drop crystal as the last one. There we go. You throw lightning scrolls. Defense, catch. No! That's so annoying. Asked too slow. But it seems like Fairies actually deals the exact amount of damage we need in order to be able to try and capture this guy. Anyways, I need to get into an encounter on not the swamp in order to get the friends. Alright, then... Okay, he didn't run, that's good. Come on, butts. Still too strong. let's equip you with a metal knife and just attack. Catch. Still too strong, oh no. It's gonna run again. No! Okay, maybe these guys have a bit more HP than I give them credit for. Let's actually give you different items too. Let's give you 2 metal knives as well, just so you deal less damage. So maybe your attack is going to be enough for what we need. I feel like he's gonna knock it out though. I don't remember how much HP this thing has. Actually, in fact, I'm gonna say Galuf has higher strength, thanks to being a ninja as instead of a dancer, so maybe that's what we need to do then. Come on. Alright, you throw... I think Flame Scroll. I think the snake is weak to fire, if I'm not mistaken. Then you attack. Oh no, they're not weak to fire. And he runs away, my goodness. Doesn't want to be caught. I mean, I can't blame you. I think what I need to do is I just need to wait until the Konago gets a turn. And then we attack. We'll just wait here. There we go, lightning scroll, attack. You defend and you try to catch. Still too strong. Are you serious? No. Ah! Hmm. How inconvenient. Oh, very inconvenient. Alright, fine. Galuf, you get a second weapon with a knife. Actually... I think he's gonna knock it out with 2 mithril knives. But well, let's see. No, wait. Okay, that guy moved. You attack. It didn't knock it out, so... There we go, we caught one. Excellent. And aside from that, we just throw stuff until we win. Alrighty. Good. Now we... the frog. Excuse me, the toad. Well, this guy has frog anyways. We can give it to this guy. For 10,000 monies. We get the Konaga gourd. He turns the toad into a gourd, okay. That's what happens. So we can have an accessory toad the entire way through. Anyways, now this will allow our Beastmaster to be significantly slower because it's a very heavy gourd. But also, it increases his ability to catch, or improves his ability to catch from 50% from 1/8 HP to 50% HP, which is dramatically better. Welcome to you, Kanyakuman. Feel free to correct me now to pronounce the name if you'd like to. Welcome, I hope you're doing well today. Alrighty, we're gonna sell a few things. We don't have a use for the Asura or the Iron Draft. What else do we not need? Power drinks. I guess technically we could use a healing staff, but I'm gonna be too lazy to actually use that thing. Because switching equipment items in this version is a bit cumbersome. So I'd rather just sell it for money. That way it's at least useful in some aspects. We could technically keep the Blitz Whip. The Blitz Whip is not actually lightning damage, it just has a chance to inflict lightning on the enemy. Okay. Can't use the ancient sword. I'm gonna sell the blitz whip, it's fine. Can't use the flame rod either. Oh, we have a green beret. Wait, why is nobody equipping that thing? It's probably better equipment piece than most other items we have. I think that's true for the elemental too, and I just didn't equip them. Alright, so what we want to do is we're gonna buy... You know, first of all, a little bit of extra defense for our white mage. So, wizard's hats and Gaia gear. Actually, no, we're gonna get a different armor for our white mage. Actually, can the white mage equip it? I'm actually suddenly not sure anymore. Anyways, we get the two twist headbands for our ninja and the beastmaster, and 3 power sashes. Power sashes is +3 strength, which is a lot, because in this game, the only way to actually increase your strength is by way of equipment or changing your job. So you get the wizard's hat. You do not buy Gaia gear. Somebody else equipped that thing. Alright, I tried to see if I can get our white mage the other armor. I don't think white mage can equip it. I think it's only chemist. Then again, we can buy Gaia gear in Galuf's home as well. Regular Haboob? It is with advanced jobs. So not quite regular. Well, Galuf did tell... Hey, look, Galuf walks on the water. Turns out the water was solid all along. It's just for show. That's kind of impressive. That's weird. Yep, this is just a road, colored in blue and slightly wavy. Okay, the great sword lying in the water is also in a slightly different location. But yeah, aside from advanced jobs, there's no additional restrictions. This is just a regular run outside of that. Whee! We just teleport inside, no problem. Anyways, what I was going for is... here. There is a staircase in the back, and then you can go to the roof. There's a hidden staircase here. And then you can, I think, talk to this guy? No, this one. There we go, the Angel Robe. Angel Robe, I think, nullifies poison damage. But it is specific to only being able to equip it as a chemist. Also, by the way, you can do it funny. Here, if you would like to. Welcome, come right in. We pretend to be a shopkeeper, but the shopkeepers don't take kindly to this. Bonk. Oh. Fine, I'm not in the habit of giving gifts, but here you go. And we get a Lamia's harp. Just for free. We can't really use this, but it's a weird way of getting an additional item. So what we can do here is... Also, Lamia's harp, I think, inflicts confusion, if I'm not mistaken. It's also percentage-based damage on the enemy's current HP, and it does not work on most bosses because it does not work on enemies that have lacked as heavy. Okay, so I guess we're just gonna buy Gaia gear here then. Here you go, Lena. More defense for you. It's actually a good chunk of extra defense. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird interaction back there. The Angel's Robe is kind of usually the highlight, but it's very specific that not a whole lot of classes can equip it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Oracle is like one of the exceptions. There was at least one other job that could equip the Angel Robe, aside from Freelancer, of course, which can equip absolutely everything. The Angel Robe, I think, has the highest magic evasion in the entire game, giving you the best chance to resist, chance to hit spells. I might be wrong about that, but that's kind of the vague memory I have, and I don't want to tap out of this version of the game to look up whether I'm correct or not, so I'm just gonna throw that out there that I could be wrong. You think you have never equipped those ancient robes, angel robes? Yeah, I mean, they're strange. You get very limited in who can even equip it to begin with. And unless you're looking specifically to get like a chance to resist spells, it doesn't tend to be all that helpful either, unfortunately. Also, with this team, we'll definitely take down Shinryu, but I'm not so sure about taking down... Oh my god. I wonder if Cannoneer would enable us to defeat... Oh my god. At least it could deal good damage, but so can Ninja, really. So I'm not sure that's a qualifying factor. We don't have a way to cast haste with any of the characters, do we? No. Usually can synergize with other things and tend to equip magic gear. I mean, that makes sense, right? So you deal extra damage. And for the most part, it is more efficient to knock out the enemies quicker rather than trying to survive for longer. Then again, I guess it depends on your team too. Alrighty, time to go on Sinking Island. Shoutouts to the Pixel Remaster version that I think originally accidentally had a minimap or the map inverted where they didn't show Guido's Island initially on the map, and then after it sank, then they showed it, so they just accidentally inverted the maps, which ones they're supposed to be. Alrighty, we were too heavy for the island, so let's go and sink some ships. Surely that's gonna go better. The island appearing on the map got patched, isn't it? Yes, it is patched nowadays. Because that would have been a weird bug to leave in when they did fix a bunch of other things too. I mean, you could argue it's not a big deal, but at the same time, for somebody who might not be familiar with the game and knows that they need to go to that island that just happens to be not on the map, they might have a bit more trouble trying to figure out where they're supposed to go next at this stage. Alrighty. Interesting, you can actually immediately interact with the hero in order to fly back away again. In other versions, hero is still flying around until you go back on the deck and back upstairs. I think. Maybe that's a different cutscene. Maybe that's after now. Might be conflating the two things. Hello, welcome to Evil Knievel. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, I didn't catch another Aquathon. You could use instant death against Gilga boat here again. But I forgot. It's the song. It is. These goblins look a lot more menacing than they do in other versions, I will argue. But also, these actually are goblins rather than something else. Or well, really they're called gobbledygook, so who knows what you're supposed to call them. So yeah, you could try to insta-kill X-Def here with an Aquathon. It has actually a pretty good chance to hit. I would say like 60-70%. But also, of course, that means it does have a decent chance to just miss too. Anyways, we have easily enough damage, so this is not going to be a problem either way. Welcome to Gilgamesh on the boat. This guy has 8,888 HP and a Genji Gauntlet for a common steal if you want to go down that road. And, well, once he drops below 6,000 HP remaining, he is going to call in his buddy Enkidu. And Enkidu will heal both of them for 4,000 HP with White Wind. White Wind heals your entire party for the exact amount of HP the caster has. So in this case, Enkidu has 4,000 HP, so it heals for 4,000. Notoriously, Enkidu is also one of those enemies that has Vampire, meaning that he will deal damage equivalent to half of his missing health and heal for the same amount. Which, considering they just dealt 3,000 damage to him, he would have been able to one-shot one character. But, well, he decided not to do that today, so that's very friendly of him. But yeah, not much to do aside from just keep throwing stuff, I guess. I may want to go and buy extra lightning scrolls before we leave. So, this Gilgamesh here is susceptible to instant death. I think old status works on him as well. I believe slow works as well. Might be a few things. Uematsu, coming to your city in December. You're buying tickets. You're going to be disappointed if they do not play this theme. Well, I hope you have a great time with that then, Marvelous Balson. I like to think of it as being envious rather than jealous, because I don't want to take it away from Marvelous Balsam, but I would be very interested in going too, if that makes sense. Okay, this is where Hero is just gonna fly around. How many lightning scrolls do we have remaining? Items... 33. Let's go on briefly and buy some lightning scrolls real quick. So now I needed to do this. Okay, so I did conflate the two scenarios where he needed to go down and then back up to fly away first. Suppose there will be more dates around in Europe? I mean, probably. It's not like I can reasonably afford it, to be fair. So, I'm just gonna watch from afar, and I hope you enjoy your trip. So let's go and buy more scrolls. Do I sell a bunch of things? I guess I could at this point too. We don't need the great sword, that's literally just for money. Same for Lamia's harp. Same with the gold shield. Wind Slash, we don't have a samurai in our team. It doesn't sell for much, but I mean, it opens up inventory space. I'm not gonna use plume bats anymore, same with the green beret. Do I need ethos? We could get float, but I don't think it's necessary. Goliath Onyx we can sell as well, Silk Robe as well. Yeah, Speed Shakes. We got these from fighting the Black Flames. That's a rare drop from them. Angel Rope we can't use, unfortunately. Actually, maybe I should have kept it, because technically it can be useful later. Oh, also Dark Matter we have no use for. That's for a chemist mix, and we do not have a chemist. It only sells for one roll, but it doesn't matter. I guess technically I should keep the Dark Matters just in case we get a Cannoneer. Then again, I should have kept a bunch of things in conjunction with the idea of getting a Cannoneer. Now I think about it. A little bit late. Alright, after clicking this button 65 times, I can buy 66 scrolls. Let's go and stock up on flame scrolls as well. And the rest of the money just goes into water scrolls. Water scrolls are just basically you don't need any particular element, or maybe you just don't even want any particular element type of scroll to throw. Because it's very rare that enemies absorb water as healing or anything like that. Although it does happen. I don't remember if the Steel Guardians have like an elemental immunity against most elements, notably not against fire, except for the fire crystal. But I don't remember if they also are immune to water. Oh, interesting. I don't actually need to press a button to land here. So, we are trying to infiltrate a place and more or less do so at the same time. Which I think is particularly peculiar because we can just take our time to go and take a nap after breaking into the tower. You would think this kind of would throw the entire operation into disarray because enemies have plenty of time to prepare for us. But just taking an 8-hour nap does absolutely nothing for the purposes of, you know, the enemy's plans. They're gonna be doing the exact same thing, regardless of whether we go and take an 8-hour nap or not. Which has kind of reminded me a bit of when I, as a kid, played Baldur's Gate 2. The characters just kept saying that they wanted to escape that initial dungeon over and over again as fast as possible, so it just didn't seem right to take a long rest. But if you know anything about Dungeons and Dragons, long rests are kind of vital for various spellcasters to be able to continue, you know, casting spells. But it just didn't seem right to take a rest, because this was not a restful place. I don't want to wait 8 hours and have monsters attack. Needless to say, it took me multiple tries starting the game until I finally got out of the first dungeon, before I finally ended up actually pushing that rest button. Alrighty, welcome to the barrier tower. We actually will want to go and... Well, do I want reflect rings? I was going to say, let's go and grab some reflect rings along the way, but actually I'm not sure I want them. Because we have white mage, so we can use shell, armor, and group healing very easily. This chest on the left contains a drain sword, but it's also guarded by either a red dragon or 2 yellow dragons, neither of which I'm interested in fighting. It would be just money for us, because we can't use the thing anyways, and even if you can use the thing, I don't recommend it. It's not a particularly good weapon, unfortunately. Do you hear that noise in the background right now? Oh, hey, a guy gear. For free. I'm just curious. So, I think the travelers can teach you time slip if you have a blue mage and would like to learn that. If you play the Pix remaster version, it's a really good spell to have here, because you can put Atmos to sleep with it. If you play any other version, then time slip doesn't work on an enemy that is immune to one or the other status effects, regardless if they're susceptible to one or the other status effects. So because Atmos is immune to the old status, the sleep status it will not take hold on him on non-pixel remaster versions. Frankly, I don't know if that's true for this version. I haven't exactly investigated it in a while. Alright, we're also gonna take a slight detour to try and grab this chest. Now this one is also guarded by either a red dragon or a yellow dragon. They're pretty scary, very sketch. Let's see, but do you have ability? Do you have control? You do have control. Take control of the monster. We're gonna try that. Also gonna give Butts the Hypnocron here. And then let's hope that we don't immediately get murdered by this thing. It's a red dragon. Oh no. It is actually weak to water, so I did not want to throw the lightning scrolls, but it's a bit late now. Okay, first a physical attack. It does have very heavy, like, magic spells it can throw at our entire group. Alright, he's under our control. So, fun fact, this enemy is not gonna be able to do anything anymore until I tell him to do whatever he wants to do, or well, whatever he should do. So we can just throw the water scrolls and take our time. I think it has like 7,500 HP, so this is actually gonna be over right now. And we get the gold hairpin. Now this is a piece of headgear equipment that is amazing for spellcasters, because it halves all of the MP required to cast spells. So if we make heavy use of our spellcasters' healing, in this case I guess, it's only going to cost half of the MP instead of the full amount. Admittedly, we're not really healing a whole lot for the most part anyways, so right now the improved defensive and offensive stats from the other piece of equipment would probably be better, but at the same time I don't think it really matters much. So, somebody's gonna die here. Might be actually be two people, depending. How do I want to do this? Can I catch anything interesting? Well, I do actually have already caught something interesting for this encounter. But I would need to turn Butts into a not Beastmaster. And frankly, I'd rather use those things I caught later, but that doesn't actually make any sense. Alright, Lena, you're gonna be a Beastmaster for now. And it's gonna be the moment of truth. Do we actually retain turn you into White Mage? Do we actually retain the beasts that we caught much earlier? With, well, in World 1. You do not get the Cornago Gourd, you do not get the Hypnocron. You do get the Gold Hairpin. I guess you don't have anything aside from a flail. You get the Power Sash, Cornago Gourd for you, Chain Whip. Do you not have an accessory? I guess not. You know, Power Armlet gives you some defense, it's fine. It also gives +3 strength, so it's not usually particularly terribly useful in a white mage. Anyways. This is Atmos. It has about 20,000 HP, not quite. And if none of your characters are dead on the ground in combat, he gets double turns, where each turn he has a 2 in 3 chance to cast a Comet. Comet deals anywhere between 200 to about 1,200 damage, give or take a bit depending on magic defense, and has a high chance of just one-shotting any one of our characters. And he gets 2 turns of this, plus he is permanently hasted, so he gets about 3 turns for every 1 turn I get. And that is before I don't necessarily get the ability to control the menus appropriately in this version. Anyway, somebody's probably gonna die, and it looks like it might be Galef. Oh, he just barely survived. Nope, never mind. Right, Galef is gonna take a nap, and now, while Galef is gonna get absorbed by the big mouth on the left side, we're just gonna try and deal as much damage as we can. So we have throwing for lightning scrolls, we have throwing more lightning scrolls, and we have release. Let's see if it works. It does. So this is 25% of the bosses. Okay, maybe not in this version. That's kind of funny. So this was supposed to be 25% of the boss's maximum HP just gone. Apparently this version disagrees. This ability normally works on bosses, but yeah, not in this version, evidently. So, rip me, I guess. It's just like, okay, I guess not then. He also occasionally can throw out random spells, but as long as he doesn't cast slow on us, we're fine. In fact, Graviga here is perfect. Because what I can do is I can raise Galef, and I can have Lena attack herself. Because oh no, don't miss yourself. What the heck? She paralyzed herself after missing. That doesn't make any sense. Lena, why? No. Basically, Galef will eventually get absorbed into the big mouth on the side. So I would prefer if that didn't happen. So I'm just gonna keep erasing Galef. So just to keep knocking us out, I guess. So, by the way, normally attacking yourself, you cannot miss. Fun fact. This version disagrees, evidently. And also, normally, if you don't hit your whip attack, again? That's a 10% chance to miss, dude. Come on. But yeah, this version disagrees. Let me just manually do this. Okay, now I'm gonna hit myself for more damage because that's fine. Yeah. That's so silly. You know what actually would also be kind of fun, but that's not a thing in this game. If you would just deal more damage the closer you are to the enemy. So Galef here could theoretically deal way more damage because instead of the front row, he is in the frontest of rows, you know? And it's not actually how it works, but it would be kind of funny if it did. Front row and back row still apply the same as usual. Now notably, depending on whether you are in the front row or started in the front row or back row, you actually can get dragged, or need to get dragged one more extra time in order to be absorbed by the big mouth on the left side. It's not as easy to hit yourself as you think it is. Normally it is guaranteed. That's why. Anyways. So it's technically possible that the zoo actually missed via chance of hit thing. But it's also entirely possible that this is considered percentage-based damage that does not affect bosses or enemies flagged as heavy in this version. So normally, releasing 4 zoo enemies in one round is literally 100% of the enemy's HP. Maybe minus some HP based on rounding. All status, I think Ferris is immune thanks to the ribbon. so probably the perfect person to get hit by that. Anyways, we could throw shurikens instead if we feel like it, but I think we have still enough damage to knock this guy out anyways, so it'll be fine. You know, the zoo was supposed to be my trump card I have in my back pocket to dish out 5,000 damage to bosses like this guy or even more. Evidently that just doesn't work. It's so inconvenient. Message retracted? I didn't know that was a thing. How are you doing, Yaga? I'm doing quite alright. I think your autocorrect is keep writing as Yada though. Welcome to Humberto Montes, or welcome back I guess. Hope you're doing well today. Have you done the post-game on Final Fantasy V Advance or on mobile before? I've done it on the Game Advance version before. As an extra incentive while BGTO2 as well as 7 Sins were playing through Final Fantasy V, they had a very interesting rule set where they were also not allowed to run away from combat at all. So I just played alongside that, and one of their incentives was to clear the extra dungeon. And that's the first and only time I've completed that one. I had access to every single job at the point, so my strategy ended up just being use dual wielding Osmose Blade to run the enemy out of MP entirely with rapid fire, and afterwards just deal the damage, which pretty much worked across the entire board it seemed. Also, by the way, that was 11 minutes ago. I'm so sorry, I'm terrible at reading chat in time. Sorry, Humberto Montes. If I miss anything in chat or anything like that, feel free to yell at me or just say, hey, Yaga, hello, you forgot to answer. I'm not doing this intentionally, I'm just terrible at reading chat in time. I tend to get really in the zone, if you will, trying to do commentary and gameplay at the same time, trying to be informative as well as a bit of entertainment. And thank you, I guess. But yeah, Miss Paralysis is just weird. I'm pretty sure the Chain Whip does have like an innate 10% chance to miss, so it's not particularly likely. But apparently it can happen twice. And then you can still paralyze yourself. On the bright side, it's literally just informed me whether the paralysis effect from the whip can still take hold or not. This also means that in this version, we have guaranteed access to the Beastmaster's ability to paralyze. You just attack with the whip or the chain whip. Then again, you can only really do it as a freelancer. This should be easy to get to Guido's cave, I reckon. Much easier than swimming. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Alrighty, with this team we don't really have any reason to fight the Metamorph enemies, so I think we're just gonna run away. And the way we're gonna run away is by actually equipping Galuf with the smoke ability. We haven't used this one so far. Also, we don't get fully healed, of course. Because why would we? Ability, give Galuf the smoke ability, and also I'm going to take away Ferris' speed, I guess, a little bit. Give her probably the power ring, give you the elemental. Also, I guess I'm gonna turn Bugs back into the Beastmaster. Then again, the catch and release might not be nearly as useful as it otherwise would be. But I think it would still be interesting to have a second person with the ability to catch and release creatures. Do I need control for anything? Not until Exdev's castle. That's a fair bit in the future. Hypnochrome. Job, Lena, you go back to being a white mage for now. Throw stuff. You do not get the Cornaga Gourd or the Hypnochrome. You get the gold hairpin. I guess technically if she gets a new weapon sometime soon. Power Sash. Not a gourd for you, just in case I do end up catching things. There we go. Also, we cannot save out down here. But because this version kinda made me paranoid, I'm just gonna go and save anyways. It only crashed once at the very beginning, and ever since then I'm just like, oh, what if it crashes again? How do I dive? Oh no. Oh, it's T on the keyboard. I think, wasn't it Omaga's playthrough which got cut short by virtue of not being able to elevate or sink the boat? Was it? Alrighty, welcome to Guido's cave. There's only 2 types of enemies in here. That's not technically true. But practically only 2 types of enemies in here. It's either the slimy enemies that are weak to fire. We could just throw flame scrolls if we feel like it. Or we could just run away. And the other enemy we can find in here is Metamorpha. Metamorpha have, like, technically speaking, only 3, or the ability to transform in up to 3 different creatures. So there's like 4... What? No, stop. Why do you immediately ask me whether I want to pick it up again after I put it down? That's weird. Anyways, Metamorpha enemies have the ability to transform into 3 enemies. Cast 1 attack and then transform back into Metamorphos. They also have 7,000 HP, give 5 experience, almost no ability points, almost no money, so it's not terribly useful. Let's see, let me actually see. Place the large stone in the box. I press yes, and then I press nothing else. Okay. I must have just held down maybe the confirm button, and it immediately interacted with the box again. Anyways. Galuf, we run away. Smoke! It's kind of funny. We wait until the smoke dissipates, and then we run away. I mean, it still works. Smokey is like scram, or flee, from the thief. It just allows you to guaranteed run away from enemies. Very convenient. Especially in more dangerous areas. Although this is not really a dangerous area. Oh, by the way, if you want to farm these Metamorpha enemies, they do have a Staff of Light as a drop. I guess I could try to get one. You know what? Let's not run away. Because... Wait, let's run away right now. But we actually could farm these guys, because they are also weak to water, if I'm not mistaken. One of the few enemies that is in fact weak to water. So I'm gonna give Galuf light magic, so we deal more damage again. So yeah, the Staff of Light, you can break it and cast Holy, dealing absolutely massive damage. Water Scroll, Water Scroll, Water Scroll. By the way, these enemies don't do anything in their very first turn. And then they do something in the second turn. They have 7,000 HP, mostly not worth fighting, but if we would like to get a Staff of Light rare drop, haha, first try. That's crazy. That's very convenient. I think the Staff of Light also has slightly better magic power. Yes, +2. I wonder whether the Staff of Light actually deals holy elemental damage in this version. It does not in the other version, by the way. At least... Wait, maybe it does. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, we just get the Staff of Light first try. It's fun to poke a turtle. You know, even if this wasn't Sage Gita, I would kind of question Butts' morals when somebody tells him that, hey, turtles don't like when they're getting poked like that, but it's fun, and continues poking. Man, this sprite, if you don't know that Sage Gita is a turtle, this sprite just looks weird. It's like a little guy that has no torso and just two legs sticking on the side. Then there's just the neck and the head. Standing in front of a rock or something like that. And we get the brunch. It just feels like all of these cutscenes are in slow motion. I don't know why, but everything just feels a bit more slow and sluggish in this motion. Receive the Guardian brunch. You're not actually supposed to put that on your head, but you're supposed to actually hold that in your hand. But it's okay. Hello, welcome as well, Recordactylus and Sneakers Osned. Welcome as well, Northwix. Puts the branch on head, I'm a hero. Hello, welcome to you from Switzerland. Hello to South Korea, I hope you have a nice day today. Or I guess nice evening, because I think it's nighttime now. And thank you, Recordactylus, I hope you have a lovely day as well. So yeah, I'm just seeing if I can get more stages of light from these guys. Because that would be a lot of damage to X-Step very easily. More so than actually throwing scrolls. Although throwing scrolls already is really good damage, so I'm not complaining about our damage output, but we can always do even more. Kinda weird that these metamorph enemies are weak to water and wind. Also, they are called just metamorph. If you have a blue mage in your team, one of these metamorphs can transform into a world demon, which casts Eroga at your team. This is the earliest you can get Eroga, so to speak, and it's a really good, like, offensive wind space spell for a blue mage. I mean, I think it's the blue mage's best single target offensive spell. Might also be the best multi-target offensive spell. No idea. Yeah, it immediately interacted with the chest again this time. I guess it buffered my confirmation input. I was just mashing through the dialogue. You know what? Just keep throwing the water scrolls, it's fine. Oh, vampire. Maybe it's not that far. Do they counterattack with vampire? Once again, vampire is half of their currently missing HP in damage. Apparently it's still good enough to knock them out. Alrighty, and that's everything here. Let's move on. I don't think there's much of a reason to go and defeat Catoblepus, because we don't really have a summoner. And there's no summoner in our future either. I need to press the correct button to ascend. Welcome to More. More is where we can buy a substantial upgrade to our magical arsenal. In Pure Raga, if you single target Pure Raga, it is a full heal no matter how much HP you have, and multi-target it's just really strong healing for everybody. We get Shell, halving all magic damage received, which is incredibly insanely good, and also doubles your, or well, halves the enemy's chance to hit you with chance to hit spells. Blink just negates 2 physical attacks entirely. The ability that the ninja learns, called Image, is the exact same thing. However, Image is just an entire ability slot that you need. Where we could just cast, you know, White Magic, Blink instead. It does cost MP though, so... Well, Berserk will berserk your character, making them deal 50% more attack damage, but also if you use it on enemies, they literally can't do anything aside from physically attacking anymore, which pairs really well with having the ability to just entirely negate physical damage entirely with Blink. And then Reflect. This reflects a lot of spells. A lot of spells also straight go through Reflect, but a lot of spells get that treatment too. Anyways, then we could buy Wind Daggers. Do we want any Wind Daggers? Do I care for Wind Daggers? I don't think we care for Wind Daggers with this team. I'm gonna buy one in case I choose to use it when unleashing Sildra. Although I am kinda curious if daggers work twice. Here we also get another Mangouche. 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks if you equip it. And since I'm not really attacking with physical weapons anyways, I should probably just equip the Mangouche. Normally, only 1 Mangouche works, even if you equip 2 of them. I don't know if that is true for this version or not. I'm actually not entirely sure how to test it either. Then we have a slight increase in defensive stuff if we wanted it. But I think I'm just gonna buy 1 Luminous Rope for our White Mage for increased defenses and magic offense too. And that's all we need. Everybody else can just keep rocking the plus strength equipment instead. Diamond equipment reduces lightning damage received by half, but there's not too many enemies that actually throw lightning damage around, so it's not usually a big concern. Although I will say, the certain yellow dragon encounters in Excess Castle are significantly easier if you have characters that just half lightning damage received. Welcome to the Forest of More. I never remember where the stuff is in here. So, I believe all of the enemies in here are susceptible to fire? I'm actually not sure. Do these Gala Jellies absorb fire as healing? They might. They do. What about water? They also absorb water. Okay, so taking these guys out is gonna be a bit of a nuisance, so we just run away. There's plenty of encounters in here that we can just easily knock out instead otherwise. Alright, Galef, heal us all please. Thank you. There's a bunch of chests in here that contain a bunch of money. I just never remember where they are. I think I already missed a 2,500 gold chest in part 1. There's like, what, 5,000 gold in one of these? I'm pretty sure this one is further to the east than the exit still. Oh hi. This is where we throw flame scrolls. And more flame scrolls. And more flame scrolls. Because the trees are weak to fire, although the mini mages are not. But they don't really survive that much more either. There's the money. Oh, 9,500 for this one. we go through here. Chest on the left is a cottage, this one is a chemist drink. These Gala jellies just absorbing all sorts of elements are pretty annoying. We could throw a shuriken. Let's actually throw the old mithril knife, shall we? Yeah, that just knocks it out. Kind of funny. Elixir. The Gala jellies don't have much HP. Nice block. I'm a bit surprised this guy at the bottom here survives 2 scroll throws. There's a Morningstar. The Morningstar is the White Mage's strongest physical offense weapon. It doesn't mean much, but I mean it's a significant upgrade over the Flail, which was the only other weapon the White Mage had as an offensive weapon until now. Minus the occasional Staff of Light drop, I guess. Alrighty, so we could pick up this shield here. It's an Aegis shield, a good all-around shield. But I'm gonna get another one before that ever might be relevant. And the Flame Shield, which is what you get when you wait until the fire burns everything down to a crisp, sells for a lot more money. So we're gonna go for a Flame Shield. Mr. Mogul, I'm burning here. There we go. In the Super Nintendo and Game Advance version, the Moogle actually gets delayed every time you interact with the fire. It might in this version too, but I'm really not sure. Also, it just Goomba stomps us into the hole. Thanks, Mr. Moogle. At least we're not getting burned. Also, it's a convenient full heal if you want one. Mr. Moogle, I'd like to go through. Koopa Koopa. There's nothing to do but wait. In the Big Sword Master, you can just talk to him and then you go immediately outside. There is no waiting in the Big Sword Master. Which is arguably a good thing. Because if you play this game for the first time, you're not sure what you're supposed to do then here. Like, what is there a different exit? Am I supposed to go through the cave to find a different exit, maybe? Or is there something in the walls that I need to go to? I need to go and talk to the Moogles again? Oh, he tried to go to the right specifically. Flame Shield. Everything is a little bit smoky here. Feels like I can get ash. You know what? I'm just gonna run. Thanks to the power of White Mage, we should not have too much trouble dealing with the enemies here. I guess also thanks to the power of Ninja giving us... You can't go to the left side here? Why? Thanks to the power of Ninja, we should also not have any trouble dealing with them either, because we gained a lot of levels along the way, just knocking out enemies very efficiently and easily. So the power of Ninja just makes your everyday encounter so much more convenient. As well as boss encounters too. Let's see, the Pixel Remaster's cutscene here is not particularly impressive. I think it's literally just a fade out and then suddenly there's a path. But in other versions you actually visibly see the landscape shape and reform to let you through. Kinda like this. I think this is much nicer, isn't it? The forest literally making an effort to let you go through. Alrighty, Gala. Heal everybody, and that's all we need, right? Anything else we want? Well, we'll see whether this is gonna go all that well or not, because this is an encounter that, if you don't plan for it, it might catch you off guard with how difficult it absolutely can be. Welcome to the Steel Guardian encounter. Each one of these little crystals has 7,777 HP. Each aligned with a different element. Top is fire, bottom is earth, right is water, well, aquarate technically, and left is wind. And I am curious, and I don't know if these things can be damaged by water. Let's see. Okay, they can be damaged by water. So that was one attack from Galaf. I think we are going to defend with Ferris. We're going to start casting Protect on everybody. Actually, Shell on everybody, excuse me. Not Protect. Then you throw an additional water spell. So, the rightmost crystal doesn't take damage because it absorbs water as healing. I wonder whether Aquarate in this version is in fact water element. Could be. So that is 2 scrolls thrown. 660 damage. So that's about 1,700 damage right now to all enemies. Well, except the first one. I need to keep track of how much damage I deal. This is gonna be about 2,700. And I think it should just be below the threshold that we need it to be. So we're just only going to throw scrolls with Galef from here on out. Because then we know exactly how much damage we're gonna deal. That is scroll number 3, 3,700. Which means they have 4,000 HP remaining. One more scroll thrown should get them to the threshold as to where they might start casting spells. So basically, these things are extremely dangerous. Let me also just heal up real quick. These things are extremely dangerous because they absolutely love to just throw all sorts of elemental spells at your entire party, dealing between 400 with the wind up to 800 damage to your entire party. We half that damage thanks to shells, so we should survive 1 or 2 of these spells, so we are probably okay. But we absolutely want to make sure that just in case one of these guys gets pushed over the threshold early, we have enough HP to survive. We're just gonna briefly wait until everybody gets their turn. Although we can also blind these crystals, so they miss 75% of their physical attacks, because all they do right now is physical attacks. Right, now, 1 water scroll from you. This should put them just about at 3,400 HP or some change. And none of them should unleash their attacks here. Okay, I think this is looking good. So next, we're gonna basically queue up throwing water scrolls with everybody at the same time. And the idea is that if we knock out these crystals before they can unleash their very devastating elemental spells at us. Let's see if we have enough damage. I didn't actually calculate it all. That is not enough damage, apparently. That's not good. We're dead here. Yeah, we survived that still, but we're not gonna survive the next one. Yeah. Alright, that was not enough damage. How much damage do we have with this team? And autosave. How convenient. So we might have to single target the crystals instead. Or we wait and heal up after the crystals go with Galuf or Lena. After they hit us like once or twice. Because we do survive 2 consecutive attacks, the third one is the problem. So we can also do that instead. Unless I just entirely miscounted. Which is also possible. Okay, I think this time what we're gonna do first is we're gonna shell and protect up with Galuf and with Lena. That way the little chip damage from the physical attacks is going to affect us significantly less. Especially on our less physically defensive characters. Protect for you. And then... how much damage do you do with a throw? Let's see. Protect for you. 600. That's actually less than Butts, isn't it? Again, 600 plus, let's say 700, that's about 1,300, slightly less. We could also separate killing all of them at the same time, I guess. Okay, that's about 2,000-ish damage. Probably a bit less than that. Roughly 100 less, I guess. You protect, then you shell up everybody. We could also cast Reflect to reflect Aeroga and fire 3. But if it bounces back to the crystals that casted it, they will get healed. But maybe that is preferable over the alternative, now I think about it. Alright. What was I saying? 3,000 damage? No, it was 2,000 damage, so this is about 2,700. Shell for you. Shell for you. 2,700. It's gonna be about 3,400. Right here, probably a bit more. Shell with you. I guess I could also Libra in order to check their exact HP. Anyways, heal up everybody to full. I could also just heal one of the crystals up to full as well. Anyways, I think what I'm gonna do here is the following. Defend with you. What did I say? 3,400? Let's say this one is gonna bring them to about 4,000 damage taken. So we are probably reasonably close to just pushing them over the edge at this point. So, I want Lena's turn to be last, because we're gonna wait with her in order to heal after we throw our spells at these guys. Then again, Lena already is a little bit low on HP, so maybe I wanna heal with Galuf instead. That seems reasonable. Lena has the best magic defense of all the characters. Actually, maybe Fairies has more, but she has even less HP. Alrighty, now. Water Scroll 1. Let's see if they attack already. They might not. Alright, they do not, so... let's wait one more cycle. Because of course I completely missed the part where I don't know how much HP they have at this point anymore. Right, the bottom crystal just moved. Throw water scrolls, which is good at this point. Water scrolls and water scrolls. And then we're gonna wait with Lena to heal after 2 spells arrive. This is one Eraga, this is the weaker one, which absolutely survived that one. And then the second one is the stronger one, Eraga. Then with Curaga, we should survive with everybody, just about. Then we can continue throwing our scrolls through the air shaker. So Eraga again. The wind crystal is the fastest one by a good amount. Actually, I should have healed with Galuf in hindsight. A bit late now. Hopefully this is gonna be enough. Okay, it was enough. Excellent. So then we can just throw flame scrolls at the last one. We could also just throw shurikens too. But it's fine. We don't need those anymore. Flame scrolls. Flame scrolls. Arguably flame scrolls would have been a lot safer too, because then we wouldn't trigger the strongest attack with the Fire Guard counter, or well, low HP attack. And it would only be the Fire Crystal remaining at the end, which we should be faster than it. Aqua Breath, we survived too, right? Yeah, easily. So even if this crystal goes a second time, which it does, we should be able to knock it out here. You know what, just in case, we're gonna take Lena's turn to heal instead. Alright, the power of White Mage allows us to just breeze through this no problem. Okay, and these guys have been defeated. We could have just focus fired on one crystal at a time with the high attack power of Ninja and wielding 2 weapons at the same time. They would probably be able to dish out about 1,300 to 1,400 damage with physical attacks in the front row, no problem. And I mean, worst case scenario, we could just hope for or wait for a sword stance to proc before we nuke the crystal from just above 3000 HP remaining down to nothing remaining anymore, or we just throw shurikens at it, which should deal like 2000 to 2500 damage to them, maybe even more depending on your levels. Are we gonna do a dragon shield grind? Shield dragon grind? I mean, we could. Lord XTF is like really mean. That's one way to put it. Welcome to Green Alder Gaming. Hope you're doing well today. We could do Shield Dragons if we wanted to. We don't really need to, because Ninja is just that strong. But we could. I was gonna unleash the Zeus on XDev, but there's a high probability that this just doesn't work in this version, so I might just stick to keep throwing items at ninjas. You like how X's sprite looks bigger? I agree. It just makes sense that way. XDev! Although Gallo's sprite is just entirely red here instead. Alright, welcome to the battle where Gallof cannot die. Literally. Until afterwards, where he canonically, unfortunately, does kind of take a long time nap. I'm gonna move to the front row with you. So we need to deal about 7,500 damage in order to advance the story. And once again, I'd like to point out, look at this enemy sprite. This is great, like genuinely. This looks awesome. Sword stance. Haha, wait. Why did you attack one more time there? You only have 2 weapons, Gallop. Wait. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I think I see what happened. Sword stance attacked with the dancing move. And if Sword Stance discovers you have 2 weapons in your hand, it attacks with both, dealing effectively 4 times damage with both each. But then Gallof still had the second hand to swing his weapon with. Oh, no. Yes, Gallof with the heavy status, pretty much. Like again, the sprite work that they redid just looks great. Why are you on items, Gallof? We don't need to heal you. You literally can't die here. Oh, you just absolutely destroyed XF. Holy crap. This is normally a lot longer of a battle. But Gallof decided to just end it with a 1 in 8 sword stance chance. Plus an extra stab for good measure, I guess. I guess we will be able to have like a dual wielding dancer at the end. Gallof was just flexing. Gallof's flame has flickered out. You know, Final Fantasy V is not necessarily remembered for its grandiose storytelling or in-depth plot or anything like that. But it does have its moments. Alright, welcome to the old iOS Livestream version. What is so bad about it? Well, let's put it this way. The user interface in combat looks horrible, with all of these overlapping text boxes overlapping over the things you're trying to see. Because this was originally for a phone/iOS mobile device, they kind of had to, of course, make the buttons large enough so you can easily touchscreen the buttons. It makes sense. They just didn't adjust it at all for when they released it for PC and Steam. It is more or less a straight, like, just put it on PC and that's it kind of thing. Aside from that, it is a port that was, or like a remake that was made on the cheap, like very evidently by, well, let's just say, look at it overall. It is, what's the word? It has a bad reputation for a reason, and that bad reputation is earned. However, because of that, I suppose, I do kind of enjoy just looking at the things this version actually does really, really well. For example, the enemy sprites look amazing. And even the character sprite, if you can get around them just looking like a Lego figure, standing like that every time. The enemy sprites are, the cactus sprites for jobs are also pretty good overall. Like anything that they remade with the sprite work, in my opinion, looks really good. Except for the textures on the ground, of course. Like this ground here actually is pretty nice as well, now I think about it. But there are some notable exceptions, like the meteor, where there's just repeating tiles that make no sense. Are you using a keyboard or controller? Can you remap keys freely? You cannot remap keys in this. There's not even an option to see what the keybinds are, and I am using keyboard. So yes, again, it has a bad reputation for a reason. Welcome to Nacho Yakupu. Hello, good luck with the cursed version Fiesta. Thank you. But yeah, basically use double ASD to move around. It is G to confirm, H to back out of menu, J to open the menu, and it's U and T for, and Z, well, Y for on your keyboard, T, Y and U on for various other actions. I think U is for running away, and is also to elevate your airship into the air higher up, as well as the submarine to the surface. T is to go down, and Z I think is to run away in combat. I'm not sure it has much other use though. It might. Anyways. I'm always paranoid about running out of scrolls to throw, even though you pretty much never run out of scrolls to throw. I guess we did throw a lot of water scrolls, huh? Or did I not stock up all the way to 99? Alright, and that's everything here. Let's move on. That sounds confusing. It actually kind of makes sense. Like, the keys for how they are mapped by default, I think is actually quite fine, for what it's worth. Also, I think I need to switch over the characters, because unfortunately Galef is no longer with us, so we have to switch over the sprite. Stream controls to displaying Kryl instead. Also, Kryl does not automatically assume the job that Galef had before, so we're gonna turn Gu into a ninja. Light magic, I guess, for extra magic power. And all of these are quite okay, actually. Let's actually take a quick look at all of the character sprites. Like, these are for Kryl. And because she has a bit of a different pose compared to everybody else, I do think these actually look pretty decent overall. If you look at all of the other characters, like Butts is just... he's falling over forward. This is not how you stand normally, but it is technically very accurate to the Super Nintendo version. You just don't think of the Super Nintendo version that way because, you know, the pixels are gigantic. They didn't have many pixels to work with, so it just looks really weird when they straight up upscaled the sprites from the previous version, which is what they did. And let me put it this way, I genuinely think the work they put into this, overall it looks good. It's just, the characters look like they're falling over forward. But besides that, again, I do genuinely think the sprite work looks really, really good. It's just strange that they decide to give them such a forward-leaning model on every single character instead of adjusting it. Like, you look at this monk. It's great. There's also a bunch of other mechanical things that are rather questionable in this version. Plus, it was prone to crashing, and some of the keyboard controls apparently just didn't work. That left Maggot stranded without being able to finish his run. Because he couldn't move the airship or the submarine up and down or something. But yeah. It's notorious for a reason. Yet, there's always something there, you know. Like the people that created this version, they didn't go in there with the intent of just making a cheap knockoff of a game that a lot of people played and loved one way or another in the past. Like, there's definitely a hint of they just didn't know what they're doing, in conjunction with nobody double-checked their work for quality control. So it's made on the cheap. But I do still feel like most games, almost every single game, honestly, the people that created them really tried. They might have just not had the resources to work with properly, though. You remember this version was really irritating trying to buy multiple items in a shop? Yes. There is no way to increase the amount you can buy items in multiples of 10 like you can in other versions, or you have to press the button down every single time to buy more than one at a time. So if you want to buy 99 potions, you click that button 98 times to increase it from 1 to 99. So yeah, a lot of questionable decisions. Honestly, largely mechanical in nature. Lord Kelger! He sent us his energy to turn the castle that looks like it is made out of rock and stones into the meat castle, as people like to call it. I wonder, is this what happens when you use a soft on a stone, or, well, if you use a gold needle on a stone or golem type character, they turn into this? Did Kelger just use like a gold needle on the entire castle? You. Kind of like before, the individual tiles for these sprites look good, but maybe not. They're not, like, especially in the lava on the right side, you can see it's just not particularly cohesive in how it looks overall. What a terrible thing to imagine. Yeah. No. Oh, hey. The Pixel Remaster knew that there was a hole that you can walk through here. This version didn't know that. I think that's the only version that doesn't have the ability to one-way walk through there. Then again, the Pixel Remaster allows you to also walk backwards, which is not quite how the original works, but amusing. Anyways, Magic Dragons, they have 3000 HP. I don't think they have any particular elemental weakness we can take advantage of. So we just throw scrolls at them until we win. They also have a rare drop chance for an elixir. The Hellraiser bunny rabbits, the red ones in the back, they cast Raise on, or well, Life Tune, one random ally after they go down. Normally they can't do that when all of the enemies die at the same time. However, in this version it might be different. Then we have Black Warlocks. These guys have, what, 2200 HP or something? And they love casting confusion, very inconvenient. And we get a power staff, that is their rare drop. It's a staff, wait. Wait. That's a staff? It's supposed to be a rod. Am I crazy? Isn't this normally a rod, not a staff? Why can you equip this? This uses berserks. Or, well, it casts berserk as an ability when you attack with it. Am I crazy? Is the power staff normally a staff? I mean, it might be crazy. Let's check. I'm just curious now. Alright, power. It's called power staff. And it is categorized as a staff. Wait, why did I think it was a... Oh, that's interesting. I thought this was a rod type weapon. But no, it's actually a staff. I was wrong. Plus points for accuracy to the original. I'm just getting confused. As usual, I have forgotten a lot about this game. Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure these Curl enemies are weak to fire. Also, when they're the last enemy remaining, they like to use Blaster, which is a 50% chance to instantly kill you or paralyze your character. One is a little bit worse than the other, as you might be able to imagine. So, White Magic, Raise, Cura. This chest on the right contains a Gale Bow, a very strong bow that has a 25% chance to use Rapid Fire when you cast it. Or when we attack with it, excuse me, my goodness. Brain. No drain, I'm saying brain. Rude. Alright, well, just heal everybody. Moving on. Let's see. Oh my god, it's just randomly sped up and slowed down. Actually, hold up. This definitely... Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Oh, good thing you are immune to Berserk too, Ferris. So, Moonflute berserks our entire party. These things have really high physical defense, and I don't know if we had any weapon equipped that could actually punch through their defense. So good thing Ferris didn't get berserked. Anyways, this definitely feels like exactly like the Game Boy Advance version. The Game Boy Advance version, it speeds up and slows down as well. But my assumption was always that's because the Game Boy Advance version is just intrinsically very laggy, rather than this being an intentional choice. But they clearly re-implemented this here. Or, as I have mentioned before, I think it could be that this version is literally just running the same code as the Game Boy Advance version, with just like a wrapper around it to exchange graphics and such. By the way, one of these chests contains a ice sword for a knight, the other chest contains a samurai sword. Don't know which one is which. And I don't need either. And if I accidentally stop the bridge in the wrong location, we get attacked by a variety of mildly annoying to mildly dangerous enemies. Then, in this next area here, I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna tell Butts to get control of the enemies. Because we will want to use that Hypno Crown for good purpose. Also, we want to catch a yellow dragon. Red dragon. No, use water spells, guys. It's kinda weird that these enemies are weak to water and ice. And are undead for some reason. Control! Missed. That's okay, Atomic Ray. Hits our entire party for absolutely massive damage, but I'm pretty sure you don't get another turn. Yeah. So it's fine. But we do have to heal up every time again. Wait, not a bit. Magic skills. Cure everybody. Get an elixir from here. And I think we just do the same thing again. Atomic Ray, he also does the same thing again. Rude. This is what I like to call Dragon Room. It frequently contains red dragons, 2 yellow dragons, single yellow dragons. And we learned how to equip whips on butts. It's actually an interesting ability because it does give you the Beastmaster's speed, well, agility stat, as well as strength. The Beastmaster doesn't have great strength or agility. In fact, agility is not even particularly high. It's just slightly above average. But we could technically put equip whips onto our white mage, and Lena would actually deal substantial damage with whips. Well, as substantial as it would be with us just throwing ninja scrolls for so much more damage otherwise instead. But normally it would be pretty decent. If you have a good whip. Which I guess the chain whip is a little bit outdated at this point. These reflect mages always have innate reflex status. I guess notably these atomic golems have a weakness to lightning, so I could have thrown lightning scrolls at them instead. But I was too lazy to exchange. Maybe I should exchange. Lightning scroll. Can also use a gold needle on these columns and they instantly die. Probably. Again, always up for debate whether this works the same in this version. Every time we step into lava we take like what? 50 damage? 150? I actually don't know. Never bothered to check. It's a lot of damage we take. And these rooms here are very dangerous. This is 3 blue dragons. And I did not bring... Oh dear. Are you weak to fire by chance? I don't think you are. No. These are... that's 3 blue dragons, by the way. This encounter is absurdly dangerous. Okay, we wanna control one of them, preferably. Can't control this one still. Never mind, we can't do that. 1 attacks, 2 attacks, that's good. Okay, none of them use their group attack for just breathing us to death. That is not what I was trying to do, Trial. I thought you could control these guys, but evidently a mistake. Ow. Ow. Let's run. We escaped! Yeah, this is the dangerous encounter in here. You know what? We're gonna put smoke on the butts now since we can't control the blue dragons. I figured we would survive 2 of these cross breaths. But no, we don't. They are just that strong. These things are absurdly powerful. Lena, you do have the gold hairpin. Also the main reason why I am frequently just healing everybody. Rather than just walking carelessly like I usually do. Money! I don't think I needed that money. This is one of these chests that, you know, 8,000 gold for a few steps out of the way. Sounds fine, usually. But... considering the room you have to walk through, where you continuously take floor damage, and then the enemies afterwards are super dangerous too, maybe not the best place to go through. Also, Kryl is out of MP, and Lena is too soon as well, but we're also through the room. Nice. Oh my god. This gives you exactly tile-based movement. and it feels terrible. I am holding down the button, by the way. Also, we still get encounters at... No, not sure if it's fingers. We still get encounters at, like, exact increments instead of tile-based. Are we off grid now? Oh, we can walk a tiny bit off grid. This is just terrible movement. I'm holding down the button, by the way. This is as fast as you can go when you hold down the button. And it just feels incredibly jank. That's crazy. I believe later in the pyramid it's gonna be just as janky. Thankfully there's not that many sections in this game with this kind of movement. Alrighty, everybody's back at full HP and MP thanks to the cottage. Good thing XDev decides to put a save point right before his room. Very convenient. We also get a partisan. I think that's just a strong spear. I don't even know if you can throw it, but you can definitely throw the Fuma Shuriken. Fuma Shuriken is the strongest throwing weapon in the entire game. Well, you throw it once and it's just gone afterwards, but you know, it's still the strongest, technically. I will probably accidentally throw it. I can see that coming already. Anyways, excuse me. Let's see. I could try to catch a magic dragon. Let me actually go ahead and try to do it real quick. Do you have the Konagu board equipped? You do. Let me catch a magic dragon real quick, because theoretically this works really well against the upcoming Gilgamesh encounter. Theoretically. There we go. Okay, so how do I do this? This thing has... Actually, it's 2,900 HP, isn't it? Let's throw a lightning throws idea. It's 1,100 damage. And this should already be enough. We only need to get it below half, thanks to the Konaga gourd that we have equipped. And with this, we have a magic dragon. If we release it, it casts flame. 25% of the enemy's maximum HP is just gone. It normally works on bosses, even if they're heavy, but this version might disagree with that. Let's see. Because we've used it, or tried to use it against Atmos earlier. It's technically possible he just resisted it, but this Gilgamesh here we have to deal like 14,000 damage to, and then he goes into phase 2. However, well, we'll see whether that's gonna be true here or not. Let's just keep throwing stuff at him as usual. Dance all days, you're just asleep. How inconvenient. Let's switch you. We already have a Mago. He's also really fast. And of course this version doesn't give you any breaks for trying the menu before. Enjoy your music. Right. Scroll. And let's see, release. Technically, he has way more HP, it's like 50,000 HP. So in normal games, this is 9,000, another 99 damage. It's still here, okay. So this works against him. And we should be basically already through his HP now. So maybe it was just a chance to miss with the Zeus wind attack. Buddy, you're supposed to do your dialogue now. Wait, did he use his dialogue as a counterattack? I think he might have done that. Wow, putting her to sleep. Oh, she resisted it. Good job, Lena. This both puts you to sleep and puts the old status on you. Dance Holidays only puts you to sleep. We're not exactly in danger of dying here, but I would like for everybody to not have to be used or well revived. Now we fight like men, and ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it is morphing time. Look at this guy. He is octuple wielding all sorts of things. Also, you can steal the Genji helmet from him in this form specifically. This is the strongest of swords. I feel so betrayed. You deal 0 damage with it. Because I think this game's attack power reduction is just weird. Oh, goodbye, Gilgamesh. Thrown into the rift. No. The cutscenes in combat are so much faster than they are in other versions. Well, I guess we're gonna see whether the Excalibur actually throws for the full damage. The Excalibur supposedly has 100 attack power, which is vastly superior to any other weapon you would have at this point in the game. However, the Excalibur also has the special ability to deal exactly 1 damage with your attack, no matter what you do. So usually it just deals 1 damage. However, for, well, programming related reasons, they probably just forgot that it was supposed to always deal 1 damage. And the throwing damage with the Excalibur is actually base 100 attack power, which is really good. It's not as strong as a Fuma Shuriken, but it's really good. Right. We have everything we need. Let's go and see if we can knock out the next step. Run away! The rabbit finds an ogre battling to flee from the food box. Fight it out, the ogre yells as he runs for liberation. Apparently, yeah. I mean, people suggest things for the food box to be put in there, and that can happen. So somebody put an ogre, or tactics ogre, or something related thing in there. Does sword dance also always deal 1 damage when holding Excalibur? You've never tried it. That's a very interesting question. Unfortunately, none of my characters can equip the Excalibur right now, but I assume so. But I don't really know. I just assume yes. I've never tried it, to be fair. Theria, yay! Thank you so much for 59 months of support. Welcome back for a long time, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Alrighty, let's give Butts the ability to throw as well. Do I want to rearrange things? I'm mostly considering that I would like to have another person as a white mage, or whether 2 is enough. I think 2 is enough. I think we're doing just fine here. Probably. Then again, this is gonna be a huge mess to try and survive against this guy coming up. So maybe I would want to have 1 more. Yeah, you know what? But you're gonna be another white mage for us. He's gonna be our main support here, if you will. And that'll be fine. Alrighty. XDev at the end of World 2. He has 32,670... No. 767. Is it 667? Anyways, he has 2 to the power of, what is it, 7 HP? 8, 9, 10, 15? Who knows? He has a lot of HP. Once he drops below 16,000 HP remaining, he goes into his phase 2, where he gets double turns. This guy is no joke. This guy is dangerous. Doom, 30 seconds to live. So that means Kryle's gonna go down sometime. In the meantime, we're just gonna throw stuff at him that we have. So let's see. We're going to begin by throwing a Fuma Shuriken. Over 4,000 damage. Then we also, notably, with Lena, we have a Staff of Light. There we go, Staff of Light. Select it and use it on him, breaking the Staff of Light to cast Holy. That's another 4,500 damage. He's already like 2/3 of the way into phase 2. Then, we're just gonna cast Shell on everybody as a priority. Reverse polarity. Everybody in the front row goes into the back row and vice versa. Very inconvenient. However, it's not actually gonna be that effective against us because we're just gonna use Image instead of Protect, negating his physical attacks mostly. As long as we get it off before he attacks. Alright, we're gonna throw the Partisan. This should be decent damage, although not as crazy as the previous weapons. Yeah, still almost 2000. Pretty good. 100 Gs, this means that we are no longer floating, if we were floating before. Which we weren't. Anyways. Then you use... Wait, why does he have regeneration? He has regeneration in the Pixel Remaster 2. Did they use this version as a baseline for this? Anyways, everybody's in the front row, so his physical attacks will one-shot us. Which is a bit of a problem. But once we have Blink on everybody, I think we're gonna be fine. Blink. And Blink. Crow is gonna go sometime down. Anyways, let's see the Excalibur. This is supposed to be the legendary Holy Sword ... question mark. This has normally 100 attack power, so it is stronger, a lot stronger than the Partisan we threw earlier. Except maybe it isn't. Let's see. Oh, it is! That was really good damage. Okay, Crow went down. That is exactly what we expected to be happening. And that's basically everything. So I guess at this point we just throw shurikens. He has Earthshaker. That is a lot of damage. This is why we have Shell. And we need Cryo to get healed up. 2 turns after Earthshaker, he will... Oh, you don't have Kuraga. 2 turns after Earthshaker, he will cast an area effect attack. You should have Kuraga. There we go. And then we just throw scrolls at him for the rest at this point. Scroll for you. And... Shell for you. And you would like to deal damage now, but you can't really do that because you don't have any way. Actually, no. You could do physical attacks, I guess. Anyways, just in case I don't refresh the image charges in time, I'm gonna cast Protect on the characters and just move them accordingly. You start throwing as well now, Cryo. Just throw lightning scrolls. And you know what? We are in the front row. We could dance with Ferris. Zombie Breath. Zombie Breath has a huge variety of how much damage, or variance on how much damage it can do. Okay, we don't have good weapon here. Zombie Breath has a huge variance on how much damage it can do, so it can deal anywhere from like 100 damage up to like 800, 900 damage. Of course, it's also halved by virtue of us. So you throw damage as well. It's also half by virtue of having shells, so we are generally quite fine. Okay, we're gonna have Butts just be the healer at this point. And everybody else just throws lightning scrolls at him. He doesn't have a particular weakness to lightning. Let's just throw at him. Also, he likes to now cast spells himself. These spells are very, very dangerous. And he also gets double turns now. So we just need to heal against it. This is where, if you had Reflect Rings, Phase 2 would be significantly easier because literally half of his attacks would no longer be able to affect you in any capacity. Well, I would like to once again point out that Exter's sprite looks amazing in my opinion. Okay. Oh, you don't have image either. How inconvenient. So you need to cast image instead. Or blink it is called in this version. Probably should also recast it on Lena. Because if it just double attacks the same person, we're in trouble. Just gonna protect everybody up. You know what, actually, Butts, you can go into the back row. So you're like the one guy that will survive basically all attacks, because I'm too lazy to move everybody else into the back row here. Okay, refresh blink on our dancer, because she will go down if she gets hit. There is no ifs and buts about it. Lightning throw from you, because you have the highest magic power. And you cast protect on the last person that doesn't have it yet. Who has a dancing dagger? Probably Cryle, right? Oh. He was in the back row, he did not survive anyways. Come back. We're gonna spend Lena's turn to actually recast. Yes. Varys just keeps attacking. Oh, he does not like him alive. It's fine. We just repeat the same thing we just did. It's fine. Look at the bright side. If he attacks Butts, then he's not attacking the characters. Ooh, she would not survive 2 of these. Let's cure Raga everybody. Back to full health. And we need to keep dealing out damage too. Arguably, maybe I should have not... Usually I try to rush through phase 1 in order to get to phase 2 as quick as possible, since that tends to be significantly easier to survive. Maybe that's kind of backwards with this team. In Blizzaga. Yeah, she does not survive 2 of these. And he can cast 2 of these if he feels like it. Anyways. So a Shuriken, that should be a bit more damage than previous. Magic. Ooh, you are out of MP soon. Blink. And you want Shell as well. At least you can cast that one. Yeah, nobody actually survives 2 spells in a row, it seems. That's a bit of a big concern. Raga again. See how much HP he has remaining. 3000, vulnerable to holy. Okay, we are almost there. We're almost winning. Are you winning? Yes, we are. It's okay, but just, I guess, whack them or something. Wait, did I not release the creature yet? I thought I did. Anyways, we win. First try. This guy is no joke. Like, he is genuinely a tricky battle, but if you know what you're doing, you can mitigate a lot of the stuff he is doing, especially if your characters, you know, that can mitigate the stuff he's doing. You tested in the Pixel Remaster, Excalibur does 1 damage with the sword dance. Thank you for sciencing. First try. And with this, World 2 is just complete. And I think we'll have enough time to go through a good chunk of World 3 too. 3-2. 3 as well. You think Castle Exdeath is the 2nd hardest mandatory boss in the game? Yeah, I am inclined to agree. You do have all the tools you need playing casually to defeat him. But at the same time, depending on your party in a Job Fiesta, stuff may be a lot easier or a lot harder. Okay, unequip you. And you're fine. But I guess I can't just sword stance Excalibur now because I threw it away, even if I wanted to. Oh well. I mean, it was also science to see whether it actually still deals the full damage, and it does, so they kinda carried that over. Lena, you're supposed... ah, never mind. She learned how to be on the throne from Galuf, I guess. It's so awkward that the cactus just stand. Completely Lego pose. Instead of sitting. Again, when there's smaller sprites, the pixels being much larger, it's not as obvious that this is what the cactus are doing because, you know, you have a bit of imagination, let that do the work. But here, the cactus are clearly just standing at the edge of the throne for whatever reason, instead of sitting down. Then at least wears a fancy dress like Ferris does, if you plan on standing on the throne. Oh, that's a comment on Lena. At least wear a fancy dress. Yeah. Alrighty. What about the girls? No way they can slip away, so we just slip away. Alright. And we leave. Also, other versions dim the music to be less pronounced when you're outside of the ballroom. Not in this version. Bit of a shame. Butch just gives her a friendly shoulder bump. And of course, as people tend to do, Kara just full-on kicks him to the side for it. I mean, she's strong enough to do so, evidently. Alrighty, welcome to riding a yellow chocobo. Actually, this is really fast compared to other forms of transportation, like, you know, walking. That is a bit unexpected that is this much faster. Alright, I'm not complaining though. Just surprised. Can we save without leaving the chocobo? No. True to the original, you have to dismount before you can save. What's this frog? Over there? I don't think that works. I don't think Jagabot is in the YouTube chat. Anyways, welcome to you. On Fiesta, I hope you're doing well. Do I need to switch up things? But spells. I think I'm gonna give Butts the ability to throw as well, just in case he discords Cryo. Because that's gonna be real annoying to deal with this guy. It'll be fine. Mostly annoying, just fine. Anyways, welcome to... Oi. Working hard. Yes, Boko is always working hard. So frogs are friends, not food. Please don't put them in the food box. Despite what the other guy said that we got the Konaga gourd from. Blue antlers? Why blue? Has this always been the case in this version? I mean, actually, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Huh. Now that you mention it, that does make a lot of sense. Anyways, this guy has 8,100 HP or so, and then he runs away. We're just gonna keep throwing stuff at him until he runs away. That's my entire plan here. He is mostly dangerous rather... excuse me, backwards. He's mostly annoying rather than dangerous. That's kind of the short version about this guy. Also, if he hits Kryle one more time, we have to heal. Actually, I probably should heal now. Because I'm not gonna be able to heal properly otherwise anyways. So... Wait, can't you berserk this guy? I think you might be able to berserk this guy. He also loves to use his Discord ability, halving our level, and consequently, absolutely demolishing our damage output whenever he does do that. So let's hope he doesn't do that. I think Digestive Acid is guaranteed on his like third, fourth, or fifth turn, whichever one it is. I think it just inflicts the HP leak status and deals a bit of damage, so it's nothing too dramatically dangerous. He's just very hungry. Now, we should be fine, probably just continue attacking here. Surely he's gonna run away soon. Oh no. Fine. Gonna revive her. And also fine, we're gonna heal. Because I did not count on how much damage I dealt in, so he might already be gone here. Oh, he is. That's alright. As I mentioned before, normally he's a lot more annoying than this. Like, he just absolutely destroys your damage output by leveling you, or halving your level. And then he just chips away at your health and everything. It's actually mildly difficult to defeat if you have particularly low level characters or particularly low damage output. But for the most part it's fine. Grab that rope, grab that rope. Having Kryle in the lead here is a bit strange. Bonk. Whee! Instead of getting pulled up, Kryle just climbs the rope like that. That makes a lot of sense. Just solo pulling it up a Chocobo is kind of impressive. Chocobos are big. Yep, fairies definitely works out. Alrighty, also, here is where we have a certain splinter in our key items. Can we even check our key items in this version? Well, I guess I'm about to find out. Let's see, items. Valuables are they're called here. We have the Guardian Branch, Whisperweed, mysterious grass that can transmit sound over a long time. Oh, that's the thing Caesar gave us. Pendant, map of the world. No, actually, they forgot to give you the splinter as your key item into your inventory. Not like the key items are ever useful for anything. I don't think they do much for you. But it's still quite amusing to learn that that key item does exist in other version, but I forgot it for this one. Master Splinter! Or Lord of the Turtles? It seems like there's quite the echo in here. You know, it's been a long time since I've actually read this dialogue. Guido just saying, we are quite slow on the uptake. These worlds used to be the same, but just repeats, the same? It seems there's quite the echo in here. But why did the world split? To seal the void. Void? I fear no matter how often I allude to your ignorance, my dry wit just goes over your head, so I will simply explain. 1000 years ago, there existed a presence of the strongest evil, Enua. Enua possessed the power to control the void. After a long and harrowing battle, the people were able to defeat Enua with the 12 legendary weapons. However, the void that Enua had created could not be erased. As a last resort, the people split the crystals into two. To maintain balance, the world split into two as well. The void was sealed within the space between the two worlds, the interdimensional rift. That means Exdev was telling the truth. He really did want to return to the world to how it used to be. However, without the crystals, the wind's power will never return, nor will that of the earth, fire or water. Ouch, the splinter really hurts. But yeah, this splinter was supposed to be a key item in your inventory for this brief stretch of the game. Anyways, at some point I was wondering whether this was gonna be here after the 12 legendary weapons are mentioned. Where Buzz just echoes once again, 12 legendary weapons? And then Guido goes, yes, 12, they are weapons, they are legendary, and there's even 12 of them. I bet we could take down Exdev with just 3 characters. The game just does not give me the opportunity here. Pew. Turtle. Whoa. Okay, I actually kinda like these effects. They added a little bit more. Whee. He just Falcon uppercut us into the next area. Still need a pizza joke there. Yep. Do you think I was sitting on my butt munching pizzas for centuries? Also, notably, the extra dungeon of this game allows you to battle Enua at the end, which was also mentioned just now. Enua being the originator of the void, I suppose, story-wise. I have to admit, when I battled Enua, I had no idea who that was supposed to be. Because I forgot all about the story of this game, I mostly just played it for fun instead. The legendary weapons used to defeat the warlock Enua 1,000 years ago. Legendary weapons? Sometimes I wonder if you say things like this just to spite me. Yes, the 12 legendary weapons. They are weapons. They are legendary. There are even 12 of them. And we get the book merger. You know, if you squeeze together two books, you get one bigger book, of course. That's normally what happens. You wish Guido had a portrait that was just a photorealistic tortoise. Now I'm kind of wondering what a tortoise would look like in Amano style. I wonder if there's like a picture of that somewhere out there. Alrighty, let's go. Wait. Okay, let me explain. I held up just now because normally you start in the room just below here after this cutscene, and because I wanted to go get the healing from the thing there. Also, I have to test something real quick here. Oh wait, I already messed it up. I needed to test this while I was still inside. To use teleport in the library to get to a place I definitely shouldn't be. That's fine. Let's see if we can avoid this cutscene. In the other versions, you just go one tile down, and you completely avoid the cutscene happening here. Well, I say other versions, Game Boy Advance, Super Nintendo, PlayStation. On the Pixel Remaster, you can't avoid this cutscene, it just drags you into it, and this one is kind of the same. I do actually wonder whether they used this version here as a basis for the Pixel Remaster. Because it definitely feels similar in some aspects. Hey look, the shifting sandlands are no longer shifting, they're just sandlands now. Alrighty, in order of operations, we're of course gonna immediately head over to the village of Moor. And over here we can get a very important and strong weapon. So let's see. Pixel Remaster forces a dialogue upon you. The other versions allow you to just pick up whichever box you want. Let's see which one this one is. Oh, we can just pick up the box. Found a chicken knife. This guy's just so creepy, turning into a skeleton. And running away. I don't know why he turned into a skeleton. Anyways, the chicken knife. It has attack power 1. +1 for every 2 times you run away over the course of your entire playthrough. So this means, at this point, the chicken knife may be the absolute strongest weapon, or it's just average. And in this case, I guess it's just average. Actually, it's not even particularly good, to be honest. So we need to run away from more encounters in order to power up the chicken knife some more. But also notably, the chicken knife, instead of using the broken damage formula for the agility buck, it actually uses the original damage formula for daggers, which basically, normally most of your weapons only scale with strength. However, specifically the chicken knife scales with agility and strength, making it, in some cases, just significantly stronger than even the brave blade, because the brave blade does only scale with strength. Alrighty. Let's see, we have these clowns. These are gargoyles. They have 5000 HP each, and if you defeat only one of them and the other one survives, then, well, the other one will just revive the one that went down with full HP. Very inconvenient. So, we are going to just try and see if we can knock them both down at more or less the same time, and that should be relatively easy by quite simply throwing around elemental scrolls at them. Probably easy. Hey Unfi, welcome over here. You do have a bit of a cooldown even if you try to pick an item that doesn't quite yet exist. Look, the sealed tome. It rips out a page, burns it up, and opens the door. How convenient. We didn't even need to know how this works. It just works for us. Anyways, ability trial. We're gonna give you smoke to run away, I guess. That seems reasonable. Although admittedly now nobody has white magic. It'll be fun. There's a bunch of things we could get in the pyramid here, but for the most part we don't really need anything per se, so I'm just gonna run away from everything. This button and this button. The first button opens the door at the bottom. Second button opens the door right here. Paralysis. Rude. These things are also weak to fire, if I'm not mistaken. But also they don't have that much HP, so it's fine. Plus they're undead. No, stop. Are they weak to fire? No, they're not. Never mind. Just keep throwing lightning scrolls, it's fine. Alrighty. We could pick up an additional shield over here, but I really don't need more money. And these chests are all guarded by various reasonably strong enemies. I guess we could just easily nuke them as a ninja. You know what? Maybe I should do that. Zephyrus, on the other hand, this is why I equipped the smoke ability. This lady has absurdly high physical and magical defense, and also evasion. So she is tricky to take down, and also tricky to run away from. All she does is summon a creature. Oh my goodness. You can do that on the stream? I didn't know you could do this on the stream. Is this normal? Thank you, Amphi. Yeah, I didn't realize this would be on stream. I'm all for fun, but I don't like it covering the entire stream, so I'll have to probably change that somehow. Anyways, I think that cost you some bits if I'm not mistaken, so I appreciate it. Let's see, are these weak to water or fire? I know they're not weak to light. No, don't go down, Cryo. Silly lady. You have like 2000-ish HP, slightly less than that. You're not weak to either. That should be definitely tuned down to abuse ability, yes. I agree. Alright, the ability, but... White magic. I didn't buy any high potions, so we just need to briefly turn somebody to be able to use magic instead. Ability, but... Throw again. Yeah, nobody uses these things. So I didn't notice Boost B would happening. It's probably a thing from the Streamlabs plugin I use in order to display stuff. And at some point it updated that this is just the default behavior, so Gigantify an emote also shows up on stream. That's fascinating. Thank you for letting me know, I appreciate that. I had no idea, nobody ever used that before. Alright, this chest contains an elixir. Okay, we can fight this guy. They are weak to lightning, so lightning scrolls should do good work against them. But they also have a lot of HP. Ah yeah, they have wave cannon. That's the thing that soul cannon uses. Half of our maximum HP is just straight up gone. And they also deal damage accordingly. Outside of that too. So, they're mildly dangerous, to say the least. Let's give Cryo white magic back. You can sort the abilities there? That's interesting. Oh, we out of MP. Oh. Did I not give you white magic? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Then... I think we're just gonna give Butts the ability to run away instead. In case we wanna run. If you step on these spikes, you get poisoned. Also take some damage too. Mostly because of the poison though. And Ryu Tempest, thank you so much for subscribing to the Prime thing. Ooh, okay, this is different. Welcome back. For 20 months, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Okay, so, in every other version of the game, you actually have to look at the enemy in order for them to engage you in combat. However, in this version, apparently, they just engage you in combat anyways, even if you don't look at them. So that's different. Chest on the left contains a dark robe. The chest in the top right of this room is a thorn nut, which gives you permanent HP sap status. But it's also heavy armor, so we couldn't even use it. It also has the highest physical defense of any item in the game, I suppose. These enemies, on the other hand, they are really fast. They also have pretty decently strong attack powers, but also a weakness to fire. So, about 3000 HP was it? But it should just go down here. Right, in the previous room there were 3 chests. Left had a shield, so that's for money. The one on the right contains a white mage robe, I think, which is not particularly useful for the most part because we're gonna have better robes afterwards. And the one in the middle contains a dark matter. Dark matter, notably, is a mix item for a chemist or cannoneer, which we could technically still get a cannoneer. There's more chests through the wall, the right and left. I don't remember what most of them contain, to be completely honest. I think one of them is like a black robe, which is actually good magic armor. We would want to equip that on our white mage. Just on the left are dark matters, also guarded by these upside down clowns. Zephyrus. We could defeat her with lightning spells, but I think I'm just gonna run away instead. Goodbye. Now notably, the creatures she summons are actually different than the ones that are... well, you normally encounter. If she summons a bio-soldier, it will... it actually would be a very interesting thing to get. Also, let's see if this room is just as janky as the one before. Oh yeah, the tile-based movement feels super weird and sluggish. And my character just barely moves. Of course, we cannot move diagonal here, like you can in the Pixel Remaster. That would be silly. Just very carefully. It didn't move a full tile anymore, because I was already off the grid. Oh well, it's fine. I wanted to go down here anyways, but preferably after going to the right side. Just on the left contains a Gaia hammer. Oh, wait. Do we have the Kanaga Gourd equipped on you? Oh, there's the guy that I actually want. I don't remember how much HP he has. Let's hope he survives 2 scrolls and then we can catch him. That's fine. Actually, just the least dangerous things he can do. Release? Wait, did I not catch something? I thought I released the Dragon against Dexter. 500 damage bio. Oh, that was 500 damage. That means that is 25% of its HP. So he has 2000 HP. That's good to know. Alright, we're gonna use a gold needle on this guy. He's just gonna go down for it. Can you summon another bio-soldier, please? I'd like to try and catch one. I already had one, dude, still. I just didn't realize I still had one. What? Wait! He didn't die. What? He's still here. He's not weak to lightning either. This guy's special. Let's catch him. Oh, never mind, we don't catch him. That was weird. Alright, let's try to not fall this time. Oh my god. I hold up. No, right. Holding up. This is as fast as I can go if I just hold. Oh dear. Alright. The other chest contains dark matters. Again, probably no use for us. Ow. Let's heal up. First rank. Escaped. We do have the ability to equip a ribbon if we want to, which I guess it will give us immunity to petrification. So maybe that would be helpful. The reason why that's relevant is because there is a chest that contains a ribbon right here. So we now finally have a second ribbon if we ever wanted one for some reason. Which, to be fair, White Mage in the late game with equip a ribbon is actually pretty good. Anyways, we're finally past that terrible room. And an elixir for us, and... hooray, we are through. I say that, but... nah, it's fine. First tablet! And Bahamut. Turns out, well, this island turns out to be Bahamut, which is an entire island. Or a peninsula, really. That's also where our flying airship was located earlier. And considering the, like, just gigantic shadow looming over the cactus here, you kind of get a sense of scale for how large Bahamut is supposed to be. Considering we landed on him earlier with our ship just being relatively small relative to that big guy. Unfortunately, that is not necessarily represented that way in his actual sprite when you either battle him or summon him. Hello, welcome to you as well, Eat It Up. We hope the goofy version run is going well. It's going, fine? Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's going quite alright. We got Ninja, which probably saved me a lot of headache, not gonna lie. Alrighty. I think after this boss I'm gonna take a break. I need some food. But first of all, we have a boss to battle. Also, we're gonna see Crab X-Def in action here, where he just shuffles sideways. He's probably just angry that everybody calls him a tree, but in reality he's just a crab. Sandwich. We've been live for 3.7 hours. At this point you should have consumed at least 1.2 sandwiches. That sounds about right. Anyways, this creature is known as Mary Jane. She is initially weak to fire, and then just randomly switches her defenses around whenever she feels like it. I should have had a second character be capable of casting white magic in hindsight. Anyways, she has 20,000 HP. And always starts out being as weak to fire. She has a weakness to fire, ice, lightning, or physical attacks. The physical attack weakness being notably literally just that she has 0 physical defense, rather than it actually being or dealing more damage. But at this point, anything that has 0 physical defense feels like you're dealing significantly increased damage to anyways. Alrighty. Or Melusine in this version. She can be confused. That is a thing. Let's see if we hit. Oh, we did it. And flame scrolls. Oh, you can't even throw stuff because I forgot to give you things to throw. So you're just gonna throw items around for healing. Lightning scroll? She's gonna heal. Why did you select the lightning scroll? The memory cursor in this version is absolutely bizarre. And now Cry was defending instead of attacking. You might think, oh, maybe it got confused with Bud's defending. But no, that's sometimes the game just does that in this version. No, not lightning scrolls. Like, it's not even at the top of the menu when it tries to select things there. It's so weird. Yes, again, the enemy sprites are probably, in my opinion, the highlight of this version of the game. As janky and questionable as a lot of the gameplay and mechanics and design decisions are, the creatures visually just look amazing, in my opinion. Automatically use the flame scroll. We should get through her HP sometime soon. And use another high potion. Confuse again. See, this is where it would be nice if butts hurt. No! I keep forgetting. Okay, so she's gonna switch forms here. Wait, no. No, she doesn't. If she uses 5-3, then she's gonna switch forms. That's... or fire a gas, excuse me. Fire a gas, she will switch forms. Good thing she doesn't actually cast any of the elemental spells on herself, otherwise she would be healing up a lot more than that. Physical attack is fine. It seems like Kryl and Melusine are exactly the same speed. I could just keep using potions so I can auto combat. That's a bit awkward. Is it possible to replace all of the Pixel Remaster enemy sprites with these ones if someone wants to go through the trouble of resizing them all to fit the game standards? We technically can't just drop them in, but they will be altered by the Pixel Remaster's parameters. Like a terrible filter? Or something? Or it is possible to replace all of the Pixel Remaster enemy sprites with these ones. If someone wanted to go through the trouble. Or that way around, okay. Alrighty. And Kryl now has also learned how to throw stuff. Excellent. Which means I think we could rearrange our party for Farius to be our ninja again. And Lena has joined us. Funnily enough, she does join at the bottom of the party. In this version. Also, she does join completely knocked out. Kind of like she does in other versions, except Pixel Remaster. Pixel Remaster just revives her. No dialogue. She's just back in as being part of the party. Alright everybody, I need to go and grab some food, so I will be taking a break here. So, thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking, and I will be back in, I don't know, 10-15 minutes. Alrighty, I'm back. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome back to you as well. I hope people that watch the VOD later are kind of fast forwarding through these breaks, or maybe you're just enjoying the music. Why not? Hello. Let's head over to... well, Bud's getting really angry at the world getting torn apart. Understandably, I would argue. And then we are out into World 3 proper, if you will. Ideally, I would be able to complete this run today. But we have a lot of stuff still to do. Mostly because then I would have tomorrow morning, or also to try and set up for the PlayStation version. I'm to figure out how I'm gonna play this. I actually remembered that I cannot play my PlayStation disc in the PlayStation because it's an US PlayStation and the disc is PAL region, so they're incompatible. So I'll need to figure out something else. Use a CD drive from your computer and emulate it but play from disk. That was my hope, but I don't know if there's a CD driver available anywhere in my house currently. I actually forgot to check, to be honest. But my PC does not have an internal CD drive anymore, so I would need a USB CD drive, which, you know, they work pretty well. But I would need to grab one. We once had one somewhere, but I have no idea how old that thing is by now. Whether it still works or whether we even still have it. So we'll need to see. But yeah, that was the plan. Excuse me, that was the plan, and I'll just need to figure out whether that still works. Also, I have coffee. Oh my goodness. That's so much faster than in the other versions for him to get angry. But it's not nearly as big of an effect without the crashing sound effect of the ship just not being there. That's just weird in this version. Parts finds the hyper overdrive in the iOS, apparently. Okay, order of operations. We're briefly gonna go ahead and ride Boko around the world, see if that actually works immediately. Or whether you actually have to talk to the guy first, like you have to do in the Pixel Remaster in order to actually gain the actual extra reward. Then, we do have the ability to defeat shield strengths if we want to. Just need to ability, but control. And just in case I decide to instead run away, we can put the runaway ability onto Lena. So order of operations. We're going to go in here, grab 3 weapons that may or may not be useful. Also, let's see if this guy has a pot still. Yeah, he still has the full heal pot. Thanks, sir. Then the encounters in here are kind of potentially problematic. Wait, the music changes. The music is supposed to continue into this battle with the next Death Soul, instead of changing to the battle music. I think they didn't get that memo. That's okay. Anyways, we can grab 3 of the legendary 12 weapons with this tablet. So, which ones do we pick? Well, which ones can we use? We can use the Fire Whip, we can use the Siege stuff. Man, these look weird behind those blue fences, but I guess it kinda makes sense. But you would just kind of hope that it would be a bit more visually clear as to what they're representing, I guess. We can also use the Sasuke's katana because we do have a thing. Anyways, let's just pick up this one. If you use this as an item in combat, it will not break, but it casts a raise basically for free. It also allows you to deal 8 times damage, ignoring defenses. Always guaranteed hitting to undead enemies if you attack with the Sage's Staff as a weapon, and it boosts your holy elemental damage, or well, it boosts your holy damage, I suppose. There's not a whole lot of holy elemental here. By 50% if you equip it. Of course, right now we don't have holy, but we're gonna get there. Elemental for you. Actually, I forgot that it's in equip Lena yet. Then the Fire Whip, or Fire Butte, whatever you want to call this thing, the Fire Lash in this version, has I think a 1 in 3 chance to cast Fire Raga when you hit an enemy with it. Although I will guess that in this version you don't need to hit the enemy with it for it to possibly trigger that ability. That's kind of my guess. I don't know if that's true or not, but I guess we might see. Then, what else do we have? Ferris. You can't really use anything useful. So I guess we're just gonna give you the Fire Lash. It's not like I'm attacking much with you anyways, aside from throwing stuff. And then we can use this one. This is Sasuke's katana. It's a ninja weapon. It has decent attack power, but the highlight of this weapon is mostly that it just has a 25% chance to block physical attacks. It's kind of a boring weapon in that sense, that it doesn't do anything unique or special, but that's true for a lot of the legendary weapons. Oh my. Magus, thank you so much for the raid and welcome everybody. Welcome to the questionable, the marvelous, the fantastically notorious iOS mobile port version of the game that was released on Steam and is no longer on sale for what may or may not be obvious reasons. We are currently playing through our 4th Fiesta, this version, and we just arrived at grabbing legendary weapons, so I have 3 of them now. Probably. But hey, if anybody does not know El Magus is on his, what, like 15th run now or something crazy like that? He's basically doing a full Job Fiesta run per day. Or even more sometimes. Like, it's crazy. He just breezes through the game at a breakneck pace. And it's kind of fun to watch on the side. Anyways, my side entertainment gone. If anybody does not know El Magus, make sure to follow him and watch him as well. 1000 Fiestas. That's a lot of Fiestas. Shield Dragon. So this is the reason why we have our... Oh, this is inconvenient. You're just gonna knock yourself out. That's very inconvenient. This is the reason why we have the smoke ability. Because it allows us to actually run away from this guy. This is an encounter that is really tough to run away from. So, you might actually see one thing on this version. And, oh my god, Salt Me Breath too? Oh! Oh no! Yeah, this is a problem. I forgot he had Zombie Breath. Good thing you only have a Mangush. Should have. Yeah. Wait, why did the holy... Why did it use eye drops? Memory cursor, please. It doesn't memorize things. Control. The enemy's under your control, okay. I don't know why the memory cursor in this game is so bizarre. How inconvenient. Anyways, my goodness. We almost died here. So this guy, if you control him, he can either attack himself, which will knock him out of the control, or he can blaze himself. Blaze is 25% of his max HP just gone. Unfortunately, he has an uneven amount of HP, so 4 attacks with Blaze are not gonna knock him out, but 5 will. So this is the power of control. You can literally just take control of an enemy and they can't do anything about it unless you get your Beastmaster knocked out or you physically attack the enemy out of being controlled. Okay, this encounter was available in World 2, and if you ever need to grind levels, this is a really good place to grind levels if you have a Beastmaster, because that was 2,500 experience per character. So yeah, it's really good. But of course, mildly dangerous. Memory cursor is a mess in this version. It is absolutely a mess. Anyways, we get the yellow Chocobo, and navigating this when you can actually walk diagonal is so much nicer. By the way, this version does not keep you on a grid. You know, the Pix Remaster allows you to go diagonal too, but it still keeps you on a grid. Like, so you walk one tile, but this version you can walk pixels if you want to. It's really weird. Anyways, we're gonna do a world tour on our yellow Chocobo. This would theoretically complete a side quest that will allow us to grab a free, well, quote-unquote free, opportunity cost and all, Mirage Vest from Mirage Village. So in order to get there, we have to just walk around the world once on a yellow Chocobo. That's it. We also picked up the magic lamp, which allows us to use summon spells, starting at the strongest summon, Bahamut, then just goes down the list. Then next is Leviathan, and then Odin, which by the way, Odin is the reason why we pick up the magic lamp, because it's always the instant attack or instant death variant of Odin, rather than the also potential physical attack version. Or at least, that's true in other versions. I don't know if this is true for this version. They might actually just straight up summon Odin. And we're gonna have a little spear at X-Def, then no clue what to do against the magic part. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. Which version is this? This is the old Steam version, / mobile iOS version. That was released when Square Enix released a lot of cheap remakes. Cheap in every sense of the word. Well, I guess actually mostly in the budget sense of the word. Yeah, you can no longer buy this one even if you wanted to my knowledge. Anyways, let's go into Mirage Village. Hopefully. There we go. And in here, we're gonna buy a bunch of things. First of all, I think we can get Dispel Magic. Not from you, the other one. And yes, actually does have advanced jobs in this game, which is what we're gonna be using, which is why I have to do all the things on the side too. Right, we can buy Dispel for 10,000 gold and a Rise. Dispel allows you to just dispel status effects from the enemy, which is really good. I don't know what it works on in this version, but it's usually really good. Oh, wow, really? Okay. So, Game Boy Advance, the Super Nintendo version, allow you to interact with the side of the board here to go to the back side, but here you have to interact with the box instead, kind of like in the Pix Remaster. So, now we would like to buy Hermes sandals. They are pretty expensive and I might not be able to afford as many. Also, the menu and user interface in this version, honestly, questionable. It's very questionable. We have a power staff, but we can berserk enemies anyways, so it's fine. I genuinely thought the power staff was a rod until this room. Can I ever use a gold hairpin? Yes, if I get an oracle. Or a second one is what I'm trying to say. Flame tongue, I guess technically this could be usable if we get a gladiator. But it's fine, we don't need the protect ring. Chain whip is outdated. Flame shields, we got them for selling anyways. Same with the ice shield. Then again, well, I'm gonna get an Aegis shield. If I get a gladiator, we put the Aegis shield on it. It's fine. I was thinking of keeping it, but it's fine. The flame shields might have been worth to keep, but that's a different thing. The only good thing about the shop interface in this version is you can get 99 discounted weapons from the Karnak on your first visit. Yes, if you don't press the wrong button to accidentally leave the shop menu instantly. Which I did, of course. Anyways, Hermes sandals. Normally, the absolutely, without a doubt, most powerful item in the entire game. Also, Lamia's tiara gives us +3 magic power as well as immunity to confusion. I'm not using that much healing, so maybe I should equip a Lamia's tiara over a gold hairpin. But that might also change once we get holy. As a spell. Anyways, Hermes sandals for trial, because Hermes sandals give you permanent haste as well as immunity to sleep, stop, slow, and paralysis effects. So it is insanely good. Like, just absolutely ridiculously good. The main catch is in this version, like the Pixel remaster, the game doesn't stop once you get your turn. It just keeps going. And of course, enemies will just get their first turn, and I cannot physically navigate the menu quick enough to prevent them from doing so. Oh well. Anyways, if we want to try and steal things, which we actually do because we have a dancer, Thieves' Knives allows us 1 in 3 times to try and use the steal attack command. And this guy actually gives us the Mirage Vest without talking to him first. In the Pixel remaster, you actually have to talk to him first and then go around the world on the Chocobo, because otherwise he doesn't give it to you. It's kind of rude if you ask me. So shoutouts to this version where this guy is not in the way of going down here for once. Then, oh, I need to buy some scrolls. Why am I going to the back here? I feel like there was a reason, but I forgot. Actually, can we still access the regular shop from this side? Yes, apparently. Oh wait, oh, there's the the Fuma shurikens if you want to buy them. We do want to buy a bunch more lightning scrolls, so I think I have to press the plus button each individual time to buy more. There is no holding down in order to get more items. Okay. We just buy all the scrolls because they're good. We also can buy more twin lances. I'm actually curious. Can I equip 2 twin lances and both of them work in this version? So, for reference, in the Game Advance version and Super Nintendo version, the way the twin lance is programmed is it effectively has 100% chance to trigger a second attack, with specifically the twin lance itself. However, you can only trigger 1 weapon effect per attack, normally. I'm curious whether that's still true for this version. So, I mean, I guess we're gonna try it. Excuse me. Let's see. Land crawl. Attack. Yes, both of them trigger at the same time. That is fascinating. Can you confuse this guy? I don't remember. No, it misses. It always plays the animation. Also, everybody critical HP. Except for Lena, we smoke. Running away from these guys is tricky. So, Cryo, please heal everybody. Thank you. By the way, the game kicks you automatically out of the menu as soon as everybody's healed, but of course I'm just smashing the button and I go back into the menu because of it. So, now, we want to have you with the Thief's Knife, and let's say Sasuke's Katana for like consistent damage output. Twin Lance, funnily enough, is stronger than most of the weapons here, including Sasuke's Katana, because it attacks twice on most enemies that don't have that high of a physical defense. Do I want to just put you in the front row? Sure, why not? So we're gonna try and steal some rainbow dress from this encounter. We are looking for the purple Lamia type enemy. We have only 3 chances to trigger the steal command, and then a 40% chance to steal the common steal, which is what we are looking for. Couldn't steal. Entice. So now should just remove the confusion, right? Yeah, it does. Then I don't know what you wanna do. Just throw lightning scrolls, I guess. Can you control these? Oh, you can. That's actually kind of convenient. Steal. Don't cry. Reverse polarity. I think that's a counterattack. Okay, so now again. See, this is where it's nice that our white mage can no longer be confused thanks to equipping the Lamia's tiara. Come on, steal. No. Defend. Defend. Oh, your attacks are Entice, 1000 needles or Bronze Chorus. 1000 needles should not knock you out of confusion or control. And it's always exactly 1000 damage. Should you do counterattack like that? How inconvenient. Stop. Her common steal, I believe, is a reflect ring. So, I mean, I would take one. But we don't get any. Tapping the crap out of your phone screen to have enough lightning scrolls for the end game. Yeah, that sounds miserable. At least I can push a tactile button. Reverse polarity, doesn't matter. Oh, she just uses it twice because we attacked twice. I wonder whether she would counterattack 4 times with the Twin Lance. Come on, steal please. Oh, somebody's gonna die. Good night. Roulette automatically kills 1 character. There's not really anything you can do about that part. Okay, Raise. Raise is a lot cheaper than Arise. Ow! That's a lot of damage. Are we in the front row? You're right, we have reverse polarity, so yes, we are. Stole a rainbow dress, there we go, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Now we just need to not die. Could be tricky. Just heal that guy to full. That's what you get. Ow! Trying to not die here. Easier said than done. Lightning scrolls. I think they don't counterattack lightning scrolls. Right. Arise. Actually, that doesn't matter. You are one-shot anyways. I should not attack you with physical attacks. That's just silly. Although I was trying. Embrace petrifies. I was trying to steal. Honestly, that embrace animation, actually not terrible. Anyways, I would prefer if you didn't turn our healer into a frog statue. That would be preferable, I guess. Should not have that. Lightning strolls. Control. Okay, we're good. These battles are a mess when the enemy can just take whatever turns they want. And I scramble to try and navigate the awkward menus. Anyways, we have a rainbow dress now. So what does that do? Well, rainbow dress inspires the performance of sword stance. Basically, instead of tempting Tango, we now have a rainbow dress with words are difficult. Instead of tempting Tango in our arsenal for dances, we now have two sword stances. So sword stance, absorb HP and absorb MP are the possible dance outcomes at this point with Rainbow Dress. Equipping multiple items of dancing equipment does not actually increase your chance to dance further. Although, admittedly, I haven't tried it in this version, so maybe it does in this version. Probably not, though. Basically, you just either replace Tempting Tango with a Sword Stance Up equipment piece, or you don't. The other pieces that you could use are either the accessory for the red shoes, but, you know, you would like to equip Hermes sandals instead, those are just better, usually. And, Lamia's Tiara, actually, is the other thing that would give us the same properties for sword stances. Anyways, I actually am happy that we gave you the Lamia's Tiara because that ended up being very helpful. I would like to get some more cottages, I think, so we can fully heal easily on the overworld and on save points. Whee! Can you imagine you just crawl out of bed, do a little twirl and a hop, and then a ta-da at the end? Right after getting out of bed? That's crazy. Anyways, did we get anything else to sell? I don't think we did. That's my... Wait, where's the cottages? Do you have those? Dude, where's my cottages? Do they not sell them here? I'm probably just blind. That's usually what happens. No, they just don't sell them here. That's fine. We don't need them. Probably should stock up on high potions anyways. Your knee is shot, you cannot imagine this anymore. Oh. Well, that's an entirely different reason than I was thinking of. I was just thinking after waking up. I need 3 hours to wake up usually. Alrighty, magic skills, cry, what, or ability, what do you have right now? White magic is good. Lena, we're gonna give you throw again, so you actually deal damage. Then I think we're gonna actually use Ferris now with smoke, so Ferris is going to be our escape artist, if you will. Conversely, I think we're gonna give you elemental and give Ferris the Hermes sandals. Actually, we're gonna do this after we deal with the gargoyles. I keep forgetting about the silly gargoyles. We have to deal with those still. So let's just throw stuff at them. Also, Butts, your ability is control. We don't need that in here, so you can just have throw as well. Alright, once again, these guys, you need to knock both of them off at more or less the same time in order for them to not revive each other. Which is why we're just gonna throw lightning scrolls until we win. And then we activate auto mode, so our characters don't lose any in battle time. Oh. But the enemies are already dead. Then again, this is exactly what I would want to do here. Can I just point out, I really like how the colors pop out in this version of the game. Like, it's very vibrant. You can argue this is because, since this was designed for phone and like tablet devices, which often need to battle against the sun in transit or something like that in order to be able to see anything, they needed to make the colors brighter. But I really wish the colors were this like vibrant and bright in other versions too. Like, this is just, it looks great in my opinion. Then again, I kind of like the idea of green on stone to begin with, so maybe that's just a thing. You remember wind shrine music here being fastened? Is it normally? Also, most of these enemies die to 2 lightning scrolls. So we actually are going to gain a bunch of extra levels here. Some of the game looks really good, some of the interesting choices are made in other places. Indeed. Oh wow. These levers are physically further forward as a pillar in this version. Also, let's see if the chests are here. They are! There's an iron rod here and... oh, the pipe just sucks me in. Okay. We're gonna check it out on the other side afterwards. Save often and save frequently because... wait, there's an Hunters in here? There's an Archaeovis in here? Who has the runaway ability? Nobody. Excuse me, Tot Avis. These are just... they have like 30,000 HP. I don't want to battle them. They have a lot of runaway resistance, as I like to call it. They're running away just naturally. With the regular running away is rather tough. Like, this is like the one enemy where I would like to have the ability to run away instead with Smokescreen. But I didn't even know you could get encounters in that room there. Although I will not say that's not normally a thing, I just don't know. And hey, rare birds. Wait, oh no. Ow. Ow. And you just almost knock yourself out. Throw lightning scrolls. Throw lightning scrolls. I forgot that the last thing I did was defend against the Tot Avis instead of you throwing lightning scrolls. This is pretty good experience in here, being able to throw lightning scrolls at everything. Crystal Helm, mostly for selling because we can't equip it. It's a trap, monster attack. Okay, it's a prototype. This thing is not weak to lightning. In fact, this is a problem. This is the prototype. This is like either a prototype or a machine head. Machine head is the stuff we saw in the pyramid. Prototype are the enemies that you find on like a little island in World 1 that are ridiculously tough to take down, so... I don't know how to deal with this guy. I didn't think this through. Normally I would use control on butts. That's a really good way of taking care of them, but he doesn't have control right now. Missile 75%, upper current HP just gone. We could try to dance with Ferris. With a chicken knife, this might actually be the way to go. Throw a shuriken. 0. Yeah, I figured. Water doesn't help, does it? No. Confusion, maybe? He appears to be immune. How inconvenient. And then Sir Ferris. It's not good that he gets so many turns to... you just attack, I guess. The fire whip might be able to... No. No, it isn't. The fire effect afterwards, though. Yeah, he has so much defense. We stole an ether. Fantastic news. I don't know what to do with this. Sword stance, there we go. This is probably my best bet right here. 0? I guess the chicken knife is really that weak right now, eh? They have like 5,000 HP. That's a problem. I didn't think this one through. We're activating the chest. Well, let's just throw lightning scrolls. Don't think I can do much better than that. Can you run from this? No. Yeah, I figured. Shall... you... That guy's tanky. Yes, he's real strong. Genuinely, the probably intended way to take care of him is Beastmaster controlling him and then knocking himself out. But as you might be able to tell, that's a bit of a problem when we don't have control equipped on our Beastmaster. Can I catch you? Is that a thing? Oh, it works. Okay, we only dealt half the damage to it. We get a protect ring. This is 15,000 gold as a reward, basically. Yeah, alright. This is an ether. Don't need that. However, what we can use is this thing. This is a beast killer whip. This is a whip. It is basically just strictly better than the chain whip. And also it guaranteed crits against beasts. Whatever that means. Ether and Dragon Fang. There's holes in this room. I don't know where they are, so I just stepped into one. Usually I don't pick up the chest on the right because of the holes. Anyways, it turns out we survived, I suppose, so we're fine. What does releasing a prototype even do? That is an excellent question. I don't think it does anything crazy great, to be honest. I feel like I would remember that. I don't know what it does. As off-putting as you found the visuals at first, you came around to kind of love them. Nice. Yeah. Honestly, I think the art in the game is overall great. Just the weird Lego poses are... Lego people poses, just weird. Yeah, honestly, my favorite thing about this version genuinely is the enemy sprites are great. Unironically. Alrighty, so what do I want to do in order to defeat this thing? We don't want to use area of effect. That is very unhealthy for us if we try. Let's actually give you 2 twin lances. for damage. Ferris, what's your strongest weapon? The Thief's Knife? Yeah, sounds about right. The Chick Knife is not powered up at all. We need to run away a lot more in combat. And Lena... You're not gonna deal that much damage, Lena, are you? So we're gonna give you a Protect Ring. Gives you permanent regeneration status and also a good chunk of defenses. We're gonna give you Hermes Sandals to deal damage. And but... You know what? We definitely just keep the Konaga Gourd on you, because that was helpful. I'm gonna forget about it again. You cannot catch a prototype, but it would do Mega Flare on release. I mean, that did just catch one. Wait. What? I think the Mega Flare is just not particularly strong. Yeah, there's different enemies. Like Machine Heads are the ones in the pyramid. Prototypes are the ones in World 1. And these are basically... like just random which one you get from the chest encounter just now. Anyways, this is the Stalker. He has 20,000 HP and initially all of them are real. But after that just one of them is real. So basically our best bet to defeat this guy is to just try and hit. And pray that we hit the correct one. Not a whole lot else to do. Mind Blast. Ow. Sword Stance is what we like to see, but it's probably not gonna hit the correct guy, because it's only 1 in 4 chance for that to happen. So, then we're going to immediately cast Shell. Wait, are you guys in the back row? I think Kraz in the back row. So no wonder you deal that little damage. Do we just release? You know what, I'm gonna wait on the release for until we give everybody Shell. Because this is gonna get real sketchy if they retaliate. Why is Lena blinking red? She's slowed or something? Oh, she has regeneration status. For some reason that's blinking red. Alright. I would prefer if you didn't do that. I should have cured out. Right, you had HP leak, so that kinda makes sense. Getting lucky here. Oh, not that lucky though. Alright. Blink for yourself. Phoenix stun for the guy on the ground. Go to the front row, Cryo. No! Oh, I missed. Good. Cryo should go to the front row though. You don't want to use area of effect attacks on this guy, because otherwise we'll retaliate with Blaze. 240 damage to everybody, ice damage specifically. And it's very scary. Alright. Shell for you as well. Then I would like for you to heal everybody. I don't know what you wanna do. Probably just defend from now. Dance on this nose. Shell for... Who has not shell? I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell. It's fine. Let's give you Blink again. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to White Magic, Berserk, Cryo. Also, she has a triple image here. I think that is something you can do in the other versions too. I don't know if that's true for the Pix remaster. But basically, you can recast image after you lose one of the 2 images you have, in order to get a third one for some reason. Anyways, I think they just switched locations again. So yeah, that one was fake. Okay, you're unfortunately missing the attack. Let's actually get you equipment. Actually, you have a fire lash. You know what? You can just attack. That's fine. Probably just don't attack the same guy that I just... Oh wait, she always attacks the front. In this version, you always attack the front as a berserk character. I was just thinking, oh, it's just gonna be convenient. She can just attack everything randomly and she's just gonna pick correctly 1 in 4 times. But no, she doesn't pick correctly 1 in 4 times. She always picks the front guy in this version of the game. Okay, which one is it? This guy? Yeah, it was that guy. Oh, sword stance. We're by the way in the back row sword dancing right now. I don't want to go to the front row. Because these things hit like a truck physically. That's not true, they're not that strong. Yeah, that was not real either. So it should be this one. No? Did you just not hit that guy? Honk. 1 in 4 times is gonna switch to Kryl position where she can attack. I could dispo her to remove the berserk status. By the way, they can just randomly go back into the location they just were in. There's no thing preventing them from going to a different place. She's immune. Butts was just lucky to resist. She's also immune because she's berserked. At least she should be. Okay, we know it's not the front. That one was it. That's not it. It's not the front. Could be the same guy again. There go my image charges. Probably should recharge them. Should be in the far left then. Hey look, fire. It's pretty good damage. It was the front guy, blink again on Kryl. It's not that guy. Ah. Wait, is it even possible to quad circle Stalker in this version? I mean, I know they eventually move on their own volition, but you would have to survive for a long time with berserkers in order for that to happen. And I just now realize that could be a serious problem. If you were to try and do quad circle here. Because of course the two not wearing the Hermes sandals got paralyzed. No, I think I should actually heal you. I was thinking they should get out of paralysis sometime soon, right? Right? Maybe not that soon. It's the front guy. Absorbing MP does not change. By the way, they just vehemently refuse to go into a location that Kryl can attack. They do not go to the top right. They're smart. They're not supposed to be that smart. Come on, game. It's supposed to be random. There we go. Kryl deals just a casual almost 4,000 damage there when she does get to it. I just called them smart. And I will argue still that it was very smart of them to avoid that until now. There goes your image. And blink again. I wonder whether you can just keep stacking blinks in this version. Let's release. What does it do? Mega Flare! That's underwhelming damage, and for we're going to get frosted in return. Everybody gets the HP leak status. Oh, and Cryoleg's not actually even going to survive this. I guess I do have a 1 in 3 chance to not cast a spell. Which notably happened once just now. Did they change positions again? Maybe. Alright. White magic. Kuraga. Hit that guy in the back. There we go. That should be it, right? No, not yet. Those stands. Out of all the possibilities, he only went to the top right once. Bit of a shame. Okay, it's the guy on the left. Oh. There we go. A bit of a slogfest. But thanks to White Mage, we were not really in any danger. But also, no thanks to Berserk, we defeated this thing eventually. Crowd just kinda keeps swinging her arms, and if the enemy runs into it, that's their own fault. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alrighty. So shove the tablet right into Butt's pocket, sure. And finally we move on again. Man, that took a while. Would have probably also been faster if I was just willing to put Ferris into the front row, but as a dancer she just has no defenses. That's not true, defenses are great, it just doesn't have much maximum HP. Soon we're gonna get a good offensive spell for our White Mage, like a really good one. Very cost effective, hitting like a truck. So we'll be able to probably dish out the best single target damage of our team outside of sword stances. Then again, I don't know if I want to really count the sword stances right now. Alright, you throw lightning scrolls. Throw lightning scrolls. Throw lightning scrolls. Throw lightning scrolls. I need to move the boots back over to Lena, so she is gonna be the one to move before the enemies. As a White Mage, she does not have that much agility at all. So she needs a little bit of help. In the form of speed. Through the Hermes Sandals. Also, this room notably has the highest encounter rate for the top Avis, and we did not get it. I was wondering whether I was about to summon the guy, but we're fine. And we gain a bunch of levels. So, I am wondering whether I'm just going to take some random encounter place and go and just grind out running away for the chicken knife's power. Maybe we're just naturally gonna get there. These shadow dancers have so much HP. It's kind of silly. Lena leveled up. Trying to recall what the enemies do when you catch and release them. I think none of them here are particularly useful for the most part, or at least not as crazy impactful as they would be in other places. Also, let's just see what's in this chest, shall we, this time around. I never remember what this enemy does. It's basically like it's two possible mini-bosses. One is a ninja and one is a guy that is just gonna throw death at us. So you know what, we're gonna Berserk cry on the back row and hope for the best. Covert. Okay. Right. I guess we could just do that. Keep throwing lightning strolls. That was a decent amount of damage. He doesn't seem to counter-attack for what it's worth. Let's Berserk here. And you just attack. Do you counter when I physically attack you? It doesn't seem like it. Yeah. Illusion? Wait, do you have image now? 7,000 HP, no weakness. Wait, it's different enemies. What? Maybe one day I should actually learn what the heck these things are about. Wait, that's more than one. Wait. We get multiple numbers there, overlapping over each other. That's so funny that we don't have to hit. Yeah, this is like the Blue Dragon encounter. This is not just one guy, this is multiples. Then again, he did heal back up to 7,000 earlier. So maybe that's what happens when you knock out one of the wrong guys. That's fair enough. Okay. Anyways, we get a Rising Sun, which is specifically Ninja and Thief weapon. I guess it's stronger than the Twin Lance on terms of attack power, but again, the ability for Twin Lances to literally attack twice makes them twice as strong as advertised. As long as the enemy does not have too much physical defense. Alright, let's see if the other chest is also in this room. The very hidden chests that I didn't know about for a long time, honestly. Yeah, it's right there. Like, I genuinely did most of my solo character challenge runs without knowing about that one. I mean, it's not like it's impactful, but I think it's interesting. The items in the walls here are not particularly good. Just bizarre. I think I learned about these just because of Career Day, if I'm not mistaken, where I was just taking a look at various maps as to what item or where the various locations where the chests are for the randomizer. And one of the maps happened to have those two chests, and I was like, wait, there's chests in here? Okay, we can Berserk Omniscient. That should be easy. I wonder if we get the Holy Spell. That would be kind of funny. How much money do I have? Not enough. Well, actually, if we sell a bunch of things, we could probably afford a third pair of Hermes sandals. But it's okay. We don't need them. Probably. Save and roll up the tower. So how am I gonna do this? That's a good question. I think we only need one character on the right side. We can use triple white mage on the left side. Well, triple character that can use white magic. Who are we gonna send up on the right? A ninja? Our ninja's the one that has the maxed out white magic though. Does it matter? I just need to be able to cast image and then deal damage afterwards. Yeah, you know what? Our Beastmaster's gonna be able to solo the right side. We'll be fine. Probably. So we send everybody else to the left. Mostly because I'm really worried about Omniscient. Then again, maybe I should also be worried about Minotaur. But we have absolutely the tools to defeat these guys, no problem. Anyways, let's have you run away. Ability, cryo, smoke. Because the encounters in here, on the left side, we are supposed to use exclusively magic in order to battle enemies, otherwise they will retaliate with stuff like Meteor, or basically they just one-shot your party frequently if you don't specifically use magic against the enemies in the random encounters. But you can just run away from the random ones. However, we will need to deal with Omniscient in a mildly magical way, let's put it this way. So we're already at the top, no encounters, very convenient. So let's give you light magic back, because we'll be using that sometime soon. And we're also gonna give Ferris white magic as well. She has level 6 white magic, so she will be able to cast all the spells. That is all we need. Excellent. Alright. That's pretty much everything here. Now Butts has to make his own way all the way up the tower on the right side. Maybe I should have make sure that he gets Hermes sandals. Yeah. I guess Elemental is okay, but it would have been nice if I could give you Hermes sandals. That would have been smart. We also don't have the Assassin Dagger to throw. Maybe I should have done that. Grab the Assassin Dagger. Wait, I could... Well, I don't have the ability anymore anyway. Ouch. Also on this side, this is physical, which means if you cast spells on these guys, they will, once again, probably just one-shot most of your party. It's not guaranteed. You can use magic, but some of these enemies will even retaliate after you deal enough damage to kill them in one shot. So, careful. We can neither use the Defender Sword nor the Wonder Wand, which is a shame. Alright. Only just now realized that they don't have that many high potions. But we have elixirs, so it'll be fine. Ability, but you can't... So we literally cannot use magic in this encounter. However, we have the ability to probably use Image from the ninja, so... Well, let's see if we actually can. You literally cannot use any magic in this encounter. Like, effectively, it's as if you're muted permanently. Or more specifically, the battlefield is muted, kind of like the Time Mage spells that can do the same thing. So, it's normally impossible to cast spells in this encounter, as opposed to the random encounters, where you could cast spells, but the retaliation would be heavy. Let's see, can Image, or can we Image? Yes. Apparently. Very nice. So this gives us extra evasions. And of course we have extra evasions too, thanks to the Elf Cape. 1 in 3 chance to just block. He does pretty much only physically attack for the most part. And apparently the Fire-Raga spellcast from our whip does in fact work. Very convenient. Image again. And yeah, the power of the ninja coming in handy again. I will say though that I do not like this image animation whatsoever. It's kind of hard on your eyes. But the Minotaur looks great. What's the symbol he has on his armor, I wonder? Wait, why Image again? Didn't I just attack last time? Am I crazy? But yeah, this guy has 0 physical defense, 20,000 HP, so we'll be able to punch through him within short order. His memory cursor is truly magical. It is. Critical attack. Also, I think he has a 2 in 3 chance to retaliate whenever he is getting hit as well. So every time I attack, he has an extra chance to attack back on top of that. Nice dodge. If you have the Hermes handles, you basically outpace him by a good margin. But I forgot to make space for bots to have Hermes handles. Come on, dodge some of these. Nice. I like how prompt the spell effects are, or like the secondary effects of the weapons. Instead of that weird awkward pause in the middle, it's basically instant whenever you're getting a spell effect to trigger off of your weapon, and it immediately plays, and it's actually kind of nice and smooth, oddly enough. Like, there's a bunch of things I like about on how snappy the combat looks. Definitely not on how it feels, though. So that's the thing. Wait, surely they wouldn't. They would not give him enough MP to actually cast Holy, would they? I think we probably get one shot. Not sure though. Nice dodging, but we're getting there. Slowly but surely. Even if we do get hit, by the way, we would survive probably 2 hits at least. Also, I think he just counterattacked after I missed. So that's a thing too in this version, eh? I noticed that earlier in the battle too. I thought maybe I just didn't see it right, but no, I'm pretty sure he counterattacked after I missed. Which is interesting. But's taking a page out of the werewolf's book with after images and such. This might be it. The power of holy magic. Holy. Not enough MP. Okay. He does not normally have enough MP to cast it. I was just wondering, because this is such a weird version, whether they gave him enough MP to cast it anyways. Which, by the way, he shouldn't be able to cast it anyways, because the battlefield is muted. But I suppose he might not obey his own rule. Obtain the white magic holy. So here's a question. Do I have holy now? Can I cast this? Also, by the way, if you don't interact with this bubble here quick enough, you will in fact lose. No, we do not have holy yet. That's a bit of a shame. Alright, everybody gets shell. This is mostly just for setup. We're going to... By the way, just to demonstrate, if I attack this guy with something that is not specifically a spell, he will cast Return, returning us to the beginning of the battle. The exact same state as we started, basically. So we do not want to use not spells at him. But you might also wonder, wait, hold up. Do your scrolls count as spells, maybe? Or what are you gonna do about this? Well, he can only cast Return when he actually can cast anything. There's one status effect that he's susceptible to, where he will not be able to cast anything anymore. And lucky for me, we have Berserk. I think Kryl is in the back row, isn't she? How inconvenient. Actually, let's dispel him first. He does automatically start with haste, and let's get you to the front. Oh, you were in the front row. Oh, He starts with shell and protect. I don't know if you can spell this away in other versions, but you might be in this one, who knows. Silence. Alright, back to the front row, Cryle. Then we're gonna... yeah, let's Berserk him again. Berserk you. Now he will just attack physically. And let me tell you, this guy, if he hits you, he hits like an absolute truck. Actually, let's see if he still casts Return anyways, because this version might be special. If so, I'm not entirely sure what to do about that. I say he shouldn't cast Return. Oh dear. Yikes. I literally was just thinking, wait, what if he'd cast Return anyways? Is this magic? No. Right, I just remembered the part where he still casts Return even when he's berserked. Huh. Well, what do we do about this? This is a problem, because I do not have spells that can hit this guy. Well, let's see if you can silence him and then attack, maybe? Let's see. We do have mute somewhere. I'll find it eventually in my menu. There, silence. It's called silence. Did it hit? The chance for us to hit silence is probably not particularly good, let's put it this way. He just attacked. Let's try silence again. Oh, he actually goes slightly darker, so maybe? Let's see. No, he still casts Return. Silence does not work or last a long time on this guy. So it's entirely plausible that it wore off before. So let's try this again. Silence. And attack immediately. Okay, so it actually did just wear off. Okay, so it does work. We can work with this. So what I need to do is cast Silence. And then attack right after the silence hits. Specifically with Cryle. Okay, it should be silenced. Okay, we just don't have an easy way through this. But we do have a way through this, so that's good. We'll see, he goes dark. No, he does not, so I guess we just wait. Also, yeah, he's weak to wind. He also just casted Regeneration again. Silence. I'm just gonna silence twice, just in case. This doubles our chance of being able to land it, so Cryle can actually attack. Okay, so we do have a way to defeat him. I figured he might actually even cast Return through Silence too, but thankfully that is not the case. So that's good news, I would argue. Silence. Silence. And he is silenced, I think. He's darker. You actually don't normally get a visual cue in other versions whether he is silenced or not. Like, there's absolutely no visual indication. This is actually a nice difference between this and other versions, where you can in fact see whether he is silenced or not. I think you missed. Yeah. I actually do appreciate that. Ooh, haste. But we can just dispel you, so... I would prefer if you weren't haste, good sir. Did not go dark. Oh, no, it did. You know what I just realized? I need to shell up everybody because he will start casting dangerous spells once he drops below certain HP threshold. You do not have Hermes handles, do you? So you're actually slowed now, Ferris. That is very inconvenient. Let's put Reflect on you. And we wait with you until Crow gets a turn. Silence. Did not hit. So we once again Reflect on you. I think Trial might be too fast. No, we're good. Silence. Yes. Can you dispel slow in this version? I think yes, actually. Can you dispel slow in other versions too? I genuinely do not know. Okay, Crow gets a turn. Can I attack? No. Reflect. Yeah. Wait until crowd comes around. Float is okay. Silence. Okay, he's silenced already, so cast a Reflect. Okay, Krile would actually have just barely enough time to attack again. Okay, we're in the phase 2. He is using Thunder Ga. So he's using all the Ga spells now. As long as we have a Reflect up, we should be fine. Okay, silence. Silence. No. Alright. Ooh, you don't have Reflect anymore, Krile. And you did. He might knock himself out here. He did. Flare is the last spell he's gonna cast. Alright, we got through. A bit more a roundabout way than I expected this to be, because I forgot that this version doesn't care about Berserk as much as the other versions. Dispel and Haste usually remove or override slow. I knew about Haste, but I didn't actually realize that Dispel also removes slow. That's a new one for me, actually. Can he not use Ninja Scrolls as magic in this version? No, he returns us to the beginning of battle. I tried it. Same with the dance. In this version, this is not considered magical. So he will cast return. But we got through in the end. Good thing I brought 3 people to the left side. We did need them. Alrighty. Tasty coffee. Let's save. And let's get our submarine. I keep on to call it an U-boat because that's what it's called in German. You know, undersea boat. U-boat. Also, you cannot go behind these statues in this version. Grass battle sprite is great. Yeah, there's a lot of really neat ones, I would argue. Again, if you can get over the weird stance they have, where they're just toppling over forward, look like Lego figurines. The rest of the stylistic choices and art style in general, in my opinion, looks really nice. It's also called U-boat in Swedish, so you don't blame me. By the way, I'd like to point out real quick, thank you for watching, for listening, for lurking, and thank you for keeping the discussion around this game mostly about, you know, how weird it is, but also highlighting the positive things. I don't know about you, but I feel like there's enough negative in the world out there, so it's nice when we can just focus on the nice things. Everybody knows this version is questionable. It has a terrible reputation for a good reason. And, you know, maybe just because of that, it's nice to highlight the things that are actually kind of neat about it anyways. Alrighty, and we have the ability to go under the sea. Where do we go first? Let's actually see if the three little piggies are gonna get murdered by the third charge of the magic lamp. You didn't hate this version. You won't say you liked it, but you didn't hate it. First version you beat this game on, so yeah. That's very fair. So how do I land now? Okay, we press T. I think we press T again to go below. Yeah, it's basically like down. Then let's get a full heal for free. Didn't I already do that? Who knows, it doesn't matter. You do like the portraits when they talk? Yeah, I think the portraits add a nice amount of character to it, plus it actually informs you as to who is talking without you having to read the name at the top left first. Yeah. Always a fan of when games actually add a little bit of extra flourish to text boxes. As off as this version is, you generally had a good time playing it last year. Nice. Yeah, I mean, the game doesn't have to be good in order for you to have a good time with it. That's kind of pretty much the motto of the Cusa Grande, isn't it? The Bad Games Tournament, where you're just given some questionable quality games to try and get as far in as possible. And often they're not necessarily even bad, just weird. And I appreciate weird. I'd rather have a weird game than a boring game, to be honest, so that's that. Anyways, I need to run away, so I guess we just put smoke screen on Kryl and wait. I forgot, we need to take care of the gargoyles first. I keep forgetting about these clowns. Also, let's put you in the back row. I don't know why, but I have trouble remembering that there's gargoyles literally before all of the dungeons here. Let's just throw a bunch of stuff at them. Kinda like before. Oh, you don't have throw. That's fine. Just defend. Same here. You do like the additional jobs in this version, you just wish they were integrated a little better into the rest of the games. Still kind of cool that they're there though, yeah. I mean, historically it kind of makes sense that they were implemented the way they were. Basically literally as bonus content that you can approach after you beat the game, if you will. Like, that was literally the idea of those jobs. To my knowledge, anyways. No, not auto mode. These things are in fact weak to water, to be fair. But they also have innate shell and protect, so they take half damage. Oh. Oh, right. I was wondering, why did Lena deal so much more damage than Kryl? It's because she doesn't have the ability equipped. You know, the ability. the one and only real ability. Brain is trying to figure out the word that I'm trying to use here. Give me a second. She doesn't have white magic equipped, so she doesn't get the white mage's extra magic power. There we go. Don't hit that button yet. It's only on the way back. We do hit this button though. Also, entirely random note. When's the last time we've been in a back attack? I haven't seen one in a while, have I? Gladiator's too powerful for the early game. Yeah. All 3 advanced jobs that you can access within reason are arguably way too strong for any point in the game outside of the bonus dungeon. Don't scrolls pierce? No, they're still affected by shell. Guild toss pierces enemies' defenses. I don't think I need to worry about healing. I don't think it's necessary. Anyways, welcome to the dwarfs. These guys here sell pretty good equipment. And in fact, I probably have enough money to buy some. This guy here in particular is quite fun, because if you talk to him from different sides, he just is a different vendor. I don't know why, but I always thought this to be very fun. Anyways, what we can buy here is a black robe for our white mage. Seems a bit strange, but black robe is strictly better than white robe in most circumstances. The white robe gives you +5 vitality, which would be great if it actually increased your maximum HP, but it doesn't. Vitality, as it stands on equipment pieces, has only one effect in the game, and that is, it affects on how much HP you regenerate through regeneration ticks from the regeneration status effect, which was exactly relevant for the solo character challenge run with the Bard. That's it. The black cowl as well as the black garb, they have better physical defense, but I do kind of tend to prefer keeping the extra strength on my characters. Because we have image to nullify physical attacks, we're usually fine anyways. Also, by the way, in case you haven't wondered, wait, how are you even supposed to figure out where Mirage Village is? If you recognize kind of like the shape of this place here, this is supposed to represent that we are right now, right under this forest here. This dwarf tells you that there's something weird in this forest going on. So you get basically hint as to you should check it out. I don't know why I remember this one in particular, but it always stuck out to me as, huh, that's kind of a neat way to find this out. Actually, it probably sticks out to me like that, because this is how I learned about Mirage Village in my first playthrough. Which wasn't for Job Fiesta. I wasn't going in entirely blind. I have watched other people play the game, but I just didn't remember that part at all. You didn't know that vitality sucks in this game. Only on equipment. It's good for other stuff, so to speak. Vitality is only bad on equipment. Smoke. Goodbye. Should we try whether we can farm these plants in this version? We probably can. I would not be surprised if we could just farm these things. We do even have a white mage to make it easy. Yeah, we're gonna try that. Anyways, you need to hit all the 3 switches. I don't think the order matters for the switches. I usually just start at the back one. Then, ability, cryo. Actually, it doesn't matter. Well, it kind of matters, actually, now think about it. Because I don't know... I haven't prepared the magic lamp, I just realized. Hold, please. We need to briefly prepare the magic lamp. Who has white magic? Len, of course. Hey, Miss Speedy, thank you for the good luck. I could definitely use it. Are there encounters in here? Doesn't look like it. There should definitely be encounters here though, right? Here we go. Alright. Items. We're going to use the magic lamp. So this is gonna summon Bahamut. And then the second charge of the magic lamp is going to summon Leviathan. And then the third charge of the magic lamp is going to summon Odin. Which is an insta-kill on any enemies that on screen that are not flagged as heavy in the code. Hey look, piggies! Would be a shame if they were not flagged as heavy in the code. Right? Goodbye. It actually works. It's always a toss-up, it feels like, whether these things actually work in this version, but so far, it's been pretty good with keeping the mechanics consistent with the other games. Yes, they don't like water. So, we have a white mage, so what we could do is we could single target Kyoraga these little piggies as well. And what that does is, on undead enemies that are not flagged as heavy, it will put the weakened status on them, which means that they have 9 HP or less remaining after a single target Kyoraga. So you basically single target Kyoraga, each individual one of them, all 3 of them, and then you just hit them with any attack that just deals at least 10 damage to all of them at the same time, and you defeat them very easily. This chest on right contains the Kaiser Knuckles. I think they give you like +5 strength, which is nice, but it's an accessory slot that you would like to use otherwise. It's also really good for monks if you try to use barehanded attacks. The main problem is, again, it's an accessory slot, so unless you have an alternative way of getting haste, like Time Mage or Samurai or Chemist. That might be it. Maybe there's another way, I don't remember. Anyways, unless you have one of these ways, this doesn't really help you, because Hermes Sandals, you being allowed to basically attack twice, tends to be better. Oh no. Let me run. Thank you. Forgot you were on this thing. Alrighty, so we're gonna do a little bit of a test here. So by the way, if you step here, this recharges the magic lamp. The game doesn't tell you what happens with that little funky glimmer glitter over there, but it recharges the magic lamp. I have no idea how you're supposed to figure out that one. Anyways, let's see. Lena, you should have a Sage's Staff, Hermes Sandals, that's very good. And let's see on whether we can cheese some experience out of the plant encounters in here. So, the 3 plants in here are kind of unique in that they always revive each other when they get a turn and one of their buddies is dead. So what I want to do is not get this encounter. I want to get the plant encounter. And the white mage can one-shot these enemies with the Sage's Staff because it deals 8 times damage ignoring defenses to undead enemies. And it also scales off of your magic power as an attack. And it never misses. Basically, Sage's Staff just destroys undead enemies. The Apollo's Harp, by the way, does as well as defeating dragons. Hey, look, a back attack. Because my question answered. Ow. We can get back attack still. It's been a while since we've seen one. I'm not complaining though. It's nice not getting into back attacks. Let's try digging. Come on, give me the plant encounter, please. There we go. First strike. You defend. You attack. You defend. You defend. And now we just have Lena attack. Wait. You're supposed to revive your buddy. Dude, hello. Okay, he refuses. Alright, they are supposed to revive each other when one of them is dead. Apparently that guy didn't get the memo, so... oh well. No free experience for me. In the Pix remaster, you actually can do this setup, where you have a Hermes-handled white mage, just knock out 2 of them consistently, and then the third one will revive the other 2, and you get experience and money from each individual one of them. Now mind you, don't do that for too long, otherwise you crash the game because of integer overflow or something like that. Admittedly, I don't know what the number is for integer overflow there. I figured this would work on this version too, except that they apparently just forgot about the revival mechanic for these enemies. Admittedly, there's a chance that they actually knew that this could be a thing on how you could abuse the revival mechanic, since they did change on how that interaction works, right? Since the originals, you only get experience and money from the very last enemy you defeat in an encounter, rather than all of them. Which I appreciate that being all of them, because that's so much better for places like the library and such. But it is very abusable in that sense. I still didn't test whether you can actually use a Phoenix down on an enemy in the Pix Remaster version, revive them and knock them out again for extra experience. Because if an enemy revives an ally, you actually do gain extra experience from that encounter still, by defeating the enemy twice that it just was before. Could also have farmed experience with the magic lamp on that spot. Yes, basically the first 2 charges of the magic lamp are pretty much guaranteed to knock out any encounter, and the recharge spot is right next to it. And then the 3rd charge of the magic lamp guaranteed knocks out 1 encounter, because none of the enemies are flagged as heavy down here. So that works pretty well. I just don't feel like I need it with this team, to be fair. But it's a very nice grinding spot. Especially if you don't necessarily have any other way to defeat enemies nice and easily. Almost every Job Fiesta party can grind enemies with the magic lamp here very nicely. You liked Bart's song Requiem for enemies in here. You leveled in here a bit using that last year. Nice. Yeah, Requiem also is a great choice for this place. I agree. Requiem will just, as I like to say, wreck all the enemies in here. Delicious carrots. I need to learn how to make a carrot cake. I like carrot cake a lot. And, you know, it would just be reasonable for me to learn how to make one someday. The main problem is right now that in our household everybody's trying to lose a bit of weight right now, so I'm kind of hesitant to try and make sweets in the kitchen currently. Because, you know, they're tasty, they're good, but they're not good for losing weight. Take carrot shape into cake, carrot cake. Yeah. I like your idea of carrot cake. Probably tasty still. Alright, ability Cryle, you get magic power, and that's all. You also get throw, and Ferris, you also get throw. Everybody gets to throw down. Carrot cake converts cake into vegetable and thus healthy. Wait, what? I don't think those don't be around. Am I crazy? I might be a bit crazy. Throw lightning scrolls. Throw lightning scrolls. And movement problem. The thing is, carrots are very inequality. Actually, do you pronounce these two words the same? 90, like very with an E, V-E-R-Y, and very with an A. I just realized that I pronounced them basically the same way. And now I'm very confused as to whether I'm pronouncing anything correctly here. Because I think we just keep our throw ability here. You know, I kind of like on how this looks. Aside from our character just walking on top of the water instead. Actually, there's a very tiny line there where I think our character is overlapped by water in this area here. I actually like on how watery this place looks in this version. Like, it's not particularly pleasant to look at tiles and graphics, I will argue, but I do like the amount of water it represents. In most cases, carrots aren't very sweet. We have some that are as sweet as fruits. I've never had any carrots that are fruit sweet, to be honest. Anyways, the chests outside contain a turtle shell, a ether, and an air lancet dagger, which is the same air lancet dagger that we bought in Moor. This is a rune blade. The other one is what? Oh no. This is like the one encounter we want to run away from. Tonberries are terrifying. Wait, don't they have an interesting item to steal? Oh, that's a Goliath tonic. Tonberry. For some reason, Tonberry just reminded me of... What's the thing called? That looks like a staircase you can walk up there. Or you can't. Anyways, Tonberries remind me of... Which version is it? Final Fantasy 6? No, it's the PlayStation version that calls them dingleberries, doesn't it? And I didn't know what a dingleberry was, but I just found the name to be really funny. Until I learned what a dingleberry actually was. Yeah, that's the PlayStation version. Anyways, the chest on top right I didn't pick up contains a high potion. Hi Tonberry. Can I? We're just gonna run. This guy's scary. We could fight Leviathan. We do have a white mage to support. There's no reason for me to fight Leviathan unless I really want the reflex ring. Wait, can this team actually grab Mighty Guard? Trying to think. Can you get Mighty Guard with this team? I guess there's always the ability to adjust our damage output so the things only take 1 or 2 damage. But I don't know if we can. Tonberry is a rare case that makes Final Fantasy a horror game. That's a fair assessment. Artemis Bow. A lot of enemies in here are weak to lightning, so the lightning scrolls just murder them. We run. Goodbye. Answer, this is a sword that gives you like what, 3, 4, 5 magic power? It's a bunch of magic power. And monies. It's also, I think, the strongest regular sword that can be equipped by Mystic Knight and enchanted with Elemental Sword. It was a good luck finding this hole if you don't know it's there. Then again, you probably just hopefully run into it normally. But if you don't, well, too bad. Oh, right, we actually want this chest for once. This is a Fuma Shuriken. Extremely strong throwing button. Do they counterattack? I remember these guys being scary. I never remember why. Apparently with ninjas it's not a bad thing anyways. So we're good. Also they have a rare... Excuse me. I thought it was a rare steal. No, apparently it's a rare drop for Kaiser Knuckles. Oh, maybe it's both. But you can undo the button. Can you do this in other versions too? I don't remember that part. Marlboro are up there too. I'm always happy when I can catch and release a Marlboro, or alternatively use bad breath myself, because I love inflicting status effects in video games. It's very fun, in my opinion. Look at this guy, he looks menacing. I wonder what he can do. Well, I think all he can do now is become a snack for the big Leviathan snake. You do not have to fight this guy, you can just leave. Leviathan has 40,000 HP, Common Steel is a reflex ring, and if you attack with magic, he's weak to lightning by the way, if you attack with magic, he will frequently, 1 in 3 times actually, counterattack with Tidal Wave, dealing about, I don't know, 1000 damage to everybody. You can use Shell to mitigate the damage, so that's something I guess. But also I don't really have a reason to fight him. I think this team here could take him on very easily though. We just set up Shell and then we throw Lightning Scrolls and we basically win. Because funny enough, Lightning Scrolls don't count as magic damage. And so he's gonna counterattack us with Entangle, trying to paralyze a character, but the people with the Hermes handles are just gonna be immune to that anyways. Menacing guy being eaten by an even more menacing guy. Yes, pretty much. Alright, and this is where we got all the tablets out of the dungeons, so we can go and grab all of the legendary weapons. And this should give us access to the last part. Let's give Kryle the ability to run away again before we go in here. If you go back there after skipping, can you fight him, or is he now permanently missed? I think you can go back and fight him. I have to admit, I've never tried that one. I don't know if you can... Like, I don't know why he would be gone. I assume you could just go back there afterwards. But admittedly, I've never done that before. That's an interesting question. Most things in this game are not permanently missable. There are, however, a few exceptions, like Shiva as a summon. I would be surprised if you could permanently miss Leviathan. Anyways, the Yoichi bow, 30% chance to crit, 90% accuracy. It's just a decently strong bow. Masabo, on the other hand, that is one of the most interesting weapons. It guarantees you getting the first turn in combat, unless it's the picks or remastered by enemies just act anyways. And this one, I suppose, too. Anyways, you'll guaranteed get the first turn in combat, even in a back attack. And if you use it as an item in combat, it does not break and will cast haste. Rune Axe, if you have 5 MP to spare, it will guarantee a crit, ignoring enemies' defenses. And also it scales with both strength and magic power equally. So that means if you have a berserker with a Rune Axe, you can equip, let's say, white magic on the Berserker. While the Berserker doesn't use the white magic, they still get the magic power from it, and he hit a lot harder thanks to the Rune Axe, then also benefiting from that power. Holy Lance is just a strong lance that is holy element. It's basically the same weapon as the Excalibur, except that it's a lance. The Excalibur is just a strong sword. Actually, I guess it's basically the same weapon, but also weaker, realistically. Then the Assassin Dagger. This thing is a dagger. Most job classes can equip it, so this might just be the most picked up legendary weapon of the bunch. Because it also has a 1 in 4 chance to try and cast Doom whenever you attack with it. Which, you know, that can be handy. Unless the enemy's undead and heal them to full. So, then we have the Excalibur. Just a holy elemental sword, plus 5 strength, good attack power. But it's a knight exclusive sword, so if you have a Mystic Knight, you can't equip it. Red Mage can't equip it. Blue Mage cannot equip it. It's just specifically knights. It's a bit of a shame. Or maybe it's for balance reasons. Who knows? Balfon, happy Fiesta. Thank you so much. This looks like a team you would find fun. You finally got your quad bards past Archie last night. And now it's Dancer Chemist Bard Knight. Brave Blade time. Nice. Congratulations on getting past that guy with just Bart. Nice. Good job, and enjoy the rest of the run. Alrighty, Magus Rod. This one increases all elemental damage, except for water and earth, I believe. That's all it does. 50% boost to all elements except earth and water. Then we have Apollo's Harp, arguably one of the more interesting instruments, because this is the only harps that actually deals direct damage, rather than percentile-based damage compared to the other harps. It also deals 8 times damage to undead and dragon-type enemies, ignoring the defense, ignoring evasion. It hits like a truck if you can equip it. But we don't have a bard, so we don't get to do that. And the Gaia Bell. This is a Geomancer weapon. Unfortunately, it's not even the best spell in the game. It has a 25% chance to cast Quake when you attack with it. And Quake at this point in the game is kind of an outdated spell. On the bright side, I guess it boosts your Quake damage by 50% while it is equipped too. But you still had that earlier with the Gaia gear already, so... Yeah, and as usual, bells have the unfortunate misfortune that they just don't have enough attack power to be really useful. If they had enough attack power, they actually would be some of the best weapons, because they do scale with both magic power and agility equally, kind of like other weapons just only scale with strength or something like that. Anyways, after we get all the legendary weapons, this guy comes up to us and says, I heard that there was an earthquake down south. We can only hope that no one was hurt. No one knows what the cause of the earthquake was. I wonder if some underground volcano erupted. If only we had a submarine we could take a look at, but... Hint hint, nudge nudge. Go and check out the south with your submarine. Or north. North works as well. Same difference. If you go long enough north in this universe, you just eventually arrive at the south. So, there's this place. Bubbles. Find the correct button to descend. And we descend into the underground. And welcome to the bonus dungeon. Yeah, some incredible forces coming up from the seafloor. Good evening, Blind Umpire, and welcome. I hope you're doing well. And we are going to get our advanced job. So this is an entire extra bonus dungeon. I've only ever cleared this thing once. And the only thing I remember about it is that you require a Beastmaster to beat the thing. I don't remember anything else about it. Anyways, the door slams shut, and we get our extra spirits. Oracle. a very strange kind of support-ish spellcasting job. I really like Oracle, but let me tell you, in my opinion, it's more fun to know how the Oracle works, rather than just accidentally one-shotting your entire party by trying to summon something you don't understand. And although some people think that's funny too, so I don't blame you. But I do think Oracle is actually really intriguing to try and play with if you know how the mechanics work. Then we have Gladiator, an extremely strong physical attacker that can also notably equip Night Swords. I don't actually remember anything else about that class. And then Cannoneer. It's a bit like a chemist, where it can mix cannonballs with various items in order to achieve various effects. It's more offensive. Basically, it's an offensive chemist, if you will. It also has the ability to increase the experience gain by 50%, if you want to equip that one. And this is the guy that is going to sell us cannonballs. But, well, now we need to actually figure out which one of the extra job classes we're gonna get and who we're gonna replace. All the classes are cool, but you can't use them anyways. In this case I can, because I did go for the advanced job rule set, where once you do get all of the tablets, one of your jobs gonna get replaced. And I think I can pick which one it is. I just can't pick which job I'm gonna get, but I'm just going to get one of these. Let's see. And yes, this is the advanced option that works specifically for these bonus jobs. Until, well, relatively recently, I didn't even know that this version even had the advanced jobs. So I was kind of curious to check it out, and here we are. Well, let's see what we're gonna get for Job Fiesta website. Need to log in again, sign in, and we unlock the advanced job. Oh, okay. I was really hoping for Oracle or Gladiator, but we got a Cannoneer. It's fine. Mostly because I just recently played the solo Cannoneer, so it's not as interesting. However, I need to figure out which one do we replace. Fiesta modes, advance. Do I even have the ability to display the appropriate jobs here? Wait, I think this little tool doesn't have the advanced jobs. Is this the Dead Steam version? Yes. Anyways, which one of the jobs am I gonna replace? I feel like it's almost appropriate to keep the Dancer at this point. I guess I haven't really used a Beastmaster for much. Mostly because Ninja's just been strong enough. We keep White Mage and Ninja, so it's basically a toss-up between Dancer and Beastmaster getting replaced. And yeah, I haven't really done much with the Beastmaster. At least Dancer has potentially funky and fun interactions. So yeah, I think we replace Beastmaster. Alrighty. Let me grab some images real quick, because I'll have to do a manual override on the top right there. Give me just a moment. So I didn't realize this widget doesn't have these classes. Alrighty. For Job Fiesta, extra class, Cannoneer. Let's see. I should still have the... Oh, it's probably gonna be Butts sprite, isn't it? FF5. Job challenges. Yeah, I have the Cannoneer for Butts specifically. So give me a moment. Actually, you know what? We're gonna just move the dancer over to Kryl. There's dancer. And we're gonna override a manual override on bots here. That's fine if it's slightly off. Just replacing the sprite. You know what? I think this is okay. The GBA just doesn't fit to the sprite set anyways. Yeah, Beastmaster is great if you can make use of it, but I have to admit I didn't really put in the effort to make use of it either, so I will argue that's kind of mostly on me. Alrighty, and that's everything we can do here for now. Well, we could, I think, enter the extra dungeon if you really wanted to. Well, we don't have a Beastmaster anymore to actually clear it. I don't know if you could even clear it with this group of characters, because the extra dungeon, I've never tackled it without having basically most job classes already at a level high enough to be incredibly strong. I'm gonna try the extra dungeon. I didn't plan to, because I'm having a good time with this version, but I also would like to get to the next version of the game too, if that makes sense. And I feel like that would be quite a commitment to do the extra dungeon too. Bum bum. Piano flex. Or slap your own cheeks, I guess. Could have phrased that better. Anyways, I think we can meet the merchant in most places that sell stuff like this. Alright, we're looking for ammunition. So on Blitzshot, basically the difference between the various shots is just how strong the effect is. That is kind of pretty much it. There's not really a big difference than just how strong it is. So I think we're gonna just buy the highest level version. I'm not gonna have enough money for this, am I? Then again, I still need to unlock it anyways. Oh, I also need to switch jobs now I think about it. 50 shots? That's probably enough for the rest of the game. And we can also sell the Hypno Crown now, as well as the Kanaga Gourd. Because we are no longer allowed to use a Beastmaster job, but you're gonna be the Cannoneer of the party. Let's give you... I guess throw is fine. I do wonder whether the Cannoneer's abilities would scale with other things. Oh yeah, right, you can equip regular swords. I forgot about that part. Kinda neat. You also have the black robe. Wait, robe? Why? What? A robe? That's the magic power one. You can equip light armor as a cannoneer? Anyways, Aegis shield. We did pick up one earlier. I just realized. No, Lamia's hair is good for you. No bots can be captain. Let's actually take a quick look at the job sprites for the other characters too. So we have Oracle here for Kryl. This is her Cannoneer. And this is her Gladiator. Then Butts' Oracle. Looks about right. The Gladiator is here. Then we have Lena as the Oracle. The Cannoneer. And the Gladiator. And then Ferris, Oracle, Cannoneer, And Gladiator. Also, apparently the Gladiator sprites are actually based on something. Like, they have specific theming that go in line with their elements, was it? I don't remember what the reference to it was. It might actually be a reference to the various summon spirits? No, there was something else. What was it? I don't remember. Various Cannoneers actually canon. You know what? I agree, I guess. Let's have Ferris be the Cannoneer. Then again, am I gonna have a Cannoneer that actually uses Cannoneer abilities? Or am I going to put that onto like a White Mage? Ferris is gonna be the Cannoneer at the end, so let's put it this way. I think that's how I'll be handling it. Okay, and with this we are largely done here. I suppose we could use one more pair of Hermes sandals. So I should probably get them. Cannoneers get swords, shields, and mage armor and decent strength, and makes them good candidates for dancing since they can use a Lamia's tiara. That's a very interesting point. Can you use a Lamia's tiara? Yeah, they can, almost certainly. That's actually a fantastic idea. I didn't even realize that. We can get more Lamia's tiaras here. Let's get 2 more, just in case. We're gonna get one more pair of Hermes sandals. And now we will have a dancing Cannoneer in the front row. That is a great idea. Absolutely stellar. Alright, do you have a better weapon than this? I guess we can give you the chicken knife if you finally end up actually, you know, powering up the chicken knife, because it's still... because we have ninjas, I'm just fighting everything along the way, since it's pretty good experience for more or less free. Oh wait, he doesn't have the ability to dance, does he? He does have flirt, but he has never been long enough a dancer to actually be that. Yeah, he actually can't do that. But I plan on basically getting the ability on butts, so he can open fire, or mix with his Cannoneer, and then we're gonna switch the Cannoneer over to Ferris, who can then dance in the front row. I think that's gonna be my solution. Right, good enough. I think I like that. Let's give you Hermes sandals, and maybe we grind a few runaways somewhere. Most classes with good strength don't get mage armor? Yes. I think Red Mage is one of the ones that has decent-ish strength, but also horrible physical well, their HP stat is terrible. So, that's a thing. Alrighty, I mean, I guess we don't even need to power up the chicken knife, do we? It's not required. It would, however, be very convenient. Actually, let me real quick contemplate. What is my final job setup going to be? I was thinking of a dual-wielding dancer in the front row just dancing away at enemies. We don't technically need a chicken knife for that, although it would be kind of fun. So dual-wielding dancer, so we need to master the ninja for that, and Kryla is kind of on her way to master the ninja. Then I guess equip a ribbon on the white mage to be immune to white hole would arguably be the way to go. Then we have at least 2 people immune to white hole. Actually, Butts with his Aegis shield should also be immune to white hole. Or well, that's gonna be a thing. Anyways, Crow is gonna be the dancer at the end, dancing away with 2 weapons in the front row for massive damage. But I don't know yet. Lena could... well, actually, hold up. If we want to equip ribbons on our white mage, only Lena Fairies right now has Master Dancer. So I would need to switch that up at least a little bit. What we can do is we can turn Lena into the Dancer for now, until she learns Dance and then have her be the Cannoneer. But we just said that Fairies is gonna be the Cannoneer at the end, so we don't do that. So I guess Fairies is gonna be Cannoneer, dancing in the front row with, I guess, a Rune Blade. That seems reasonable. Yeah, I like that actually. Fairies front row, Cannoneer, Rune Blade dancing, but as a ninja or white mage with open fire. And Lena... Lena's the ninja or white mage, I guess. Oh well, that's gonna be fine. I was gonna go actually to the first town and just grind out a few running away encounters to power up the chicken knife, but I think we're gonna be good. We have enough attack power anyways. So let's go into the void. Our final confrontation awaits. Let's save. And welcome to the final frontier. Wait, I forgot to go and buy... I need to go back. I forgot to go and buy extra scrolls to throw. I need more lightning scrolls and fire scrolls and stuff. Let me do that real quick. Which I think means we need to go to the shop in the back. We also don't have that much money right now, so I'll have to figure out what I can sell. I guess we don't need the Mirage Vest on this team. The Mirage Vest is an armor that gives you 1 charge of Blink, effectively nullifying 1 physical attack on your characters. If you play the Game Boy Advance version and Super Nintendo version, you can actually regain that charge of Blink. Okay, sell the Protect Ring, sell the Fire Lash. It's worth 50 gil. Maybe I'll have a use for it, who knows. We can actually use the Dark Matter technically. I don't actually remember what all the things are we can use for stuff. What can I use to? I cannot use the Defender Sword, that was in case we got a Gladiator. Sell the Titan's Axe. Apollo's Harp. Excalibur. Keep the Assassin Dagger, sell the Masamune, Yoichi Bow. Sell the Rune Axe, and Nacho Yakupu. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody. Welcome to the end game. We hope you're all having a lovely day. Sell the Gaia Bell. Do I need to buy some specific things for the mixes? I don't remember. We're probably only gonna get to use these at the very end anyways. So, let's stock up on lightning scrolls. one click at a time. I can click reasonably fast, but imagine doing this on a touchscreen. Hello, thank you for the good luck and welcome to you. I hope you're doing well today. Welcome to the end of the Fiesta, where we just unlocked our advanced job, which is Cannoneer. I was really hoping for not Cannoneer, because, well, I think the other two would have been more interesting to me personally. I don't know if they would have been better. Cannoneer could be exactly what we would need in order to defeat Omega if I were to choose to try and battle that guy, but honestly, I kind of don't want to. Omega is a huge menace at the best of times, if you can't just lock him down with bards. And in this version, where the game just does not give me a little break whenever I get a turn, well, it would be doable with white mage specifically. But those would be kind of a pain, probably. Welcome to the desert. We're gonna probably just... Well, we could actually battle enemies here with lightning scrolls, but I'd rather just run away from these desert encounters, to be honest. But, I mean, look at these weird millipedes, or centipede enemies. Sorry, they're already gone. They actually look quite fascinating. You know, I just realized you don't normally get to see, like, the small character model of Necrophobe, because he's usually just like a spark kind of thing. But here, in that little cutscene, you briefly see it. Alrighty, one of these chests has an elixir. Right, no, done. I thought I disabled auto mode, but I didn't. Elixir. Oh. Black Death Doom! Thank you so much for the raid and the host. Actually, there's no more hosting nowadays, is there? Anyways, thank you for that and welcome everybody to Final Fantasy V Full Job Fiesta. This is the old Steam iOS version that is no longer available for buying, and I'm just trying my best to get through the game in this version, and we are at the end game here. We're also using the advanced job set rule, which means we do actually get to use a Cannoneer in this run for once, which is very unusual. Anyways, I forgot to give Kryle the white magic ability. That way she'll have a lot more magic power to throw elemental scrolls with. Okay, the chest on the right here contains a drain sword. Can't use it, and even if it could, it's not a good weapon, unfortunately. Alright, the level check shouldn't be a problem, so... it's fine to just take it out over a few extra rounds. Level checks also have a rare drop chance for elixirs for what it's worth. Anyways, the Drain Sword would be mostly something you pick up for selling with this team, but I don't plan on coming back out of the void until we win the game, so we're locked in. I'm actually curious whether we will be able to reduce the damage from Almagest with White Mage in this version. Because if you remember, that was a problem in the Pixel Remaster where you couldn't do that. Also, I should absolutely switch over to throwing Flame Scrolls in here. because these weird mushroom enemies are weak to fire. Instead. And this is also a pretty good place for us to grind levels if we feel like we need more levels. Because there's usually large groups of enemies that we can defeat rather easily as long as we have flame scrolls to throw. Like, this is a particularly noteworthy encounter for that purpose. I think they have 5000 HP, so 2 flame scrolls from our high magic power users does not quite do the trick. It's close. If only we had somebody who could equip wizard rods here to boost up your fire damage dealt, but well, we don't. And leveled up again. How nice. So do I need to switch up anything here, I wonder? Who knows? We could just keep throwing stuff, but I think this is an excellent time to test our metal in, I guess, mostly melee combat. Let's see, ability, cryo, white magic is fine. Ability... throw with you, I guess it's okay. Yeah, I suppose this is fine. Righty, welcome to the next boss. This is... Fiesta. She's mostly annoying rather than dangerous. She does have, however, all sorts of nonsense she can try to throw at us. Whenever she takes damage, she has I think a 2 in 3 chance to counterattack with Drain on a random party member, which will heal her for a good chunk, but thanks to... Oh, we have open fire, I forgot about it, but... Thanks to Shell, we're gonna take half damage from pretty much most things anyways. Open fire has 4... yeah, actually, it's 4 different potential outcomes when you use open fire. You can shoot a poison cannon, a blinding cannon, a confusing cannon, and an insta-kill cannon. She's immune to instant death, so that doesn't do anything aside from extra damage. The insta-kill cannon deals the most damage by a by a good amount. Your damage also scales exclusively with levels on a cannoneer. Like, it's not magic power, it's specifically just levels that you need to have more of in order to deal more damage with. So, shell up everybody. Shell for you. Also, apparently I think she has... Reflect. Whenever Fiesta has Reflect, she will just use her own Reflect to bounce spells over to us, effectively removing our ability to, well, cast spells on her directly that can get reflected, such as Holy. Otherwise I would be casting Holy here. Hold. Well, Hold can be removed. Yes, no. Otherwise it will drain our stats towards 1 very, very quickly, and that would not be a whole lot of HP or damage we would have remaining at the end. Anyways, I'm just gonna burst her fairies. Why not? Increase her attack power by 50%. No more dances though. But I think that's alright. Poison. Rude. How about we don't poison? Poisonar. Still weird that it's called Poisonar. Wait. Oh, you're immune to being berserked. I forgot about that part. That's fair. Anyways. Is your reflect gone? I think... Oh. Well, yes, her reflect was in fact gone. Let's reflect again. And throw some, I don't know, water scrolls at her. You need a buff, clearly. Oh, right away. She would be considered a beast, by the way, so if you have a beast killer whip, that deals extra damage to her. Arguably very effective. Anyways, what I can do now is I just gave Cryle Reflect, so if I cast Holy on her, it gets reflected back over to Calafe's Dairy, which spells can only get reflected once, so even though she also has Reflect, she's not gonna do anything about it. Now notably, whenever any character in my team has Reflect on their own, Calafe's Dairy will just exclusively use the Reflect of my characters to buff herself, giving... oh. She didn't have Reflect anymore. Whoops. Rip Cryle. Yeah, anyways. Butts is immune to being called old. He doesn't even know what that's supposed to be an insult. Anyways, pick her back up, I guess. You can poison them, that's like the one thing I do remember. Sword Stance is not full power from the back row in this version either, by the way. Which it is in the Pixel Remaster, which I think is a nice change. But a White Mage is arguably the best support a dancer could possibly have in terms of, you know, support spells. Because Image, allowing her to just not get hit by physical attacks, is immensely valuable for a dancer. Alright, let me actually double check your equipment. You have the Rainbow Dress, that's good. The Thief Knife, you know, the Assassin Dagger is just a lot stronger, so let's give you that instead. But you have the Enhancer Sword. What's your magic power? 33. I guess Enhancer is like what, +3? Legacy is +1. Could get a Lamia's Tiara for another +3 and immunity to Confusion, which is nice. Then we could give you Black Robe, wait. Oh, you still have the Luminous Robe. I was supposed to... it's fine. You get the Power Sash for later. You get the Black Robe. I still didn't equip it. I just forgot. Wait, when did we get the Reflect Ring? Oh, right, in history. So I did have one. That's fine. Do I want fairies in the front row right now? Nah. Also, in the next section, I think it's fine to throw spells around. Probably. Everybody has throw? Everybody does have throw. The enemies in here are notably quite a bit of a step up compared to the jungle earlier. They are quite dangerous. Coral Ring absorbs water as healing, also makes you weak to lightning. Metamorph, you know what? I'm gonna use you as an opportunity to queue up using water scrolls with everybody. Then I'm gonna run away. That way the... oh, we actually defeated them. Fine by me. Did not get an extra Staff of Light. Staff of Light is not actually good anymore. Like, sure, you can break it to cast Holy, but Holy is notably one of the most effective or efficient damaging spells in the game. Because it is a relatively low MP cost for how much power it has. Like, it's really, really good. And the Sage Staff powering it up by 50% more is even better. So this version is gonna be a problem to get past Omega, isn't it? Okay, we got lucky. Anyways, we can still do this, which is kind of fun. Trying to think. I assume it's technically possible to defeat Omega with this team, especially White Mage support is just immensely valuable. But I also think it would be quite the investment to try and do that. Look at this great dragon. It's actually kind of a nice character model. Also, Lena just mastered White Mage. Doesn't really do anything for us because the last ability is MP plus 10%. We're mostly waiting on Butts to get his stuff together. Righty, we're gonna move Ferris to the front row. You need to make sure to give her image as soon as we can, because this boss here is going to actually hit like a truck whenever he feels like it. Actually, you know what? She can just image herself up. Well, she could also do this with white magic now that I think about it. That's arguably more efficient. Then, what do we want to do here? Trial? You throw stuff? Yeah, we're good. Alright. This is a panda. I think he has about 22,200 health and some change. He's weak to fire, and he loves to counterattack with Drain, as well as halving all of the physical damage received with Protect. So, order operations. We're gonna shell, and we're going to blink. I think it's called. Let me shell everybody before we do anything else. Web, that would slow her, but she's immune to it thanks to boots. I just spent his turn however I could. I didn't care. Okay, blink and blink for you and shell for you. So everybody has 50% chance to just straight up resist the drain spell. Now we need to just get everybody to be no longer susceptible to physical attacks, and we are good to go. So, alright, let's go start dancing. And blink for you. He also likes to cast Wind Slash. We're immune to the web spell, except from Butts. Butts is like the one person that is not immune to the web spell. I potion for you. He does have Wind Slash, which does hit decently hard, but it's also reduced by Shell. Or at least it should be. That's always a question, is it? Anyways, he's weak to fire. We do have flame scrolls, so let's throw them. Dance. 2,500. Oh, and there's Protect. That's gonna reduce Sword Stance attacks by half. We're gonna also cast Holy because... Actually no, we just throw flame scrolls. We could cast Holy, but we could also just cast or throw flame scrolls. There goes Fairy's damage output entirely, more or less. Or at least it's halved, minimum. He already halved her damage output through Protect earlier, so reducing it even further is just rude at this point. Yeah, 834. That is arguably still respectable damage from Fairies right there. Drain. Missed. See, this is why you shelled up. And this is why we imaged up on everybody. 50% chance to Sword Stance. Normally at this stage you probably would have your Chicken Knife fully powered and she would deal at least double this damage. Maybe more. Train. This time he hit, but it's not even that much damage, so we're good. And there he goes. Wait. Doesn't he normally have a dialogue at the end or something? Or like a more elaborate getting knocked out animation? He was a boss after all, right? Am I crazy? That was just like poof away, I guess. Anyways, so must give everybody throw again, unless you already have throw. And we continue throwing our way to victory, although arguably in this next section throw is a lot less impactful because a lot of these enemies have a lot of HP. You know what? We're gonna just run away from these guys. I don't feel like fighting them. Smoke. He does usually have some dialogue here, right? That's weird. smoke. So these encounters are on the Sky Bridge, both very frequent and notoriously they're tough to run away from. Although I have to admit, a lot of the areas where I expected a lot of encounters in, this version here has either reduced the encounter rate or I just got lucky. I'm not complaining though. You get like at least 5 or 6 encounters on this Sky Bridge normally. It could also have something to do with the weird movement that you have being off-grid, for all I know. I genuinely have no idea. Anyways, Cryle, you get white magic again, so you deal more damage with your throwing ability. And we're gonna throw... Does it matter which one? I don't think it matters. The Deathclaw enemies might be weak to lightning for all I know. I'm actually not sure. But if you need more experience, the enemies in here are pretty good for throwing scrolls. And here we have Hermes Sandals. This is our 4th pair of Hermes Sandals. Now everybody has them. And as little control as I have over my turn, as soon as I get, you know, a turn, haste is still crazy good, plus all the immunities to the status effects that just disable your character are just, you know, nice to not worry about. Alright, once again, Ferris goes front row, giving you the strongest weapon we have, which, you know, still the same one. Not surprising, I guess. Anything else I wanna do to his... actually, what did Butts learn as an ability? Because I didn't pay attention. He learned First Strike. No, that's not that. Control, White Magic, Whips, Open Fire, Flirt. What does the Cannoneer learn as the first ability? Increase the chances of having first attack. I think that's an... Isn't that a ninja thing? Open Fire. Oh, he learns Open Fire as a secondary. He already has Open Fire. Right, that makes more sense. So we need his next ability to be able to mix things. Anyways, this guy here... It's a big meanie. Ari wants to wear the crystal shards. This is Azulmagia. He has 27,000 HP, substantially decently strong defenses. He just decreased my defense, but that's mostly fine. You're gonna dance, gonna open fire, and we're gonna shell up on everybody. He has a lot of blue magic abilities, and if you know anything about blue magic means that he could just easily one-shot some of our characters, but I think we're largely fine in terms of not getting nuked as a group, as long as a level is not divisible by 5. I do not remember if our level is divisible by 5. Oh, level 2 old. Good thing Ferris isn't that old yet. We dance. Okay, so now yourself. Actually, the amount of damage we lose from open fire should not be affected because player characters don't lose levels normally. Anyways, he just casted Mighty Guard, giving himself Protect and Shell, but we can just Dispel Magic this, so he doesn't actually have that. Much more convenient. And in the meantime, I think I'm just gonna cast Holy here. This might be the best way for me to deal damage. Trial is gonna continue being support. And I guess we should remove the old status from Butts. It looks like he does deal less damage with open fire. Which, if this was the same calculations as it is in the original game, open fire should only take your level into account. And you might think, wait, doesn't all status reduce your level? It does only for the enemies. It does not actually reduce the level for player characters. It's a weird discrepancy, but that's just the difference. But in this version, I think it also reduces the player character's level. And there is the question mark effect. That is basically attack that deals damage equivalent to your currently missing HP. And because he has over 10,000 HP, he of course can be missing a lot of HP to just nuke us with. Flamethrower. Good thing we have Shell, I guess. Light Magic. Cure everybody. Light Magic Holy. And actually, I'm curious if Butch is now going to deal normal damage with open fire. Because he shouldn't regain his stats. No. Oh, he does! Okay. Okay, this is actually kinda nice. This is a change I really appreciate in the Pix remaster, and apparently this version already had that too. Where all the statuses, or yeah, the stats you lose are recovered when you cure the old status. So this version here probably originated with that idea. That's kinda neat. I have 2 cottages remaining. Oops, I should have bought a few. Okie dokie. Well, time to scramble the menus, I guess, because this is going to be a bit of a doozy here. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting to battle this thing. There's encounters down here? There's not. That's good. You're wrong, game. Let's run. There's no encounters down here normally. That's a new one. Didn't expect that. I wasn't prepared for this. Anyways, Cryo, White Magic and you is fine. Alright, so this guy is going to nuke our team with Earthquake spells that deal about 1000 damage. We need to try and get Shell up before he gets a turn. And you know how it is in this version of the game where the enemies are probably just gonna slap me once before I get to do anything. Even though I'm just gonna get my turn. There we go. I actually selected this command really quickly. So, we Shell up. You dance, that's fine. You open fire, it's fine. And Shell up. Wait, who did I use Shell on? I need it on Kryl and Lena, so they survive now. Also, this guy can be poisoned, so I think that poison shot might have just poisoned him. Anyways, now we need to just heal against the damage. So, let's see. We raise with you, and then we cure a Ga with you. Because we have to heal, we do not survive 2 Earthshakers in a row. Oh, nice. And he does not always Earthshaker, he just Earthshakers most of the time. Few Phoenix down. Then we can Curaga everybody. And if we get lucky, we can actually keep fairies alive here. Let's say Trial. Nice, I got the turn. Excellent, so everybody's shelled, so we should just survive his attacks. And we should reliably be able to defeat him. If you have Float, he will cast 100 Gs. Demon Eye. Oh, somebody got petrified. Does this remove your shell? It might. Yes, I think she's removed. Did it also remove her haste? No, she still has haste. I don't know if she has the shell still though. I'm not gonna chance that. Haven't seen a poison take on him yet. Anyways, he also likes to occasionally petrify your characters. Bit inconvenient, but it's okay. Throw water. Okay, this guy's 20,000 HP, and he's mostly known for just wiping your team by casting Earthshaker every single turn if he feels like it. He doesn't always do that, but he can do that. At least I think he can. I think I'm getting reasonably lucky that he just doesn't. Death shot, he's immune to instant death, so doesn't really do much. You know, we can cast Holy in the meantime. Holy is really good damage. There's an Earthshaker. I guess Ferris would be surviving another Earthshaker here. And there we go. If you have a white mage to cast Shell with, not a big deal. If you have a blue mage to cast Mighty Guard with, also not a big deal. Everything else might be slightly more complicated to defeat this guy with. Or you just need to have enough HP to survive one attack. And that's it. Also, I want to use my last cottage at the last save point, so I guess we're not going to use it here. Alrighty, by the way, the chest in here and in here, one of them contains red shoes, dancer cup, and the other one is a rainbow dress, also dancer cup. And if you basically encounter these old men, or alte Leute, in combat, they turn into a Jura Avis, a decently strong mini-boss kind of creature. I have to admit, I don't know what the guy does, aside from being really annoying to take down, and if you open up the doors to their cells, then they are permanently open. So you have to deal with them afterwards, or you just get lucky and they don't randomly pop out of the door. Anyways, here we get a new weapon for Ferris. This is the Man-Eater Dagger, +2 to all stats and better attack power than the Assassin's Dagger. It's pretty good. Like, really good actually. Also, let me think about this. We don't have a way to insta-kill reliably, do we? No. Back attack. Lightning rolls. Ow. It's exceptionally rude, dudes. This is one of the most deadly back attacks because these enemies here absolutely love to just use Deathclaw on you, and then immediately after the dancers go on, they can just knock out the character that got weakened by the Deathclaw attack right afterwards. If they feel like it. Sometimes they're not doing that. So anyways, I was mostly thinking whether I wanna do some grinding here before going on, but it's probably fine. Also, I think we're gonna go with a gold hairpin for Lena for now. We have plenty of elixirs to recover MP with, so I should also just use those. We want to get dual wield for a ninja, and we want to get the ability for the cannoneer. So we want to grind out a few extra ability points. So the Man-Eater Dagger always critically hits and deals extra damage to humanoids. I don't think Harlequin also counts as a humanoid. Anyways, they have, what, 33,000 HP or so? And they always turn you into a frog, turn 1, unless you're immune to it. I'm going to just do the bare minimum of preparation, so we're gonna blink Ferris. You just start dancing. Open fire, and we just cast Holy on our white mage. Riveting. Alright, then Maiden's Kiss for you. You keep dancing. You Maiden's Kiss yourself. And you Holy now. Critical attack. This is why we gave Image to... What did he defend? Oh well. Maiden's Kiss. This is why we give. So Harlequin also does hit decently hard in physical combat, and they also reasonably frequently, in fact, attack with physicals. Throw scrolls. Doesn't matter which one. Harlequin also does not have any particular elemental weakness we could exploit. Also, Holy only costs 10 MP, which is crazy cheap compared to how expensive it is. Reverse polarity. I guess we should change Rover Ferris. Everybody else, it's fine. Just don't get hit, smiley face. He keeps wanting me to throw the Sasuke's katana here. Also, I forgot I could have kept the legendary weapons to throw them instead. Kinda wish I remembered that part. Oh well. Holy. Oh. Hey, you survived. Mildly surprised. And also, this is an excellent time to throw an elixir Lena's way. Actually, she might not get it at this point. Yep. Because Harlequin is defeated. Harlequin doesn't tend to be a problem unless you have such low damage output that you get to the final, or like the 8th turn or something like that, where Harlequin would just nuke your character with Holy for 9,899 damage. It's kind of fun if you have a reflector in your could though, because it will just nuke itself instead. Anyways, we have so many elixirs, let's use one to recover MP on Lena so we can heal up everybody and move on. Also, our level are in fact divisible by 5 for most characters. Do I go back and save? I don't have a safe way to defeat this boss here, do I? I could use the 3rd charge of the magic lamp, but then I would have to walk all the way back outside to recharge it. So that's not a great idea. We could actually just grind out the Cannoneer ability, right? Cannoneer surely has an instant death attack of sorts. So you know what, we're gonna go back to the previous room and grind for a little while. This also gives us a lot more maximum HP to work with, which is gonna make the end game a lot more comfortable too. Why are there encounters down here? Stop. That's wrong. Take the chance of open fire. 12% is worse than the assassin dagger. We could. It's technically an option. I don't think any elemental scrolls is desirable over others in the upcoming section, so we just throw whatever we have. Also, I probably should move Paris into the back row. Yeah, the encounters later would actually give dramatically more ability points, but I would like to have some extra levels as a bit of a buffer. We could almost certainly complete the rest of the game if Almagest's damage is reduced by Shell. Which, I mean, it should. But is it? Bart's leveled up. So yeah, let's do a bit of a comfy grinding session here. I think that's gonna be just fine. These are the encounters I would like to see most of the time, preferably. Because it's a lot of enemies, and Lightning Scroll just doesn't really care how many enemies there are. But the more enemies there are, the more experience I get. Which is nice. There's also the rare Iron Giant encounter in here, which I don't think we have a particularly good way to deal with. So we probably just would run away from that one. Level up. Nice. Also, one thing I didn't even consider. Cannoneer is one of the classes that has a much better vitality stats than the rest of the characters we have so far, so more maximum HP, hooray. Although it doesn't seem to be much more than Ninja, now think about it. Because Kryle has notoriously +0 vitality, whereas Butts I think has +3. So he naturally already has more HP than Kryle. Let's see, that's a back attack. Can we still knock them out before they get to move? Yes, apparently. Huh. Hermes sandals are that strong. They think they get the jump on us, but Hermes handles have something to say about that apparently. 5 ability points per encounter is actually a substantial amount too. So that is only 6 more encounters until we get there. Something I'm wondering, do these sword stances have the exact same sword twice? No, they're distinct. So they did draw 2 different swords. I was just thinking about that without looking at it first, and then I said it out loud without checking. Oh, we run. Goodbye. More power for the chicken knife. These guys have, I think, 20,000 HP, the Iron Giants. They do give massive amounts of experience though. What was it, like 10,000 experience each? However, we don't really have a good way of taking them down as the catch. Oh hey, this is the rare encounter in this room. Arise! But yeah, the Hellraiser rabbits, they randomly target an ally after they get knocked out to revive them with full HP. They can even target themselves, but that doesn't work that way. Shouldn't be too many more encounters, so this could be it already. Try leveled up, and there we go, Butts. Oh. You acquired the experience up ability. That's not what I was thinking of, not gonna lie. Wait. Does he not get combined until the next one? In 1.5 times the experience in battle. I mean, that would be kinda nice too, but then I couldn't throw with you anymore. Should I even go for that then? I didn't realize it was going to take such a long time to get the combine ability. Because it wasn't exactly relevant in the solo character challenge run. Because I couldn't actually use it until I got the ammunition more or less at the end of the game anyways, where I already had gained a tremendous amount of, well, ability points along the way. So I guess we're just gonna take our chance with Twintania. Actually, let me briefly check status. Experience needed for next level, 11,000, 8,000, 1,000. Okay, we're gonna go one more encounter. That should level up Ferris and Lena. And then I think we just move on and hope for open fire to hit. We can get the rest of the ability points in the Void, which is dramatically faster. We just need to survive the encounters there. Alright, Ferris and Lena leveled up. Both of them get a bit of an extra HP buffer. Maybe they even deal more damage. Mold... What? What encounter set is this? What? Moldwind? Here? Yoshinbo Moldwind. That is weird. I assume the Moldwind is the rare encounter in that area, because a lot of these areas have like encounters from previous sections that are more or less out of context. Iron Giant, run away! Anyways, in this case, we could just try to nuke Twintania with holy spells. It is weak to holy. Let's see if we can do that. Everybody gets white magic. Ability, white magic. You have low level white magic. Well, you're gonna be the guy to use the assassin dagger, I guess. Nothing else. Alright. Let's see whether we can actually just straight up defeat Twintania before the timer runs out. Alrighty, this is Twintania. 50,000 HP. Normally you defeat this thing by hitting it while it is weak in its form where it charges up for Giga Flare. However, we don't have a reliable way of hitting its weak point, so to speak. So, shell for you, shell for you, shell for you, and we immediately start white magic holy. This thing is weak to holy. However, it has a 1 in 3 or 2 in 3 chance to counterattack with Tidal Wave. Wait, Mega Flare? What? Why Mega Flare? What? What do you mean Mega Flare? What do you mean Mega Flare? Let's cast Reflect. You don't have Mega Flare! At least not usually. 2. You can reflect Mega Flare too, so I guess it's extra damage. Ice Storm we cannot reflect. Also, we don't have a way to heal easily anymore. What are you doing, Ferris? Why did you have defense select again? Mind Blast. Holy again. Does he always counter it? No, he doesn't always counter it. Holy. I probably just don't remember this guy having Mega Flare because I don't usually use the Holy spell specifically against him, which I assume this is a reaction to casting specifically Holy. I just don't usually fight this thing the normal way, you know, so that's probably why my confusion. But hey, Leonard just absolutely nuked that guy. With a bit of backup dancing support from Ferris. Yeah, Form 2 has Giga Flare. I assume it's just, I just didn't remember this guy having it, because I don't usually, you know, damage him the normal way. But it's very likely that he just normally has a counterattack for Giga Flare. Let's see, Twin Tanya. First form. No? But, oh, that's Twin Lizard. Why is Twin Lizard? Twin Tanya. Let's see. React magic with Mega Flare. Oh, 1 in 3 times he reacts to magic attacks with Mega Flare. 1 in 3 times he reacts to physical damage with Tidal Wave. Oh. See, this is what you get for not fighting enemies normally for a long time. I didn't realize that Twin Tanya reacted differently to physical attack as opposed to magical attacks. So apparently we could just have a Reflect Rings equipped and nuke him with Holy, because he doesn't counter with Tidal Wave. He specifically counters physical attacks with Tidal Wave. Huh. yeah. And here I was thinking, this version is just doing weird things. But no, this is just how it is. I just didn't know. It's pretty fun. Yeah, the second form basically has initially the text of charging up for Giga Flare, and then unleashes it on the next turn. That's usually what happens. Dance, I guess. Open Fire on the other one. I don't think Open Fire can miss. So... yeah, that's almost exactly just a case of Yaga hasn't actually fuddled. My goodness, that was an... look at this animation. The teleport animation. I kinda wish they did more like this. It's kinda neat. Did you see that? Just a teleport animation like that. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Anyways, Twin Tanya once again, absolutely a case of Yaga just doesn't know what the heck he's talking about. Evidently. Alrighty, what we want to try is battle the enemies here, unless it's dangerous ones, then we don't want to do that. Getting fantastic inside Yagamoth. Good job. But the enemies in here only give money and ability points, but a lot of money and a lot of ability points. So we actually kind of do want to fight a bunch of stuff. On the other hand, we do not want to actually throw spells at King Behemoth, because these things will counter with Meteor, so I suggest we just run. They only counter physical attacks by physical attacks, so we would be able to defeat them with those. But I don't really feel like doing that, so... we run. Zaga knows the ins and outs of every strategy except straightforward combat. Evidently. Gilgabro. Hello. He doesn't recognize us. It's, you know, fair. So let's make him come to his senses. You can steal the Genshi shield from him. Wait, I should steal the Genshi shield. Hold on. Hold up, I should steal the Genji shield from you, right? No, we're just gonna keep the Aegis shield equipped. I was thinking we should get equipped the Genji shield for the 50% physical block rate. But now we're good. Then again, we could still try. Thieves Knife. Oh no, too late. Oh well, we're not gonna get a Genji shield. His text box goes by so fast because of it being tied to battle speed. That's so weird. Goodbye, Gilderbot. Right, now we want to defeat more enemies. If we find movers, that would be reasonably ideal. We also pick up these extra chests for once. The Puma Shurikens are gonna be great value. Ooh. These things are weak to fire. Fortunately, you don't have to throw command right now. Neither do you. These things are 100 ability points each. Well, actually not each, as the encounter. But we have to defeat them before they run away. Which is easier said than done. We don't have enough MP. They're undead. I think this is gonna backfire here. With the... yeah, Fairies healed them. We got him! Look at this, 150,000 gil. Actually, it's 200 ability points. Well, 199. Dual wield acquired. Great. That is exactly the kind of encounter I was hoping for. Fantastic news. Also, let's use some more elixirs real quick for recovering MP. Feels so weird using elixirs outside of combat, but you know. I don't need that many anyways, probably. We have white mages after all. Plus there's another elixir right here. I forgot to... Aren't these weirdly weak to water? Am I imagining this? No, they're not weak to water. Wow, he is not weak to holy either. This necromancer is definitely undead, by the way. Oh, this guy is weak to getting confused. Great news, everybody. Blaze, that's 25%. Okay, max health gone. You know, can you do that again? Lightning, that's also 25%. I had no idea these things were so susceptible to confusion. That's a great ability set to have, for them to knock themselves out like that. Also, I just realized, I'm so sorry, I haven't even looked at YouTube chat in a while. Ah, it's okay, nobody has said anything in 4 hours. Because it was covered by the algorithms guide. Crystal and Mind Flayers. We can battle these guys, I guess. I think these crystals absorb all elements with water. Hello. Yamsey, hope you're doing well. Yeah, they absorb all elements. So open fire should knock them out, as should Jitterbug do it. For what it's worth. They look Mind Flayers. They look menacing in this. Goodbye. 29 ability points. 2 crystal helms. Those are the rare drops from the things. Or the crystal enemies, I guess. What more of these encounters and butts will have learned combine? That chest down there, that's Shinju. We can defeat Shinju. So I probably will do that shortly. But I'm gonna go to the save point first. Crystal Dragon? Let's attack with Trial. That's 25% of her max HP gone. Wait, this can miss? Wait, is this why it missed against Gilgamesh? Because there's the Breath Wing can just miss. Anyways, I don't know what I'm gonna do against this guy. I guess we can dance. I don't think he's weak to anything in particular that we have access to. He actually, doesn't he absorb Holy as healing? I don't feel like fighting this guy. I guess we can throw lightning scrolls. Oh, he absorbs lightning as healing too. Steal? Couldn't steal. Wait, why do you attack again? That's cheating. Yeah. These guys have a common steal of elixir, so I think it's kind of worth trying to steal from them at least. Commenting here solely because you said no one had for a while, yeah. Oh, thank you, Kind Master, I do appreciate that. I think these guys have like 20,000 HP, it's a lot. Blink. Come on, steal. Open fire. We can actually move Paris to the front row, I guess. We could even move Cryle to the front row. Oh, he can be confused. Oh. Well, he's not confused anymore now. That is very interesting. So, White Mage... He probably has a lot of magic evasion, so the confusion spell is reasonably unlikely to land, I assume. Means, yeah, kind of expected. Well, time to heal, I guess. Time to move you to the front row. But it's also nice to know that there's still people actually watching on YouTube, so this is reasonably worthwhile, and, well, it's much easier to access in the long run, because YouTube doesn't just randomly decide to remove... Wait, that's bad, isn't it? Oh no, Tidal Wave does actually damage itself there. So I guess that's fine. We can Berserk Cryle, I guess. Here you go, Cryle, we can just keep attacking. Standards. Oh, ability combine acquired. Perfect. Alrighty. Let's shuffle our jobs around for the final setup I suggest. We have Cryle, who mastered Ninja, which means she can dual wield as a passive. And I guess we could dual wield regular swords as a cannoneer, but it makes much more sense in my book to turn Cryle into the dancer with the extremely high-powered dual-wield dances. So, I'm gonna remove all equipment, we're gonna shuffle first the jobs around. But, master the cannoneer so he can now combine mixes. I think we're gonna turn him into the white mage at this point. His secondary white mage is not that great. So just be combined, so our Might Mage can combine ammunition with various items in order to achieve potentially very powerful effects. Let's put it this way. Let's unequip everything, we're gonna shuffle this stuff around first. Ferris is going to be our cannoneer. It just kind of makes the most sense, right? She is a pirate captain after all. And her secondary ability is going to be... dance. Because, as we have noticed, cannoneers can equip Lamia's tiaras, well, light armor in general, so it's actually gonna be a really strong secondary dancer too. And last, and certainly not least, we have the ninja Lena, who is going to use white magic as a secondary for extra good healing and support. Kind of weird that the ninja is our support character now, because both White Mage, Dancer and Cannoneer, well, all of these have just better damage output outside of specifically throwing Fuma Shurikens. Then equipment. First of all, Ferris needs a Lamia's tiara. This tiara that inspires the performance of sword stance. The game actually tells you. Fun fact, I'm pretty sure that Pixel Remaster doesn't even tell you that sword stances are improved with Lamia's tiara. They are. It still works in that version, it just doesn't tell you, but in this version they actually tell you. That is nice. Then, did I not pick up the rune? I did pick up the rune blade, there we go. The rune blade, guaranteed critical hits, which means it ignores enemies' defenses, and it also is boosted by your magic power. 33 magic power, you know, that's pretty decent. Aegis Shield is also +1 magic power. Also Lamia's tiara is +3. And this is where I would equip a black robe if we had to. But the power sash is just fine for +3 strength, and of course Hermes sandals to be fast. That is Ferris done, so for the most part we're gonna move her to the front row because she's gonna be dancing as her main form of offense. We can still use open fire if we choose to do so. It will still have potentially beneficial effects to blind enemies, which we will be trying to use against Shinryu as well as the final boss. Then, next up, Lena. We gave her the Sasuke's katana because nothing aside from a ninja can equip it anyways. It's a decent weapon, but more importantly it gives us a 25% chance to block physical attacks, and we're gonna continue that trend with the Mangosh. So I think Sasuke's katana and Mangosh physical block chance stack, but I'm not sure. Anyways, Twist Headband because you have nothing else. Power Sash for extra strength. Both of these give like +5 strength total, which is nice. And of course Hermes Sandals for speed. And also status immunities. Next up, Butts. Butts gets the Sage's Staff. This just powers up your holy elemental spells and it's just attack crazy good. You're gonna gold hairpin for half the MP cost. Black robe for maximum magic power, and of course Hermes Sandals. And last but not least, Cryo. She gets the Man-Eater Dagger. Usually this is where you give your dancer the chicken knife in order to deal extra damage, but the chicken knife is not powered up enough in this team, because we just battled so many random encounters instead of running away. So Assassin Dagger and Man-Eater Dagger are just our two best weapons, and dual wield dancing deals double the damage, effectively. Ribbon for status immunities, including immunity to petrification, which is gonna be very helpful. Rainbow Dress, so we have a 50% chance for soul stances rather than 25%. It's the same as the Lamia's Tiara, but they do not stack with each other, so you could equip a Lamia's Tiara here as well. But unless this version does it differently, it doesn't actually add any additional effect. It's basically you either have the sword stance up property, or inspired sword stances, or you don't. There's just the binary thing. And that's everything. Alrighty, and that's all we need. I was gonna run away from the rest here. Whee! I guess I could put smokescreen onto whichever character is the fastest, which is probably Kryl as a dancer? She has 41 agility. Lana also has 41, so it's probably Kryl. I think this version does not do the thing where you have a slight bit of variance in your speed. It's always the exact same at the beginning of combat. Anyways, Kryl, for now you get smoke. Yeah, she just unequips the other weapon, but you also still need the Hermes Sandals to run away with. Turns out I didn't. Oh no, never mind, we did. Why are you first now? That's okay, don't worry about it. Okie dokie. Then... ability trial. Now, funnily enough, I actually kind of want to have more white mages in this encounter in particular. So we're gonna give her white magic for this place. But we will move Trial into the front row for... Actually no, we're just gonna use Holy. Never mind, we don't move you to the front row. Then again, dancing in the first phase might be the way to go, so... I changed my mind again, move you to the front row. Also, give you dual wield. Rainbow dress, Hermes samples. Everything else seems to be correct. Oh, you know what? We do not want the assassin. Well... Here's a question. Do dancers actually trigger the secondary effects of weapons? They don't in other versions. But the assassin dagger could potentially bounce back Doom at us. Literally, it's called Doom. Instant death. We're not immune to that. Okay, everything else should be fine. We have... actually 3 white mages right now, basically, right? Oh, no, you have dance. That's fine. Alrighty, this is Necrophobe. He has 4 barriers, each one 8800 HP, and they will cast Holy and Flare on turn 1, dealing about 1000 damage each, which is a lot. And so we immediately begin by trying to kill one barrier as a priority. Nice sword stance immediately. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Look at that. Crit. That's only half the damage from Ferris, but... I mean, that's still very respectable damage. With these 4 barriers, I have achieved absolute invincibility. Now, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure Ferris does not survive. Oh, I was wrong. She does survive it. But they do get a turn before I do, so... 5 definitely doesn't survive that, right? Yeah, no. Cast raise. And you go down. Okay. So we raise here again. Or as well. Didn't hit the cactus that I shelled up already. But hey, they already removed one of the barriers, otherwise we would have had one more spell fly our way. Shell. You dance. You dance. And... that's a really... that's so much damage as the sword stance. That's so good. Nice. 7,000 almost? Oh my goodness. Right, Shell. Everybody should have Shell now. Turn 2, they cast Fire, Ice, or Lightning 3 as a priority. And... you know, we have Bloodshot to combine things with. Let's see. Now the thing is, if we combine Bloodshot with... I swear you could combine it with a Holy Water. Can you not combine it with Holy Water? Do I not have Holy Water? Hold on. No, I do have Holy Water. Water Straw, Lightning Straw, Fire Straw, Dark Metal, Mallet, Gold Meter, Ash, Iron Bar, Dragon King, Goliath, and Shuriken. I don't know what any of these things do anymore. I think the Fuma Shuriken makes your attack be extra effective against humanoids, which is... well, we don't want to use Fuma Shurikens in this encounter. We're gonna use it in the next one. Where is my... Cannoneer overview thingy? I put it into my spreadsheet a while ago. Where is it? Seer challenge, nope, that's the wrong one. Attack template, black mage. On the one, magic multiplier. Where's my Cannoneer spreadsheet? I can't find it right now. Huh. I swear there was a holy elemental attack that we could facilitate with this. I guess I just don't know which one that is. Oh, there's the Cannoneer. Found them. Alrighty. Let's see. Hero Cocktail is holy. I didn't realize I needed chemist drinks for these. Well, that's a shame. Because I think this would mean we could deal extra damage with our Sage's staff equipped. Because that boosts our holy damage by 50%. Turns out that I should have looked at the recipes beforehand. Oh, too late. Let's do a water cannon. That's respectable damage, I will say. Anyways, let's start getting everybody blink. Sword stance. I think it's in the back row, so this is half damage. Right. Blink for you. Because phase 2, this guy is gonna attack us, and he's scary sketchy. I assume Corral is gonna knock out the barrier, so we already target the next one. He also... It didn't trigger the counterattack yet, or well, the instant death thing yet. That could mean it doesn't do that, or it could just mean we got lucky that it didn't trigger. I don't know that, or which one it is. Right, everybody has blinked now. And that's everything we need, isn't it? Yeah. Not really much else to do. We could actually use Mini on our Cannoneer, technically, to give us double the shield block chance, but I also don't think it really matters, so... Dance. Dance. And you cure everybody. These things, by the way, do not have all that much maximum MP, so Mystery Wolves draining their MP could actually mean that this guy might run out of MP rather fast at this point. Okay, Flame Scroll. Ninja Scrolls can't be reflected, so even though they have an innate reflect ability, it doesn't do anything for them. There we go, that guy's down. Now, this guy is gonna cast Flash on everybody immediately, but dances don't care about Flash, and we're going to use elemental damage against him. He is weak to literally every element in the book. An open fire can also blind him if we're lucky. So we could just cast white magic. Holy. He has 33,000 HP. If you met Gilgamesh beforehand, otherwise it's 43,000 HP. Sword stance. Is he humanoid? No. He has really good physical defenses, but sword stance still punches and powers straight through it. I'm using the open fire in the hopes to blinding him, but I'm not sure how necessary or relevant that even is, to be honest. Also, once again, minimize the thing. There we go. Gilgamesh! He made it. He does have a big mouth. Alright, what we want to do is equip Thieves Knife and attack with you. Actually, we can't even use the armor even if we get to steal it. He just speeds through the dialogue in this version because we have the dialogue speed or combat dialogue speed set too fast. Mana mana. I couldn't even read you that fast if I wanted to. Goodbye, Greg. Thank you for your sacrifice. Man, this dialogue sequence is like 2 minutes faster than any other version. Yeah. Alright. We go back, knock over Shinryu. And then we come back here. Unfortunately, we can't even use the item Shinryu provides, but it is what it is. That's alright. Lena, you're gonna equip Smoke, so we get to run away from combat afterwards. And do I even bother polishing up? Sure. I should have bought more cottages and all sorts of other items for useful reasons. But that's alright. You can imagine Greg just belting out his lines like he's out of breath. Right? That's true. You defend, you smoke. Defend. And we run away. Actually, if I just... Wait, Lena was first this time. Maybe there is a bit of speed variance, but it's barely noticeable because of the clunky ATB and interface. Alright, let's see. Wait, wrong guy. But... Cure. But... Gold hairpin is fine. Well, let's see how this is gonna murder me or not. Usually, you have one extra turn of leeway before Shinryu absolutely destroys you. So let's see how this is gonna go for us. We want Lena with white magic, so she can support with blink. We want Butts with white magic. Ferris. Yeah, you can dance, it's fine. Probably. Alright, good luck everybody. It's a trap! Monster attack! This is Shinryu, one of the 2 super bosses. Well, one of the many super bosses in this game. So this is what I meant with... usually he doesn't take his first turn, and then you have enough time to do something else. Yeah, I mean... I think I need to set the battle speed to be slower. This is what I mean that it's a problem where the game does not give you like a little pause. This was 2 turns of Shinryu's, and with haste we're literally faster. Well, we're almost as fast as Shinryu, so technically I should have plenty of time to get my actions in, but practically that is not true. Because if the game doesn't like give you that little bit of reprieve or like a little pause in the timer when you get your turn, there's no way you can menu quick enough. Right, you dance. Basically what I think I might need to do... Is it already set up? What I might need to do is I might need to set up my auto combat to automatically use Berserk on an enemy in a random encounter beforehand. The damage looks wrong. No, this is actually pretty normal. Well, to be fair, I think it's normally more like 8,000 to 9,000 damage per tidal wave. I actually don't remember. But already, so here's what we do. Oh, you don't have the correct ability. You defend, you defend, you defend, and you use Berserk on the first enemy. Then we run away. I didn't actually know you could Berserk the crystals. Genuinely had no idea. Not like you need to. It's not like you use abilities. So it's only a downside to Berserk. Anyways. Ability, Lena. If you write magic. Magic. So now, with auto combat, I should get a turn before he gets to tidal wave me, but now the problem is he deals 5000 damage per attack, and he is absurdly fast. Blink yourself. Items, Phoenix Stone and Butts, and open fire. We hope for blinding shots here, because he can be blind. I think this is the blinding shot. Yes. Oh, no, actually that was... Why? No, don't defend! Memory cursor, why? Open fire again. White magic blink. We'll blind them. Okay. Blink. I don't know if he's blinded yet. Like, he looks like he has a status effect, but I can't tell what this one is supposed to be. Front row, back row doesn't matter. That was, by the way, 5000 damage into the back row. Like, this thing, you don't survive its physical attacks, generally speaking, unless you have, like, a max level party. Which, I mean, is possible to have, but we don't have to. Anyways, I think we're good to go now, probably. So, I believe if you blitz shot with a Dragon Fang, we get Dragon Cannon, which deals extra damage to dragons. Almost 4000 damage, that's pretty good. Recast Blink. Basically, as soon as you Berserk him and have Blink established, you're usually good to go, but this guy is fast. Like, he doesn't have haste. He's just that fast, kind of thing. But, on the bright side, he doesn't do all of his other shenanigans that he would normally do if you didn't do the Berserk on him. Anyways, throw some Lightning Storm. I think he absorbs wholly as healing, but other elements do work. I'm gonna wait until I see what he attacks. By the way, you can run away from this encounter if you feel like it. That's absolutely something you can do. Zing zing. He also has a really high physical defense. Anyways, there's a reason I'm not casting Holy. Blink. Wait, can we just... Like, Cryo still looks like she has 2 images, even though she already took 2 hits. Can you just stack up images in this version? Like, does it just keep counting up? It might. How much HP do you have left? Question mark. No weaknesses. Blinded by darkness. Berserk. Okay, I guess I don't know. Game doesn't tell me. Blitz shot. Let's see. I think Gold Needle is 3000 damage? Yeah. I think that's pretty good, actually. Throw lightning scrolls. Fence. Now imagine if we still had Beastmaster instead. That would be a lot less fun than the 2 dancers dancing along. Water Cannon! I'm pretty sure Gold Needle is the strongest attack we have by a long stretch. Anyways, he should go down soon. Also, can I just say that this dragon face looks vicious? There we go, we got him. Screenshot! I didn't forget. Good job, everybody. And... Cran's job level up, you gain 100 ability points for this, and that's it. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. We get a dragon seal, which I don't think that does anything. Maybe there's a reason to have the Omega Metal and or Dragon Seal in the extra dungeon. I don't remember if there is a reason for those. Anyways, we got him. Excellent. Let's run away. Do you have to screen capture this? Yes, I did take a screenshot. Basically, if you want to submit that, you have to feed the Shinryu and Omega for the extra little things next to the thing, you know, the thing and stuff. I'm not particularly clear, sorry. If you want to defeat or get the extra little crowns, if you will, for defeating the 2 super bosses along the way, you want to take a screenshot of their demise. Alright, we're gonna go up here and go into cutscene, watch the cutscene, run away, save, and then we come here for the final encounter. Libro tells you the status ailments as well. I think it always does that, doesn't it? Whoa. I like that animation. He transformed into a tree! He can no longer chase us. Although, well, he still has the ability to suck anything he just feels like into the void, so... maybe him being stationary is not that big of a benefit as I thought it was. I'm just hoping that Almega's damage is reduced. If it isn't, there's a decent chance I'm just going to say we're gonna finish this run tomorrow, because it is almost midnight here. But hey, we'll see. And look, void. And we're all knocked down on the floor. The void floor. You know, those pirates like holding and petting those baby chocobos. Yes, and considering the type of pirate Ferris seems to be and her crew, they will do everything in their power to make sure they're as safe as they possibly can be. It's kind of a fun group of pirates. Why are they even considered pirates to begin with? Maybe they just think it's funny to be labeled as a pirate without actually, you know, doing the piratey stuff. Whee! Thanks, guys. My phone is yelling at me that it's ready to go to bed soon. Now! This is it! Take your chance. Destroy Exdeath. Onward, light warriors! Onward! To the safe point. It's always such a rhythm break. Where it just have that heroic little cutscene, everybody is coming together to help you out, and then you just go, hang on a second, I need to go and save so I don't need to watch the cutscene again. It's always so weird. It is what it is, I guess. Alright, final save point. Let's make a new save file for this one. 13, good number. Run away! Oh, it actually worked. I do wonder whether you're guaranteed to run away on a preemptive strike in this version. I guess it's possible. Alrighty, now we're here without the awesome music, unfortunately, so we just have to prepare for what we have. Alright. Final setup. Ability, Cryo. You have dual wield, that is good, but you have combined, that is probably good. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but we got it, so we're gonna use it. White magic on Lena, so you're gonna be a secondary support as well as throw all sorts of useful things. And dance on Ferris in the front row. It's a lot of power. Admittedly, I'm probably gonna move these guys to the back row first, and then we're gonna prepare for these things. Plus, we have two characters that are immune to instant death and petrification. And none of them are my support characters in the back row, so we're gonna try and set up initially. Also, once again, I think I'm gonna reduce the battle speed at least a little bit. I don't know if this does anything. It didn't feel like it did anything on Shinri, I'm not gonna lie. Also, it's supposed to be set to wait on battle mode. I don't know what that does. Oh, set that the time stops when using items matching when selecting targets. I see. You could even disable the little thinking time you have in the menu. Just let the enemies wail on you. That sounds like a challenge. Is your chicken knife worth using it? I don't think so, but good question. 130... well, actually, that's not a good comparison. There it is. 52 attack power. No, this is not even half power. So I think we use the Rune Blade and the Assassin Dagger and Man-Eater Dagger. Well, good luck everybody. Alrighty, XDef. 49,001 HP in the first phase. I don't know why that one is important. But we're gonna immediately shell and defend turn 1. And then we need to... nothing. She's immune. I'm still not used to this version actually giving you the animation of when it misses anyways. Okay, shell on both of the important targets. Then we're gonna set up blink on you. So you can move to the front row without getting murdered by the physical attacks. You still defend. Because his physical attacks hit really hard, like no joke. Blink again. And you can start dancing, I guess. Then you go and... actually, I don't want to start dancing it. We kind of want to continue setting up until we're ready. You go to front row. White magic shell on you two as well. Gonna wait with attacking until we're fully set up, and he's dead. Probably. Oh no! We do have a more than 50% chance to resist White Hole. Thanks to shell. Anyways, does fairies have shell or cryo? I don't remember who I used it on. Anyways, I guess I'm gonna use it on fairies now. By the way, this form is also considered humanoid, so the Man-Eater Dagger is gonna deal extra damage. Let's see if you survive. You do. Nice, we're getting lucky there. Also, look at this sprite, by the way. Like, look at the big XF3 thing there. The background is literally taken from the original, but the rest of the sprite work being redone. Again, I actually really like the sprite work in this version. This may or may not be the best thing about the version, but it is an amazing thing. Right, blink. And I guess we're ready to start dealing damage. Shell... actually no, blink on you as well. You can start dancing. Alrighty. Once we deal 19,000 damage, he is gonna go into phase 2. Which, I guess with our numbers, this might happen sooner rather than later too. And with you, we can actually start casting Holy, or if we have any combined mixes that we can use. Let me actually just consult my list here. What can we actually even combine? What even is helpful? So we can do Elemental. That's just literally element. He does not have any elemental weakness here. You might think fire is good, but not really. This one inflicts instant death, I think. Where is it? Dark matter, yeah. Confuse, poison, and death. The thing is, the first form is not susceptible to death. The second form, the one part that is susceptible to death, well, we just knock it out with the magic lamp instead. Gold needle, that's just a flat 3000 damage to all targets, which honestly is really good. That's a lot of damage. Mallet is, I think, a decent chance to mini the enemy. Where's the mallet? Yeah, 135 attack power, it's not that great. Iron Draft is reducing the enemy's defense and magic defense in half. That's actually pretty good. I think I'll be saving this one for the Almagest party in phase 2, if I remember to use it. Ash, I think, inflicts blind? Yeah, inflicts blind. So we can try to blind the physical parts in phase 2. This guy is not susceptible to that. Fuma Shuriken, I'm pretty sure, is the strongest combination, isn't it? Oh no, it isn't. Wait, what? Is it not? 215 attack power. It's actually slightly weaker than the Holy element, which is a bit of a shame that we don't have any Holy element. Goliath Tonic, what does it do? It does earth damage. So I guess Fuma Shuriken would be the play because this thing is considered humanoid, but I'd rather just have really high attack power in phase 2. But actually, no. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be less than 2000 damage, or 3000 damage to the other part, so we just use it in phase 1. Then again, we could use the Fuma Shurikens as a throw item in phase 2, now think about it. So never mind, we don't do that. Sorry, I keep changing my mind, because I'm really not sure how to approach this. We have a Ragnarok Blade, and the Fuma Shurikens for single target, really high single target damage. So I think we just Lightning Scroll. Dance and dance. Let's go, guys. We could also cast Protect on the characters, but that's not gonna come into play most of the time anyways. So in this case, we're gonna just go ahead and Holy instead. Because this should be more damage anyways, now I think about it. It's single target only, but there's only one target here anyways. Throw. Nope, we're gonna blink for you. Lena's gonna be our main supporter, because funnily enough, as the ninja in the team, she does the least damage. Well, again, unless I actually use the throwing weapons. Only for you. So we should be pretty surely in phase 2 now, which means he has a 2 in 3 chance to cast Flare or Holy at us, which deals about 3000 damage each. We can just get lucky and cast Reflect, and he does the Flare and Holy on the one character that is actually protected against it. That would be ideal. But the chance of that happening is not that great. Yeah, somewhat cool. Anyways, Trial, good night. Just need to pick her back up. She actually almost survived that too. Alrighty, we're gonna use our Rise to recover her, or pick her up with full HP. Then blink again, then we shell again, and then we're just immediately back on to dancing as well. Turn 2, I think he has a chance to cast White Hole or physically attack. Why are you protected? You cast Holy. It's a priority, we're gonna shell with you. Then I think turn 3 he has a 1 in 3 chance to use Doom. effectively instantly, well, technically instantly killing one character. It's actually not instant at all. She's immune to white hole, so we are fine. And that's everything. I mean, it's unlikely for Protect to be relevant, but I don't feel like throwing potions or low damage stuff around. Thank you for the good luck, I definitely need that. Like with White Mage we have a great support, but yes, a physical. It's just, memory curves are still jumping down to Protect and row for no good reason. Oh well, what you gonna do? Actually, you know what I should do? I should use the magic lamp on Lena. 4 damage, because we do want to start using the first 2 charges of the magic lamp sooner rather than later. Oh. Wait, that was it. That was phase 1 already. I'm too late. Oh dear. Alright, let's hope we don't get Delta attacked turn 1 on Bartz or Lena. Because that is a guaranteed petrification. Wow. We're really well set up for phase 2 at the very least. But me not having used the magic lamp beforehand means that I need to use 3 charges immediately now as a priority to knock out the magic part on the far left. Assuming we can do that in this version. I think we can. Also, we might also just see one Almagest and everybody dies. I hope that doesn't happen, but it's a possibility. Alrighty, order of operations. You need to go down to items and use the magic lamp. Charge 1. You actually use the second charge of the magic lamp, and you use the third one. It's less damage with Cryo because she has less attack power, but it's okay. Then we're gonna blitz shot. Sorry, I'm covering the animations. I go into the menus. Okay, the far left part is dead. Blitz shot. Let's see. What we want to do is we want to blind the physical attacking part, so it hopefully doesn't remove our blink charges nearly as quickly. So top right, the bull muscular guy, that's the physical part, 50,000 HP total, and he is susceptible to blind. Technically all parts are susceptible to blind. The chance of landing it is normally not that great, which I believe in the Cannoneer we found out that it's still not that great even with the combine ability. Then we're gonna keep using the magic lamp with you. And you start dancing on this part. The bottom right part is Almagest. It is considered a beast for what it's worth, and it will cast Almagest, dealing 1,600-ish damage to the entire party. Holy damage. And, well, I'm just hoping that the Almagest damage is reduced by Shell, which it should be, but some versions are known to not have done that in the past. Okay, that's a physical attack. Use the magic lamp again. Keep dancing. Ruby like gives everybody a reflect, which actually means I can't easily heal anymore for now, but I think that's okay. Then, let's use Iron Draft here. This should reduce the enemy's defenses by half. Which all of these parts have a good chunk of physical and magical defense. Oh. There's Almagest. Oh no. Oh, Butts didn't have. Dispel. That's also not good. Alright, first of all, we need... Oh, I can't heal her. Blink yourself first. Item... Elixir up. Item, Phoenix Stone, pick him up. I can't... We have Reflect. I can't use Kiraga. And Grand Cross, one of 18 different status effects randomly applied to one of our characters. It can be Death, Zombie, Petrification, Weakened. We have 1 poison, 2 poison, and 2 minute. That's actually fine. 2 poison, 2 minutes. That's alright. Not a big deal. Poison is 1/16 of our maximum HP every so often as a tick, but we should be fine. Mini means that they deal no physical damage anymore effectively. But it's not a big deal, I would argue. So, Mallet to undo your mini. And you actually start dancing on the Almagus part again. Light Magic. Shell for yourself. You also need to shell Lena because she got Dispel. The physical part can occasionally cast Dispel Magic if it feels like it. And there we go, Sword Stance. Nice. The Almagus part has 55,000 HP total. So we're gonna try and nuke that thing as quick as we can. So let's use... Oh, I should throw the Fuma Shurikens with Lena. We should have no more Reflect, right? Well, let's see if I'm healing the enemy. Okay, we're fine. You actually need to be not minute when throwing the Fuma Shuriken, because that reduces your attack power with the Shurikens. Poison is not a priority to remove this spell. How inconvenient. Shell back on you. I honestly kinda just wanna nuke the Almagus part. Trying to get it done before it hits again. That's a pretty reasonable Grand Cross, I agree. Like, all of the status effects took hold, so we weren't immune against any of them, but I think that's okay. Alright, we throw the Fuma Shuriken. This is the literal strongest weapon in the game to throw. Mystery Waltz is not it. We need Blink on butts. But I also kinda need the Almagus part to be down. Let's just gamble. He might not get hit by physical attacks, surely. Oh, it's dead. Alright, we're good. It was a bit faint in the background, but there was like a little poof sound. So, that means there's just the Grand Cross part and the physical part remaining. Now, our... we need to try and kill all of the other parts at more or less the same time. Which is easier said than done. Well, I guess let's begin. We just damage all of the parts equally, it should be fine. So now the thing is, the Grand Cross part, the dragon head looking thing in the top left, has... Is there a blink back? That thing has 5,000 more HP in comparison. So we do want to deal a little bit of extra damage to it. Sword Stance. Okay, that is a lot of extra damage to it, I guess. There goes the Dispel. But this is why we want to have 2 mages. The thing is, technically right now, just as re-establishing Blink is fine. We don't need to re-establish Shell. However, I do kind of want to re-establish Blink. Excuse me. I want to re-establish both Blink and Shell because when there's only one part remaining, that last part will go berserk, instantly casting Almagest and Meteors, and getting double turns. He can just do both of these things if he feels like it. And if we don't have Shell on our characters, that could get real sketchy real quick. Unfortunately, I have not kept track as to who has Shell at this point or who doesn't. But probably healing back all the way up to full could be a reasonable strategy here too. So I'm just gonna heal everybody. I think only Buds needed healing, but it's okay. Alright, then... order of operations. We want to go ahead and continue using the magic lamp. Next should be Demon Eye. Probably should have used that earlier. This is a petrification attempt. The Almagest part, notably, is susceptible to petrification, but it's random targeting, single target, so the chance of actually landing it on the part that you need it to is, well, unlikely. Okay, I think this is now below 30,000 HP, whatever that means. Alright, then we continue combining things. I think we keep one Fuma Shuriken for the very end. Let's use the Goliath Tonic just for a bit of extra fun. Quake Cannon! Yeah, Gold Needle is just strictly better for us, for multi-target. Anyways, I think this should be the last magical lamp charge we need, because this should give us Earthen Wall from Golem. This gives us an absolutely massive physical HP shield, so even if Blink runs out and we get hit, Golem would just block the damage at this point. Unfortunately, I did not keep track of how much damage it does to which part, but we do have White Mages to check. Also, Grand Cross. Let's just wait here to see which character we need to Azuma. Or even Dispel if it's Berserk. Let's see. One Confusion, one Blind. Trial has been weakened, and I don't know if anything happened to Ferris. Okay, let's just... Oh, wait, he didn't unconfuse himself? I thought he... Well, I guess he didn't. It's fine. Anyways, I don't think eye drops matter for you. But I guess just in case of an instant cast Grand Cross and you get Berserked. That makes sense. I didn't actually catch what Libra said because I was so focused on everything else. Did that actually say anything? 15,000 HP remaining. That's actually exactly above the threshold where it can start using Meteor. Okay, this one has 28,000 HP. So we need a good chunk more extra damage on the physical part here. The physical part may or may not be blinded from the 2 Ash attacks we did earlier. It is blinded, because that miss doesn't otherwise happen like that. We establish Blink. And you too. And then Lena, and then we are good to truck on. So it stands. Nice. So it stands again. No, you needed those universe lost. Did you though? Okay. So it has just... They have very close HP values. So if we just area effect them, both at the same time, we should just be fine. So instead of doing anything else, we're gonna throw area effect attacks, which the other 2 characters unfortunately can't really contribute, but that's alright. They are gonna be on standby in case one of these parts goes down first. So this is about 7,000 HP damage, so... Let's wash this guy with a bit of water scroll, why not? Defend, that's good. Blitz shot, gold needle. That's the 3rd gold needle, that's 9,000 damage, plus 2 scrolls. He should be almost dead now. Alright, here is where we're gonna wait until everybody gets not grand crossed. Well, let's see. Please don't murder me. Okay. Frog, poison, and one that we don't know what it might have done. So that's looking fine. We're okay. We, however, can't stay on this for too long. Because, again, he can cast Meteor if he wants to. Then again, with Shell, we should always guaranteed survive a Meteor, probably? Anyways, it's time to throw... Actually, yeah, throw the Lightning Scroll. Come on. Okay, both of them are still alive. Combine, Blitzshot, and I think this Gold Needle should do it. You attack just in case. And we win! Alrighty. That went really well. That's an interesting effect. GG. Thanks, everybody. And also, GG, thank you, Segment on the YouTube side of things. I'm actually reading the chat over there for once. I'm sorry, I'm trying my best. I guess there's not a whole lot that happens. Alrighty. I don't know about you, but I cannot read that fast. But that's okay. We managed to complete our Job Fiesta number 4 on the notorious Steam version. We even defeated Shinri along the way. This team, I would actually argue, has a pretty good shot at knocking down Omega if you grind a little bit for it. Because you just need enough HP to survive the flamethrowers and atomic rays with Shell equipped on the mages. Then you reflect up just before the search turn. And you can attack freely afterwards. And then heal up again afterwards, I guess, with elixirs or high potions. Maybe. It's very doable, but I have to admit I'm not a fan of the enemies just getting turns while I scramble with the awkward menu. So I'm gonna leave this one. But I think it's quite fun to just play this version once in a while. And again, as deserved as its terrible reputation is, sometimes you just still find things that are quite nice, even in games that are generally not considered to be as good. And as usual, I do also like to showcase these fascinating enemy sprites that we get to encounter too. I genuinely think, like, any sprites that they've drawn, even the characters with the jobs, outside of their awkward poses, are just really good. It's a bit of a shame they don't tend to lean into this kind of style more often, I would argue. Preferably with a bit more of a budget, I guess, to polish it up. But I'll say it, I actually prefer this kind of visual art style over pixel remasters. On a, like, purely visual aesthetic kind of deal. Like, I think pixels are nice, especially since they're simple. They allow developers, especially indie developers that might not be so graphically enhanced, to make simple graphics that work really well for what they're there for. But I do kind of enjoy this more cartoony look as well. Actually, I prefer it personally, but I'm also not put off by the pixels, as might be evidenced by me playing this game over and over again in the original Super Nintendo version. So yeah, everybody, thank you so much for watching for this one. It was a ride. We actually started at the beginning of World 2 and went all the way through just through World 3. Usually I'd take a break in between, but I kind of really tried to push to finish this today so I can set up for the PlayStation version next time. And I don't know what kind of run we were gonna do on the PlayStation version yet, but I will probably just set up a straw poll at the beginning of the next stream. As usual, I tend to start my streams at 4 PM Central European time. That should be, I think, 10 AM US East Coast time. I recognize that's a bit of an awkward time for people to be able to watch in the middle of the week due to work and such, but it also tends to be like the most efficient way for me in my personal situation to start a stream. So I hope that's acceptable. Anyways, thank you for accompanying me on this journey. And we have one more version to go that, well, also has a rather questionable reputation, but for different reasons. And hey, I will say it right now, there's some things I do like about the PlayStation version as well. In fact, I would even argue the PlayStation version having as bad of a reputation, I can't argue with you about the reputation being deserved in the terms of translation department, because that's just what it is, I agree. Although it's also kind of funny at times. But, like, the loading times that people like to point out are really not that bad. Submitting the victory pictures. We have defeated Shinryu, Omega, and that's that. I'm gonna lean back and just watch the credits. What actually is my time zone? Central European time. I'm Swiss, so it's literally just, I think that's the bulk of Europe in there. Germany, Sweden, Norway. I actually don't know when. Britain is like the one notable exception that is just a bit further to the west, 1 hour later, if you will. I actually don't know where the line is to the east for it to be an hour earlier, to be honest. What's your verdict on cross-streaming? Are you gonna continue doing it, Yaga? Honestly, probably yes. And for a very simple yet... how to put it? I think it makes a lot of sense for me to stream to YouTube for posterity reasons, so we can archive and have all of the runs just available without needing to manually re-upload them, because it has been a huge hurdle for me to try and upload runs after I did local recording, because then I always need a thumbnail and give them good descriptions. Effectively, you would think, oh, it's just upload them and it's good. But no, there's always a lot more work involved in those. And if I can just stream them and just leave them on YouTube like this, that way at least they're already there. I can still give them like a thumbnail and a description later. And it's much easier for me. Which, well, I wish I was more of a workaholic than I am in these kinds of situations. But I'm not. I try my best though. And I think for that reason alone, I think I will continue streaming to YouTube as well. The other reason, actually, is more logistical. I don't know if logistics is even the correct phrasing. Basically, YouTube doesn't like it when you upload 8-hour-long videos to YouTube that barely have any views. Like, if you want the algorithm to pick up your videos and spread them to other people, you kind of need to make something a bit more digestible, if you will. And it would be nice to get a bit more of a reach over on YouTube as well, but that's just something that I kind of been chipping away a little bit in the background. But also, it's more of a fun side project that I'm still having fun with. And having the runs up on YouTube is, you know, extremely useful. Then they're all in one place. But it also, for logistical YouTube shenanigans and algorithm reasons, it's better if these are live streams rather than me uploading the VODs directly, if that makes sense. I'm still gonna be uploading the VODs from the previous runs for this year on YouTube so people can watch them. I already started uploading the first run over onto YouTube, but afterwards I think it just makes more sense to do the live streaming thing instead. That way people can click on the live stream tab and you just find the previous streams there. I'm planning on doing the extra content / dungeon. No. It might not necessarily seem like it, because I've started to get decent at managing the jank of this version. But I have to admit, it is a bit more frustrating than... Well, it's more frustrating than I would like to admit that the memory cursor is just so unreliable. So I would prefer not to play that much more of this version. It's fun to come back to it, in my opinion, but it's also a good reminder as to why I don't play more of this one in particular. Low friction archives isn't a bad reason, just mind the 12-hour limit on that auto archival. You'll have to manually switch streams. That's good to know, actually. I was not aware of that, Finis Carland. I might need to read up a bit more on YouTube streaming anyways, because when I started the stream today, it just didn't start, and I had to generate a new stream key, and I don't know if I need to do this every time or something else was happening there. Like what, we should watch your stream on YouTube? No, you can watch it on Twitch or YouTube, either is perfectly fine. The algorithms on the YouTube side of things are more about actual videos I would upload for people to then just discover and watch if they're not necessarily aware of my channel or the content I create. And if I make something more digestible and bite-sized that, you know, people are just excited to share with their friends. Because it's kind of difficult to recommend the full game playthrough. Like, sure, technically speaking, completing this game under 15 hours is actually pretty fast. Well, not nearly as fast as a certain El Magus does it, but still. It's not what you would usually want to just shoot over to a friend as a quick video to watch, you know. Britain, Ireland, and Portugal have the same time zone. Oh, interesting. So Spain is different then? If I do the extra dungeon again sometime, it will probably, well, almost certainly be in the Game Boy Advance version. I think what would be fun is if we could include the Necromancer job class in one of the Fiestas as well, as a possible starting or, well, role for the characters. The Necromancer is a class that you don't normally get until you complete the Advanced Dungeon. And completing the Advanced Dungeon, basically you just beat the game multiple times over in terms of how strong you need to be to achieve that. So you don't usually get to play with the Necromancer for anything particularly meaningful, I would say. But the Necromancer job class is it exists. It's just not something that is usually accessible much. But I would potentially be just using a cheat code to unlock the Necromancer job class early and see how well it can potentially perform in a full Job Fiesta setting. Can you start with any job? Is there a mod for doing that? You can start with any job. There are mods for various versions to unlock the characters. I don't know, well, let's put it this way. For the Game Advance version, I use a cheat code to unlock the other classes early. It's basically like a modification, but it's just I input it into like the BizHawk emulator as a cheat code that is compatible with it in order to unlock them early. Normally in a full Job Fiesta, you're just supposed to grab the jobs when they naturally become available without any modifications to the game. But nothing is stopping you from actually unlocking the jobs early if you think that is more fun. Let's say you get, you know, a dancer as your first job class. You could just start dancing against Carl Boss and Megissa and everything if you'd like to. I'm sure there's also modifications for the Pixel Remaster for such things, although I'm not familiar with that. I don't know or don't think there's gonna be any modifications available for other consoles for the Pixel Remaster though. That might just be a PC thing. Also, shoutouts to Twintania. I thought it would always counterattack with Tidal Wave when damaged, but apparently that is specifically against physical attacks. So, next time I have a bunch of mages available, it could be fun. Do I have any interest in randomized versions of Final Fantasy V? Generally, not really. Randomizers are fun to just play around with for a little while for me, occasionally. But I need to know the game really well in order to be interested in playing the randomizer. Because if I don't know whether something is just part of the base game or actually randomized, then it's not nearly as interesting to me. But by the time I tend to be familiar enough to be interested in playing randomizer in most games, I'm also kind of done with these games, if that makes sense. Final Fantasy V, there is the Career Day randomizer that you could play if you want to. And, I mean, it was fine when I played it. But I just prefer the base game. You know, something... In part, just because I'm familiar with it, and I like to explain all the things that I know that are going on and how they work. I just like explaining things, if you will, that I happen to know way too much about. And if it's randomized, it's kind of like learning an entirely new game system on top of that, which is a lot of work. Not necessarily bad, but just a lot of work. You tried Career Day Fiesta, it's kind of a bad fit. Yeah, with Career Day, I don't think the Fiesta works too well. There might be other randomizers out there available too, though. I mean, it could be an idea if it was like just a vanilla game randomizer. Secret of Mana was kind of the same way for me. There is an open world randomizer for Secret of Mana and an Ancient Keep variant. Both of them I tried out for a little bit, but I was actually more interested in potentially randomized playthroughs of the base game. Because at least then it's kind of funky when the second to last boss, where normally Thanatos is, you just run into the Metal Mantis. It's a bit weird, but also kind of fun. But yeah, randomizers in general, it's rare that I'm interested in them. Zelda Link to the Past is kind of one of the weird exceptions. That was when the concept of just randomizing a game that you're familiar with, like that is, you know, a Super Nintendo game, which is a strange idea to randomize it. And it just happened to work really well in Zelda Link to the Past, and I got really into it, and even did a bunch of competitive tournament runs. But eventually it felt like all sorts of games just kind of got their own randomizer inspired by the success of A Link to the Past and Final Fantasy IV and all these kind of really nice randomizers, all things considered. But I'd rather do like a different kind of challenge run, where somebody could come into the stream, recognize the game, and see where I am in the game, read like 2 sentences of rules that I have to obey in order to try and beat a challenge, and understand why it might be quite a challenge or rather difficult to do so. If you stream a randomizer, unless you stream a randomizer to a dedicated community that is already familiar with that to begin with, or you just do like a first playthrough of a randomizer where you just discover it alongside everybody else. It's kind of a difficult thing for somebody to just join the stream and understand what the heck is going on. In a similar vein, when I played Factorio or also RimWorld, both of these games have fantastic mod supports and great mods all across, I would say, those games. I still prefer to minimize the amount of mods I play with, usually just for very specific things if I end up streaming them, just so it's not as alienating when somebody joins and nothing works the way they experienced it themselves in their own casual playthrough. It's kind of an aspect of trying to keep it basic for myself, but also if I'm streaming it, it makes sense to just keep it basic so it is not as strange of a different experience to watch. And yeah, a lot of randomizers, you tend to get overpowered early, that is true. Because if you think about it, any weapon that you would pick up in the 4 chests before you get the Carl boss, that is not specifically one of the early game weapons, is inevitably going to be incredibly much more powerful in a randomizer to defeat Carl boss with than the daggers and broadswords you normally get. That's just the nature of randomizer. You can get really funky randomizations where it might throw you an odd curveball here and there, but most of the time, after maybe a little bit of initial struggle, it's just you're good to go and breeze through the rest of the game. When I recently participated in the Link to the Past randomizer tournament again, I also kind of noticed myself losing interest after the game was basically solved, if you will. Where I finally found that last piece of equipment I needed to beat the game with. But now I needed to use that piece of equipment to beat 3 more dungeons, and then Ganon's tower, and then defeat Ganon. The finding and figuring out of the route is the interesting part. But if you also have to run through the rest of it then too, because, you know, that's the expectation, it just kind of slows down a bit too much for me. Anyways, I'm kind of waffling on for a long time here. If you ever played Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta, and you kind of missed a screenshot on defeating Xdeath at the end of a run, I'm pretty sure it is perfectly fine to screenshot this part of the credit sequence where we have all 4 characters on the screen at the same time, with the various jobs included, so you can also submit this as a victory picture if you'd like to. I've done that in the past and it was accepted at least. Plus, I mean, all things considered, it's a honor system anyways. Like, there's no strict rules as to how you're supposed to complete this for Job Fiesta. In the end, it's a challenge, but also, it's supposed to be enjoyable in one way or another. And speaking of which, this run almost could have gone terribly if we didn't get something before Byblos. Because that would have been White Mage only Byblos. And let me tell you, if you ever tried to defeat Byblos with just White Mages and their Thieves in this game, it takes you about, what is it, 3 to 4 hours to run him out of MP, and that is the successful attempt, where you don't get knocked out randomly. That is the successful attempt after you already grinded out enough high potions and elixirs to survive. And then you still need to deal enough damage to him to defeat him. White Mage Byblos, that's what the Raving Loon just did. Oh no. It's like the 3rd person I've heard this here to have a White Mage Thief Byblos. Don't recommend. I've done it 2 or 3 times. Well, definitely 2, because I did a solo character challenge run with the White Mage and Thief. I might have done it also sometime in Fiestas as well. Also, the music doesn't quite line up. Here, this is the screenshot you can take, by the way, if you want to submit. And the ending comes in swirling, in awkward silence. They didn't sync up the ending with the music. Oh well. It's okay. Alrighty everybody, that's it from me for today. If you're on Twitch, I recommend watching C:\\, who's currently also playing the Forge of Fiesta on the much more well-received Pixel Remaster version. I do recommend just hanging out over there, it's pretty comfy, can recommend. And over on YouTube, thank you so much for watching as well. Hope you're having a lovely day, and everybody, take good care of yourselves, and hopefully until next time. Bye bye.